Learn the Laravel PHP web app framework by building a fully functional Medium clone in this comprehensive course from Zura. He takes you from basic setup to advanced features like user following and post management. You'll master essential Laravel concepts, including routing, authentication, database operations, and Blade templating, while creating a real-world application with social features.
Hello everyone, my name is Zura and I'm the Codeholic. I have over 13 years of experience working as a professional software developer, and I have been creating educational content around PHP and Laravel for past 5 years. In this video, we're going to learn what is Laravel by building this Medium clone application, where you can open the website and have a look at the published posts. You can see when the post was published, how many likes the post has, and by whom the post was published. If you want to see the details of the post, obviously you're going to click on the title or on the image. You're going to open the post details. You're going to see the estimated read time for the post, the time, the avatar of the user who posted the post, and see the image and the full description, as well as you're going to see the category inside which the post was published. On the homepage, you also have possibility to filter posts by different categories such as technology, health, science, and whatever. By clicking on the username right here who published the post, you can open the profile page of that user, where you're going to see all published posts of that specific user. On the right side, you're going to see some details about that user, how many followers the user has, and if you want to follow to that user, you need to be authenticated. Let's create new account. I have created new account and I immediately received email verification. I need to click on this to verify my email address, because if I don't verify, I will not be able to follow the user or like the post. Now, I'm verified, I can see the homepage, but now I don't see any posts on my homepage. That's because when you are authenticated, you only see posts on the homepage from the users you are actually following. So if you know that you liked some posts from, let's say, a freeCodeCamp user, you can open the user profile page and click on the follow button. Now, freeCodeCamp actually has 2 followers. One of them is Taylor. And now if I go on the homepage, I can see posts from freeCodeCamp. In the same way, if I open a page from the test user, I'm going to click on follow, and I will see a post from test user as well as from freeCodeCamp on the homepage. If I want to like the post, I'm going to open the post details page and click on this like, and it immediately turns into a dark like. And we also see unfollow right here. We can follow and unfollow from the following area as well to the user. And if I go back, then on the homepage, I can see that this particular post has 1 like, and that like actually belongs to me. If you want to create new posts, you're going to hit this button. You're going to upload an image. You have to provide some title, choose category, provide some content, and you have to choose published at date as well. If you want the post to be immediately published, you can provide the published date in the past, or if you want the post to be published and displayed in the future, you're going to choose the future date. So up until that time, the post will not be published on the website. Okay, so I'm going to click on submit. Now, if I go inside my post, I see that I have the following post, which if I go inside, click on edit, I can see that it's going to be published on 21. However, if I log out right now and authenticate with a different user, I don't see any posts in my homepage, even though I am following to Taylor user. If I open then Taylor public page, I don't see also any posts from here because the post is not published. It's going to be published in the future. Every user has its own profile page, and by clicking on this, you can change your avatar or you can adjust your bio text, which will be displayed when somebody is accessing your public profile page. So your bio information will be displayed on the following area. We're going to build this project from absolutely scratch, and you're going to see every single line of code I'm going to write. There will be no copy paste even for the design things, and you're going to see all the roads, all the controllers, models, migrations, all the design and everything what we are going to build. And believe me, you're going to learn a lot by building this project. If you are stuck at any moment and you want to check the source code, you can have a look in the video description or just go in my GitHub repository, the Codeholic /Laravel Medium clone, and this is the project we are going to build. If you find this tutorial and the project helpful, I would really appreciate if you check my YouTube channel, where I have over 300 videos around PHP, Laravel, and JavaScript. You can check it, you can explore it. If you find it useful, I would really appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. I also have some premium courses on my website, thecodeholic.com, and if you are interested, just have a look. Before we start, I want to say a big thanks to the freeCodeCamp team who are making this content available for free and helping those who can't afford premium courses. Okay, I'm super excited and I think we can start building this project. Now let's set up development environment for Laravel. And my choice is Laravel Herd, which is a package and it contains everything what you might need to create and manage your Laravel projects. It has Nginx, PHP, MySQL, Redis, couple of more services. It has free and paid versions, but in this tutorial we're going to stick with the free version, and we're going to use SQLite as a choice of the database. Laravel Herd is available for Windows and Mac, and download it for your operating system and install that. However, if you are on Linux, you might need to separately download PHP, maybe SQLite, packages, extensions, Composer, Laravel installer, all the things, and create your Laravel project using Terminal. I'm going to show you how you can create new Laravel project using Terminal as well as using Laravel Herd interface. But now let's click on this download for Windows. I have actually already downloaded this and click on this installer. Once it is installed, you have to open Laravel Herd and you're going to see the following welcome screen. Let's click on this. Let's get started. It's going to download the latest PHP version and it's going to also set up Node.js, npm, and even NVM, Node Version Manager for us. Once this is done, you're going to see the following screen. If you have Pro account, you can enter your email and license key right here. Otherwise, you can skip for now. I'm going to tick these two checkboxes right here and click on this Open the Herd dashboard, which is going to open the following UI. And we have a couple of options. Let me go through these. So this is the dashboard where you see your active services. You can have a look in your open sites. This is going to open a different window and this is going to show you all the sites you already have inside Laravel Herd. And these are the two sites I already have in my Laravel Herd. I'm going to close this. Inside General, you can see the general overview of Laravel Herd, the Herd paths, where the Laravel Herd will have a look to create a local domain for the project or to manage those projects. So at the moment, there's only one path, which is looked by Laravel Herd. Inside PHP, you can install different PHP versions, and then you can switch to a different PHP version from the dashboard if you want. Inside Node, you're going to see the latest Node.js version, which is already installed and active. However, again, you can install other Node.js versions. Okay, so these are the main things. Services, mail dump, those are actually inside the Pro, and we don't actually need this. However, we need to create a new Laravel project, and there are two ways when we have Laravel Herd. One is to go into dashboard, click on Open Sites, open the window, and click on this Add, which is going to give us a new Laravel 12 Create New Site wizard. We can click on this new Laravel project, click on Next. We can choose the stack we want to go with, because this is the Laravel course. I'm going to stick with no starter kit. I'm not going to introduce any other frameworks, React, Vue, or Livewire, and click on Next. Then we have to give this the project name. Let me call this Laravel-course. We can choose the testing framework, PEST, or PHP unit, whichever you want. I'm going to stick with PEST because this is kind of the default standard for Laravel new projects, and I'm going to click on Next. This is going to create new Laravel project already inside the Herd, and it's going to also assign a domain for this. If you want to create a new Laravel project using CLI, let's open PowerShell. In my case, I'm going to open PowerShell. I'm going to zoom in and we have to execute. Let's navigate actually inside Herd, and we have to execute Laravel new and the project name. Let's call this project-test. Hit enter. Again, it's going to ask us which starter kit we want to stick with. We're going to choose none here and just follow few questions, and that's going to be it. So click none right here. It's going to create the project. Then it is going to ask us which database we want to use. We're going to choose SQLite, and that's it. So you have to basically follow the same steps on any operating system. If you have a Laravel installer to be the latest version, make sure the Laravel installer to be version 5.12 and above, because that is the new Laravel installer which has the new questions for Laravel 12. Now we can hit the enter because the default database is SQLite, and now we can type yes here as well. It is going to execute npm install and npm run build for us. The application has been created from command line as well as from the UI. In order to be able to see the application, we need to access the following URL. I'm going to control and click on this. This is it. So we have this project test.test domain. So this is the first Laravel project. However, we created two projects, one from CLI, second from UI. Let's open the UI as well. And as we see, your application was created successfully. We can click this open in browser and it's going to open us the Laravel-course.test domain. We can close this, and now right here we see 4 projects. Of course, we don't need both of them. I just showed you how you can create new projects using terminal. So I'm going to delete this project test site. I can also close this project test, otherwise it is not going to work. In this tutorial, I'm going to use VS Code as a choice of the editor to work on our Laravel projects. Typically, there are two main alternatives to work on PHP and Laravel. One, VS Code, and second is PHP Storm. I typically use PHP Storm because I feel that it is much more complete solution than VS Code. However, VS Code and the Laravel extensions are getting much better and better. And for this specific tutorial, I want to use VS Code because my working environment to be as close to yours as possible, so that if you have any issues, you can just have a look at my screen and we're going to have simply identical interface. And I feel VS Code is much more like common editor because it is actually open source and free. Just download VS Code for your operating system. You're going to need also the following extensions. I use PHP extension as a choice of the PHP syntax highlighting, auto completion, and so on. We're going to use these Laravel extensions, which is new extension, and it has already 80,000 downloads and it works very well. This is the official VS Code extension for Laravel created by Laravel team. As a theme, my theme, I know you're gonna ask me what theme I use or what icon theme I use. So this is it. I use Palinite theme and I use Atom Material icons as well. So make sure you have all of them installed. This PHP extension actually has dependency extensions. So once you install this extension, it is going to install other extensions as well. Okay, so make sure you have installed VS Code, all these extensions, and now we're going to open the project. So this is the sites folder, and I'm going to click on this path. It is going to bring up the Explorer, Windows Explorer in my case, and I'm going to right click on this Laravel course, click on show more options and open with code. And here we go. So we have the project open inside VS Code, and these are the icons and theme I typically use. Now let's open terminal through terminal, new terminal, and now we are going to execute npm install. That is necessary if you created the project using herd user interface. However, if you created this using terminal, we actually already executed npm install. If you're on Linux and want to start your Laravel application using terminal, you have to execute composer run dev. On Linux, this is going to work, probably on Mac as well, but on Windows, I get the following error that it was not actually able to start the application on the following URL, 127.0.0.1 port 8000 or 8001. It tried different ports but was not able to start that. And to fix this, we need to go into herd installation, config herd being PHP 8.4, and we have to open PHP ini file. We have to search for, from here, egpcs. Let's find this right here, and inside variables order, we're going to change this from egpcs into gpcs. We're going to save this, close this, we can close the folder as well, and now let's execute npm run dev again, in which case it should start the application correctly, and we should be able to access it on localhost port 8000. Now, the choice is up to you how you're going to develop on this Laravel-course.test using Laravel herd or on localhost port 8000. It really doesn't matter. The main thing is that you're going to also have a Vite server up and running. So in my case, I'm going to stick with Laravel herd. So I'm going to actually stop this. I don't need composer run dev, which actually runs 3 commands at the same time, but I'm going to only execute npm run dev, which is going to spin up the Vite server. I'm going to close this. localhost or 127.0.0.1 port 8000, and I'm going to work on this Laravel course.test. Now let's have a look at the folder and file structure in Laravel project. So we have a couple of the most important folders inside which we're gonna work mostly in our project. One of them is app folder. We're gonna work inside app folder a lot. It has only 3 folders at the moment, but actually if we execute certain commands, more folders will be created inside the app folder. So that contains app HTTP controller. This is the base controller. We have models and we have providers. At the moment, there's only one provider. This is the app service provider. So inside the Bootstrap folder, we have the app PHP file, which is actually the main file which initializes the application. So as you see, application configure, so it provides all the configuration with routing, with middlewares, with exception, and then it calls create. So this creates the application. So we also have a list of providers inside here. At the moment, only one provider there. So the config folder contains every file that is associated to configuration. Inside database, we have factories, migrations, and seeders. And database.sqlite file, which is the main file inside which we're going to have all the tables, all the data, and everything. So this is the main database file for us. Inside factories, we have only user factory, and the purpose of the factory is actually to define the definition for each field, so that whenever we generate some data for that user, as an example, it will use that fake data to generate the data. Right? So this faker package provides some useful methods to generate some fake name, fake and unique email address, and so on. Okay, inside migrations, we have 3 default migrations at the moment, and we're going to create more migrations, but the whole purpose of the migration is that it is a file which contains the database schema change. And typically, instead of making the changes into a local database or production database manually by hand, we create migrations. And migration contains all these changes, and we commit and push the migration so that whenever I create new table, I commit push that, and whenever my colleague pulls that change and executes the certain command, my colleague will receive the same changes I created. So migrations is absolutely necessary thing and very recommended thing to follow. So we also have seeders, and at the moment there's only one seeder, and the purpose of the seeder is to actually create some data in the database. In this case, if we execute this database seeder, it is going to create a single user in the database with name test user and email test@example.com. Okay, let's close everything and collapse the database area. Inside public, we have all web accessible files. And this index.php is the entry script. Everything starts from index.php. Whenever we access our application in the browser, right here, index.php is the first file which gets the request. So it does all the auto-loading of the composer packages. It's gonna import that bootstrap app PHP, which actually creates the app. And then on that app, it calls this handle request through this request capture. Okay. Everything, whatever we put inside this public folder is actually web accessible. So you should be careful and don't put any sensitive information in this public folder. Then we have resources. This is second mostly used folder by us. We're going to mainly work inside app folder and resources folder. So we have here CSS file, which is kind of very minimalistic CSS. We have JS file as well, 2 JS files, app and bootstrap JS, and we have views as well. At the moment, we have only one welcome view, and this is the same view what we see right now on the following page. Now let's close this, collapse resources. Inside roads, we have console and web roads, and web roads are the file inside which we're going to define all of the roads we're going to access in the browser. The console PHP is for the console commands. So we are not going to actually write any console commands, but the inspire, as an example, is one command which is already defined right there. So next we have the storage. The storage contains the user uploaded data as well as framework generated data. Inside app folder, we have user uploaded data inside private and public, and inside framework, we see some cache, sessions, testing, views. All that actually is framework generated data. So we don't need to touch the framework folder at all. So inside logs, we have some logs basically. So then we have the tests. We are not going to write any tests, but here we have these end-to-end or unit tests, which obviously you can follow and write more. Inside vendor, this is, I think, very clear. It contains all the third-party packages. So then we have this en, which is the main configuration file. This is ignored configuration file for our project. So here we have the database credentials, the SMTP credentials, every configuration, not every, but most of the configuration is available right here. So other configuration options, which is not right here, is available from the config folder. Okay, next, this is just an example file, the env example. Cool. So we have this Artisan, which is actually very, very, very important file. So the Artisan file is very similar to public index.php file. It is going to also import this vendor autoload PHP, import this bootstrap up PHP, and we have this application, and then it's going to call this handle command. And Artisan is the main command line interface we are going to use in our project. So we have the composer JSON and composer log. I think they are very, very obvious. As we see, the Laravel framework version is 12.0 and above. And we have the package JSON, which is actually for npm packages, and we have vite config as well. So inside the package JSON, we see that the latest version is actually Tailwind CSS 4 point something, which is also a latest release of Tailwind. And we have then this vite config, which is simply the vite server configuration file. Now let's bring the terminal. I'm going to click on plus right here and open new terminal, and I'm going to look at the Artisan. So let's execute PHP Artisan list, and this is going to give me a list of all the available commands, what is there inside the Artisan. Let's scroll at the very top and see everything starts right here. We have the framework version as well, and we have a couple of options on the Artisan itself, but here are the available commands such as about, clear, compiled, and so on. And we have some like top level commands such as about, db, and so on, but we also have a namespaced type of commands such as auth, such as config, such as db, and we have to execute namespace name, colon, and then the command name. So let me execute PHP Artisan about, and let's have a look. So this is it. So we see the application name, which is Laravel, the Laravel version, PHP version, and everything as you see. Inside the config, events, roles, they are not actually cached. Views are actually cached, and we see driver specific things as well for broadcasting, caching, database, and so on. We can, if we want to see a list of commands inside the specific namespace, we can execute PHP Artisan, a namespace name such as make, and then -- help. You hit the enter and you see every information about this make namespace and available commands for the make namespace as well. So Artisan is kind of your best friend tool in the command line, and you're going to use it a lot to generate new files, create caches, and so on. Now let's talk a little bit of configuration. As we already mentioned, .en file is the main configuration file using which you can change most of the configuration options, such as you can change the application local or fallback local, you can change the application URL, you can go and change the log channel from stack into something else, change the database, and so on. So I recommend to have a look and see what options are available inside this .en file. However, if you want more advanced configuration, you can have a look in the config folder and open the corresponding configuration file for which you're going to make some changes. As an example, let's click on this database, scroll down below, and we see a DB connection right here. We see a couple of connections, and it's going to use these EN files. But if we scroll down below, we're going to find the migrations as an example, and the table for migrations is migrations. And this is not in EN file. If we decide that we want to change the table name into something else, such as tmp_migrations, this is the place you're going to do this. Okay, so the config files are there to just give you the information what configuration options are available. However, if you are not gonna make any changes inside these configuration files, feel free to delete them if you want so. because these configuration files are actually already exist in Laravel core, and then the framework simply use the Laravel core version of it. Or if you decide that you're going to only modify that migration option, you can delete everything else, every key value peers from this database PHP, and leave only migrations and modify the table as an example. And then again, Laravel will take the default values from vendor, from core, and then it will simply override your migrations, what you specified right here. If you want to publish new configuration files, then you need to execute PHP Artisan config : publish, which will give you a list of configuration files and ask us which we want to publish. So we have most of them published, but we don't have, for example, broadcasting published. And if we simply provide right here broadcasting, hit the enter, it is going to publish the broadcasting file as well. Or if you know exactly which configuration file you want to publish, you can provide broadcasting right here. It is going to publish the broadcasting configuration file. And if we check in the config folder, now we see broadcasting there as well. And you can again change some configuration options, delete everything as an example, and only leave the default one and modify the default one into something else if you don't need this. But typically, I don't touch these configuration files. I don't delete them. They are there for the purpose, because if I want to quickly and easily make some changes, I can simply open and make those changes right there. Now let's see how we can create our first route in Laravel application. For this, let's go into routes folder, click on web PHP, open that, and let's define new route. We're going to type route, then get, because we're going to listen to get request and provide the URL on which we're going to listen. Let's call this hello. And then we can provide either a closure function or a controller and a method which needs to be executed. For now, let's simply provide a function here like this, semicolon at the end. And from here, we can return something as a string or as a view. For now, let's just return hello and hello Zura. Let's save this. Let's open the browser and access /hello, and we're going to see hello Zura. However, if we want to create new view file, then we need to go under resources, views, and just like we have welcome right here, we have to create new file. However, just keep in mind that the welcome written right here corresponds to the following welcome blade PHP. You don't need to provide .blade.php. As you mouse over, you see the file is welcome blade PHP. So you can actually create hello.blade.php inside views and then render it using view hello in the following way. Now let's open the terminal and we're going to install Laravel Breeze. By executing composer require Laravel/Breeze. We hit the enter, it is going to require and install the first party package Laravel Breeze, which is a package and it has everything what you need for authentication, such as the registration, login, email verification as well. If we want, we can have password reset. It provides all these views and UI components. Once this is installed, we're going to execute PHP Artisan Breeze install, which is going to give us a couple of options, which Breeze stack we want to install. Blade with Alpine, Livewire, React, Vue. So we're going to use Blade with Alpine because we don't want to introduce any other frameworks such as Livewire, React, or Vue. We're going to stick with Blade. This is the Laravel course. We want to learn the fundamentals and basics. So I'm going to type Blade here, hit the enter. We want dark mode. No, for now, let's just skip the dark mode. And for the testing framework, we're going to stick with the default one, paste. We're going to hit the enter, and it's going to actually update the composer JSON, update the packages right there, and it's going to install a couple of files. It's going to put a couple of files in our project, and we're going to see the result and explore it. Breeze scaffolding has been done, and we can have a look inside this npm run dev server, which is now broken, and we have to stop this and re-execute npm run dev, and now everything will be good. Now, if we check in the browser on /home page, actually the welcome page is the same, but now we see right here login and register. All right, so if we click on login, this is the login page. If you click on register, this is the register page. And these are coming from Laravel Breeze. If we try it right now and to create an account very quickly. Now, as you see, we are already authenticated. We see the dashboard page. We see right here profile and logout pages as well. And all that is coming from Laravel Breeze. Now, let's have a look at the files and folders, what has been changed. Inside resources views, previously we only had welcome blade, which is still there, but right now it displays this login and sign up, the register buttons as well. So we have this dashboard blade, which is exactly what we see right now in the browser. We can get close to this and explore this in the next lessons, but what I want to show you, just the general overview, what has been changed. We have this auth folder right now, and it has a couple of blade files, such as login, register, reset password, verify email address, and you get the idea. Inside components, we have some reusable generic components, such as danger button, drop-down link, drop-down, and so on. We also have the layout section where we have 3 files, app blade, which is the application layout. We have the guest blade, which is for non-authenticated users, and this layout is actually used when we try to access to a login page. This is for the guest layout. As we see right here, we have this application logo as well, which is the following logo area. Inside the app layout, we have whenever we authenticate, this is the app layout, and inside navigation blade, this is actually the navigation area of the app layout. This is the top section area. We have the logo, the dashboard menu item, the navigation item, and we also have this profile and logout. Everything will be inside this navigation. We can have a look. Logout menu item right here as well, profile menu item right here as well. And we also see profile section where we have this edit blade, which is rendered when we click on this profile. This is for the edit blade, and it is split into a couple of parts, such as for the update profile information, update password form, and delete user form. And we have 3 sections also on the profile page. Now let's close all these files, and we're going to open now root section, and we're going to see what is going on right there. So inside routes, we had previously only console and web PHP, but now if we open web PHP, that web file actually is updated. And we also have auth PHP, and that web PHP actually is including auth PHP. So if we observe this first, we don't see our hello road because it got overwritten by Laravel Breeze. We see the dashboard, which renders the dashboard view, and we see the following profile related rules as well: to view the profile, to update the profile, and to delete the profile. We're going to talk more about it as well. However, if we open the following auth blade, we're going to see much more rules right here. And it's going to use the following controllers: registered user controller create, registered user controller store. So this simply renders the registration form, this submits the registration form, and so on. And we also have a couple of more roles for authenticated users. This is to verify email address. This is actually to render verify email address. This is to verify email address actually. And we also have this verification, notification, and confirm password, and so on. Let's actually have a look in this registered user controller create action and see what this actually is doing. And as you see, it is rendering a view from auth register, and that auth.register actually means a register.blade.php file inside auth folder. So that actually renders the following file from resources, views, auth, register blade PHP. If we have a look in the store method, which is actually used to actually create the user in the database, so this is what it does. So it validates the data, it is creating new user, it is triggering an event that the user has been created, it is marking the user to be authenticated, and redirecting user into the dashboard page. So we can have a look and go ahead and see all the controllers and views and every single detail what has been added into Laravel Breeze, and I really encourage you to do so. But if I focus on every single change what has been done by Laravel Breeze, I feel that this is going to take significant number of hours. And this is the beauty of Laravel and Laravel Breeze. it is going to give you this scaffolding thing for the whole flow of the authentication, so that instead of implementing this whole authentication system from scratch, you can actually focus more on real things, building your application. So as a challenge, I can give this to you to have a look in these controllers, such as authenticated session controller, which is for logging user in. So it renders the login view, it simply authenticates the user, and so on. So you might not understand every single thing what is happening right here, but I'm sure step by step you're going to understand everything. And also you're going to stick with the course and you're going to learn also a lot of things. So that's the beauty of Laravel Breeze, and this is just why I love Laravel, because it has so many things that you can actually focus on most important things when building your project. And now we have this built-in Laravel authentication, and the only thing I'm going to change right now is actually implementing this email verification, because right now when I registered, I was immediately authenticated, but we want email verification. So for this, we're going to open user.php model, and we are going to implement must verify email, and that needs to be imported, must verify email. And once we do this, this is the only change we need to do. After this, when we try to create new account, and let's create now John at example.com, let's provide the password, hit the enter, and this is the screen what we see. Thanks for signing up. Before getting started, could you verify your email address by clicking on the link we just emailed to you? If you didn't receive the email, okay, you read the text, right? So, and if we haven't received an email, we can click this resend verification email. And the whole idea is that we are not able to actually access dashboard unless we verify our email address. And that's very cool thing. But where is the email address to click on verify? By default, if we have a look in .en file and we search for mail here, we see mail mailer is actually log, which means that every new email is sent inside the log file. So let's go into storage, logs, Laravel log, and as you see right here, we have the very first email. This is sent to john at example.com, verify email address, and we see all the email details. And hello, please click on the button below to verify your email address. And this is the link on which we need to click. So I'm going to click on this link. It is going to open in the browser and it verified me. And now I am already authenticated. I'm John, I'm authenticated. If I refresh this, I'm also redirected into the dashboard. However, I really like MailPit, which is the email testing tool, and I recommend to download MailPit, and you can see those emails in the browser. So just go into the document or installation section and download it for your operating system. For Windows, there's an exe file which I actually use, and I have it available in my home directory MailPit section. Right here I see this MailPit. So I'm going to actually open in terminal the following path, and I'm going to execute MailPit, which is going to start listening on the following ports: 1025 and 8025. And if we see this localhost port 8025 in the browser, we're going to see this nice UI, which is going to show all the emails, what will be sent on port 1025. But for this, we have to go in our en file and we have to change this mail mailer from log into SMTP. And we're gonna set the localhost to be 127.0.0.1. We can set the mail port to be 1025. We can save this. We don't need to do anything else. And now let's create one more account. So this needs to be open and active and running. So we're gonna minimize this and let's close this. Let's log out and we are gonna create one more account, Mary. Let's provide Mary at example.com, hit the enter, and as you see, thanks for signing up. We see the same message, but right here we see one. If we come right here, we see this email. Verify your email address, and this is sent to Mary at example.com. This is the subject. And as you see, this is the email, nice looking email. Click on this verify email, and now Mary is also authenticated inside the system and verified. And this is pretty cool. If we try to authenticate right now, we can leave this, we can go back. I think we can close this. If we try to authenticate using Zura right now, I think Zura also needs to verify email address, right? And I can click on this resend verification email. Zura was actually created when the email verification was not necessary at that time, but now it is necessary. And Zura has not verified the email address. So right here, Zura receives an email, clicks on that, and it has been verified and Zura is actually authenticated. We can refresh it and see that as well. Now, before we talk about database and migrations, I'm going to show you a cool and useful way to interact with Laravel application. We're going to type in the console PHP Artisan Tinker. Tinker is an interactive read, eval, print loop for Laravel framework. So we can write any valid Laravel code right here, and it's going to be evaluated and gives us the output. As an example, we can type str : random, and it's going to print a random string. So we are using str facade right here and random method of it. If you don't know what is facade, don't worry about this. So we are using str class and random static method of it. In the same way, we have database and we executed migration, so we have something in the database, and we also registered 3 times in our system. So we can use user model, and that user is the same user what we have inside app models user right here. Okay, so we are using that user model, and we can call get, which is going to select every user in our database users table and print that. So we're going to talk more about the users. For now, you can just remember that user class, user model right here is a representation of users table in the database. And when we execute user get, it basically selects all the users from users table. All right, and we see 3 users at the moment. So we have Zura, we have John, we have Mary, and we can see all the details of each user as well, like the name, email verified, add, password, and everything basically. And whenever we add new columns into users table, or whenever we create new tables, in the same way we can interact to them and select information or update them. So let's select the first user as an example. So user equals user, and let's execute first. We hit the enter, so this is the first user, Zura, and let's actually change the name. User name equals the codeholic, semicolon, and then if we just simply type right now user, so we can see that the username is the codeholic. However, this needs to be synchronized into the database. Right now we only updated an instance of a user class, user model class, but we have to reflect this in the database. For this, we're going to execute user save. Now this is already saved in the database, and right now if we reselect the user, like user get, or let's execute user first, now this performs a reselect from the database, and now this new select already returns the name to be the codeholic. So keep in mind that the following interface gives you ability to execute almost any Laravel code, what might be a valid Laravel code. So just make sure that whenever you use certain classes or facades or whatever, you are using with the proper namespaces as well. For example, user actually works with the just user without app models, although the full namespace of the user model is app models. But whenever we try to select something else, such as categories or posts, this is not going to work, and we have to provide app models category or app models post. Now we're going to talk about models and migrations. So let's first generate 2 models with migrations, and then I'm going to give you a full explanation. Let's execute PHP Artisan make model. If you don't know what is make model or what it does, you can provide -- help right here, and it's going to give you full information about this. So it creates a new eloquent model class, and this is the usage example. We can provide options and the name, and the argument has a name, the name of the model, and we can see all the options as well, like dash controller, dash factory, and so on. So what we are interested in to create a model and a migration file. To create model alongside with migration, we can execute we need to provide category as a model name in this case, and we can provide -m flag to indicate that we want to generate migration file for category as well. We hit the enter and it generated two files. One is category model inside app models category, and second is the migration file, which is inside database, migrations, and the migration name. As you see, the migration has a timestamp right here when the migration was actually generated, and that's actually pretty useful. And I'm going to talk more about this, but let me generate post model as well alongside with the migration. We hit the enter, now we see both category and post. And as you see, the timestamp of the post migration is slightly different, in seconds different, and that's on purpose, of course. So this is when we generated the migration file. If we go in the database and have a look in the migration, so these are system migrations that comes with Laravel, and it has the 0001. So now these are the migrations what we just generated, and whenever we execute all unapplied migrations, they need to be executed in a sequential order by their generation time. So first, categories, create categories table will be executed. Second, create post table will be executed. But let's remember what is migration. Migration is a special file that contains database schema changes. And it's very common practice and very, very recommended to always write migrations for your project. Although migrations are not kind of mandatory, and you can work directly by modifying the database schema from your database client, such as phpMyAdmin, for example, but it is not recommended. It is recommended to create migrations because this is a documentation of your schema. When you created the users table, when the users table was modified, what columns were added, and so on. And whenever you push your project on production, you simply execute all the migrations what you have in the project, and the production database schema will be the exact same as you had when you were working locally on your project. Or if you have a new team member in your project, and you want the new team member to clone the project and set it up, then the colleague will simply execute the migrations, and the colleague will have the same schema as you or other team members have. So migrations are actually kind of very essential part, and don't ever work without migrations. That's my recommendation. Now, the code right here tells us to create categories table. And inside this closure function, we are actually accepting an argument, a parameter table, and we are executing table ID method and table timestamps method. The ID method, if we follow this using Control and mouse, this is actually generating big increments column ID column, which basically means that this is an auto increment and primary key column. As for the timestamps, it generates two columns, created at and updated at. So whenever we execute the migration, this table will have ID, created at, and timestamps columns. So now let's go ahead and other column as well, such as string name. So we want our categories table to have name as well. Let's say we don't care anything else at the moment and only name is enough. So the migration has two main methods, up and down. Whatever we put inside up, we should do the reverse inside down, because sometimes we might need to execute the migrate down, which should do the opposite of what we did inside up. So if we are creating categories table, we have to drop the categories table inside down, which is exactly what Laravel generated for us at the moment. Now let's open posts table and let's add a few more columns right here. So inside post table, we need string post title. We need text to be the content of the post, but that I want to be a long text. So I also want that have the post table to have a foreign key to be connected to categories. So here the Copilot autocompletes that for me. So foreign ID, category ID, constrained, and that constrained means that if there is no category existed in the categories table, and we provided that category ID right here, the post will not be created. So that's a constraint, foreign key constraint. However, the cascade on delete cascade right here means that if the category was deleted, all its posts will also be deleted. So in the same way, we want to associate each post into a specific user. So we need user ID right here as well. That's cool. We need slug as well, which is going to be a unique identifier of the title. So from title, we're going to generate unique slug, and we're going to use this inside the URL to select the posts. And that must be unique, because whenever we select the post, we should be able to select only one. Okay, and we also need a thumbnail, and let's actually autocomplete this. So we need string thumbnail. Actually, let's change and call this image. Let's skip this boolean is published, and we can use timestamp published at. So if the published at is null, it means that the post is not published. If the published at is not null, and if it is in the past, then we know that the post is published and we can display this. However, we can also set the published at to be in the future, meaning that at some point the post will be displayed on the website. That's pretty cool. So now we have, let's actually move this up. So we have image, title, and slug. We have content. We have category ID, user ID, and we have published at, which is a nullable. So we have, in my opinion, we have at the moment all the necessary columns what we need for the post table. So I'm going to save this. Now, whenever we execute migrate command, it is going to create two tables in the database. Now, let's do this. We're going to execute PHP Artisan migrate, and it's going to apply migrations for categories and post table. And finally, if we execute PHP Artisan DB show, this is going to show the information about the database, such as the connection, database, host port, and so on. And we're going to see right here categories and post table already. So we have created these tables in the database. Now we can access Tinker by executing PHP Artisan Tinker, and we can execute category get. However, this is not going to work because we have to provide fully qualified name for category model, such as app, models, category, and then if we execute get, this is going to give us the collection of category records in the database. But because right now we don't have anything, this returns empty collection. Now let's talk about factories and database seeders. First, let me generate factories, and then I'm going to explain why they are necessary and what purpose they actually have. Let's execute PHP Artisan make factory, and we have to provide the factory name. In this case, I'm going to call this post factory. Whenever we are generating a new model, we can actually generate factory alongside with the model, just like we generated migration file with the model. So if we generate the model, we can provide PHP Artisan make model, for example, post, and then we can provide -f to generate factory alongside with the post. However, because we already have post model generated, that's why we need make factory, and we call this post factory. We hit the enter, post factory was actually generated. Now let's go into post PHP, and we have to use that factory. For this, we're going to use a trait has factory, and that has factory needs to be imported right here as well. Now let's open post factory and have a look. The purpose of the factory class is to generate definitions for each fields of the corresponding model or the database table name. So in this case, we know for sure that post model has title right there. So we want to generate some data for title. That might be some fake data, or it might be always static one. So in this case, I'm going to use fake package to generate a sentence, a real sentence or fake sentence for my post. So in the same way, we need to generate some paragraph as a content. We have to generate, let's have a look in migration to see what other fields actually the post factory supports. By the way, I noticed that I have images right here, but we don't need actually images, so that should be image. Now we have to roll back the migration and reapply that. let's open the terminal, and before I do this rollback and reapply, let's see what is the table, what is the column name inside the post table at the moment before I roll back and reapply the migration. PHP Artisan DB table, we hit the enter, and we can choose the table name, for example, posts. We hit the enter. Actually, we should choose main posts. We hit the enter, and now look at this. So we have this images column right here, but now we're going to execute PHP Artisan migrate colon rollback, and we have to provide dash dash step to be 1. Only one last migration needs to be rolled back. We hit the enter, create post table was rolled back. Now we execute PHP Artisan migrate, and the migration was reapplied. Actually, we have to fix this. So we have to execute rollback again, and we have to execute migrate again, in which case the new table will have image, not images. Now, if we execute PHP Artisan DB table and we provide main posts, we're going to see that the column name is actually called image, not images. That's pretty cool. Now let's get back to the factory, and right here we have to provide title, we have to provide actually slug. Let me do the following. I'm going to take this fake sentence and save into a variable called title, like this. Then I'm going to use title right here, and then we're going to use slug right here, but I'm going to use this illuminate support str facade slug static method to generate slug out of the following title. So we're going to generate a couple of paragraphs. We can provide the number of paragraphs we want to generate that actually accepts this number of sentences right here. That's pretty cool. Next, what columns do we have? So image, for image, we can actually generate some random image. So we're going to use image fake image URL. Next, we have category ID. Okay, we're going to generate some random category ID, and we can choose a random number from 1 to 10, but the category might not exist in from 1 to 10. So the best will be to use category model, then select all categories in random order, select the first category and take its ID. All right, and we have to also generate the user ID. For now, let's generate every post for user 1. As for the published at, we can make it optional, and it should be a date time. So we defined how each field should look like when we generate some data using factory. Now let's talk about seeders. Let's go into database. We have factories right here. We have one factory, but let's open seeders and open the database seeder. The seeder class, the purpose of the seeder class is to seed some data, create some data, or update some data into the database. So right now, as you see, we are using the user factory class to create a single user with a name and email into the database. So we're going to delete this. We don't want that. But we want to create categories and posts into the database. For this, I'm going to use category. Okay, we haven't created factory class for the category, and I'm going to do it a slightly different way. So I don't want to generate random data for categories. Instead, I'm going to define categories as an array right here, and let's define few categories such as technology. Let's define in singular form, technology, health. Let it be science, sport, okay, fine, politics, entertainment, and I think that's fine. So we defined 6 categories, and now we're going to iterate over those categories, and we're going to call category create. We're providing the category name right here. We don't need slug. We don't have slug. So let's just do like this. We are iterating over the categories and creating them into the database. That's pretty cool. Now we can already use post factory and generate some random posts into the database. For this, we're going to use post factory, and I'm going to generate 100 posts into the database. We have to import the post model just like we are importing category right here. So at the top, let's duplicate this category and change this into post. That's pretty cool. Okay, we can delete this app models user because we are not using this in the database seeder. Now we defined how to create data into the database from the database seeder. How can we execute that database seeder to actually create the data? There are two ways. One of them is we can execute seeder alongside with the migration. So when we execute PHP Artisan migrate, we can actually provide --seed to generate seed data as well. Second way is second Artisan command is specific to execute the seed data. PHP Artisan db seed. We hit the enter, seeding database has been completed, and now we should see some data into the database. So right now we have only database seeder, but you can actually create more seeders into the seeders folder. For this, you need to execute PHP Artisan make seeder, and you need to provide the seeder name. Let's call this post seeder. We hit the enter. The post seeder was created. We can open this and have a look. The syntax obviously is very similar to database seeder, and we can write creating posts right here on the following area. If we want to use other seeders inside the main seeder, which is the database seeder, we can actually do the following. So right here in this run method, we can do this call and providing the other seeder name. So alongside with the code what we have written here to create categories and posts, it will also execute the post seeder. Let me delete this. However, if you want to execute a specific seeder from the command line, you need to execute PHP Artisan dbSeed --class to be post seeder. We hit the enter, seeding database has been completed, but because our post seeder run method is empty, nothing actually happened. So I just wanted to show to you how you can create a different seeder class, how you can call this in the database seeder, or how you can execute the terminal command to execute the specific seeder. But I'm going to delete the post seeder because I have every seeding code in my database seeder. That's pretty cool. Now, the seeder has been completed, and now we are going to have a look in the database. PHP Artisan Tinker. You know what? I'm going to leave always Tinker open, and I'm going to open new terminal whenever I need to work with Artisan. Okay, we can even give names. Let's expand this. So this is a Tinker. We can give it name Tinker. I'm going to give it name with server, and this is for Artisan. Okay, awesome. So we are in the Tinker, and let me execute app models post get. We hit the enter, and now this returns 100 posts, as you see. So we see the following posts, and the last one has ID 100, so we have 100 posts in the database. We see the image URL. We can open this in the browser. Oops, that was open in my different window, but actually it is not working. There's some issue in the DNS. Anyway, okay, no problem. It is broken, but this is not a big deal. So we have title, we have slug, we have content, category ID, user ID, and so on. So the other post has category ID 4 because we are assigning category ID in a random order. Okay, cool. However, what will happen if we actually execute the seeder before we have any user in the database? So if we have a look in the post factory, we are assigning user ID number 1 to all posts. But if we don't have user into the database, then this is gonna throw an error. So what we can do, and what we should probably do, is create a user before doing anything. So like user factory create, and we can provide like this. So that can be test@example.com, and that can be test user, as it was basically previously, test user. Okay, let's scroll up, duplicate the post, and use this user model. Okay, cool. That's for safety. Now we're going to execute. So this is Tinker. Now let's go into Artisan and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan migrate, but I'm going to call fresh, which means drop all the tables and reapply all the migrations and -- seed as well. Apply seed data as well. Now, this is what it did. It dropped everything, reapplied migrations. It created that user, test user, and then seeding has been completed as well. Now, if we check the number of users into the database, we're going to see that we have only one user, test user, and that user is actually that was created from here. And this is pretty cool. Now we're going to output categories on the dashboard page. But because we actually reset the database, we executed PHP Artisan migrate fresh. Now I'm logged out and I have to re-authenticate. I have to re-authenticate using one of the users, which is already created. If we check the database seeder, we can see the following user, and I think the password is simply password. So we can also check user factory. What is the password? The password is actually password. So we can use test@example.com with password, hit the enter, and we are inside the system. Okay, cool. Now we're going to output right here. I want to output categories, all categories what I have in my database, and then I'm going to show posts. And I'm going to also implement filtering posts by categories. Okay, so I want to spend as less time on design as possible. So for this, I'm going to use Flowbyte, which is Tailwind CSS component library, and I'm going to search for tabs. So this is it. Let's scroll down below. I want to just choose one of the versions. For categories, I'm going to stick with this one. I'm going to copy that, and let's close everything, and we are going to open dashboard blade PHP. So we have the following header here, which is this part, and I don't want this, so I'm going to actually remove that. And then we have the following area, you are logged in. So I'm going to put right here, instead of you are logged in, I'm going to put the tabs information here. Let's format the document. We're going to save that. And here we see the tabs. Let me put this in the center, and then I'm going to output all the categories right there. So we have this flex wrap. Okay, maybe we need to give this margin X auto. We're going to save that. No, this is not in the center. Or maybe let's just give it justify center. We save that. Okay, now this is in the center. So instead of this tab 1, tab 2, tab 3, and so on, we're going to output the categories, what we have in the database. So how we're going to do this? First, let's understand from where this page is rendering, the dashboard blade PHP. For this, we need to go into roles, web PHP, and have a look. So that is rendered from the following area when we access /dashboard. So this is the place which handles the rendering of the dashboard page. So I'm going to change this, and I'm going to create new controller to render that, and I'm going to call this post controller. So let's open terminal, let's go into Artisan, and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan make controller. If you want to see all the options that make controller supports, you can provide -- help right here, and it's going to give you the full list of options that is supported in this make controller. So right now we know what we need to do, so we're going to execute post controller. Optionally, we can provide to this post controller -- resource as well. -- resource is a special flag based on which Laravel and Artisan will generate the controller with predefined methods already inside there. Without -- resource, it is going to simply generate the post controller, which is going to be empty controller. Only class will be there. Okay, let's try this. We're going to hit the enter, post controller was created, and look at this. So it is an empty class generated inside app HTTP controllers. Okay, let me delete this. And now let's generate this again. In this case, let's provide -- resource, and we hit the enter. Let's have a look. It generated the following controller with 7 methods. index to show a listing of all the posts, create to show a form for single post. We have store to save a post, show to show a single post, edit to show a form for editing of a post, and we have update and we have destroy as well. And pay attention, right here we have string ID. So we are accepting the parameters to show a single post or to edit a single post as a string ID. Now I'm going to delete this post controller again, and I'm going to regenerate this third time. In this case, I'm going to generate -- model to be post. So I'm generating the post controller as a resource controller for model post. We hit the enter, it was generated. Let's open, let's have a look. And now if we scroll down below right here, instead of string ID, we see post. That post is a model, app models post. And right here, we're already accepting an instance of the post instead of the ID. That's pretty cool and that's awesome. Now let's open web.php and we're going to change this. So instead of this closure function, I'm going to use post controller here class, and the method is index, which should render all the posts. And I'm going to leave this URL /dashboard at the moment. Let's go into index, and for now I'm going to return view dashboard. I'm still rendering dashboard from here. So if I have a look in the browser, refresh it, the result is not changed. I'm still rendering the same view. However, now I want to select categories and pass it into the dashboard. So what should I do? Let's execute category. Now I'm using Eloquent model. Category, which is a model, get. All right, and that category needs to be actually imported, just like we have app models post here. We need category. We hit the enter, so that was selected, and we can assign into categories. And we need to pass that data into the view. How to pass that data? There are two ways. One is to provide compact function right here and provide the variable name we want to pass. So in this case, we have only one variable inside this function we want to pass into dashboard, and this is called categories. So we are passing categories array into the dashboard. You can provide right here, comma, another variable, and so on, if you want so. However, the second way is to use an arrow function right here, not the arrow function, sorry, associative array here. Categories correspond to categories. Now, if we open this dashboard, we can access categories array. Okay, before I iterate over this array and display some information, I haven't mentioned two important functions. One of them is dump to print the information, like we want to print categories, let's say. So I'm going to save this, refresh, and here we see the categories. And this is Eloquent collection. Laravel has predefined collection classes there, and one of them is Eloquent collection, and it gives us the following object instance of the collection class. It has items there, 6 items. Each item is actually instance of app models category. These are the categories what we have in the database. If we expand each of the category, we're going to see the data, such as inside the attributes, we see ID, name, created date, and updated date of that category. Okay. However, we see that the categories are printed, but the code execution continues, and down below we see the form. Instead of dump, if we use dd, which stands for dump and die, we save that, refresh, and we see that as soon as it prints something, it actually stops the code execution. So we don't see anything down below. We don't see the dashboard and the layout. So you can use whichever you want based on your case and scenario. Okay. We selected categories, we're passing the categories into dashboard. Now, how to accept that, how to print that, how to iterate over that. And now we have to introduce directives. Directives are special keywords that is available inside Blade template, and they provide certain tasks. Directives can be used for iteration, for conditionals, and for many other things. As an example, so we have here tab 1, tab 2, and so on. And as we see, if we refresh the page, as we see tab 1 and tab 2, so tab 1 is active, tab 2 is not active, and we need like both cases depending on which category is actually clicked. So let's leave these two, and then down below, so we can delete this tab 4 and tab 5, which is actually not allowed. We save, refresh, we see tab 1, 2, and 3, and I'm going to put this tab 3 inside the loop to iterate the categories. So I'm going to introduce for each directive. For each directive iterates over the given variable. In this case, categories is category. All right, now we have this category, which is an instance of Eloquent model, and I can use right here in between these for each opening and closing directives to output some information. So as an example, I can output the category name right here in between the opening and closing A tags. How to output certain information in Blade? We have to use double curly braces. So we have opening curly braces twice and closing curly braces twice, and we use category as an object and then its property name as an example to output the information. So I save that, refresh the page, and we see tab 1 and 2, which is actually hard-coded right here. But then we have okay, I have a typo here, technology, health, science, sports, politics, entertainment, and so on. Let me quickly fix this technology, database, Cedar, and we can have a look, technology right here, which is the first category actually. So we're going to go into Tinker and C equals up models category. We're going to call first. So this is technology. So we're going to change C name equals technology. I'm not native, sorry. Technology. And then we execute C save. Now that should be saved in the database. If I refresh it, I see technology right here. Okay, let's collapse this. Let's go into dashboard Blade. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add one more LI like we have here. That's going to be for all categories. So here I need all. I save it. So all, technology, health, and so on, and all by default will be selected. So the following classes will be active for all. We can actually close that, delete that, and paste the following here. So all is active. However, if we keep clicking on this, then it should change the URL as well and filter the posts by certain category. Okay, let's reduce the padding because I think it is too much. Padding Y12. Let's reduce this into padding Y4. Okay, not bad. And I'm going to reduce it right here as well, maybe padding 4 here. And maybe we can reduce padding on here as well. Let's find padding Y here and here. Instead of padding Y3, let's change this into 2. Okay, nice. Okay, now let's try to output posts. So just below the categories, which is right here, we need another section to output the posts. And I'm going to actually duplicate the following element, or maybe I should duplicate this one. Okay, now I see 2 cards, and I'm going to give this one margin top 8. So we create some space in between the categories and posts. And instead of this UL right here, I need to display it slightly different way. But first we have to actually select and pass the posts. Let me actually close this database, Cedar, controller, and we need this post controller. I'm going to put this on the first position because this is the important file I'm going to work on. So we have posts equals post. We hit the enter. We are going to call get to select all the posts. Now we take the posts and we're going to pass posts right here. However, if we want to order posts by created at in descending order, which means that the latest post to be at the top, we're going to call order by. We can also use latest, by the way, which will use the created at for ordering. One of the ways to use latest. Another way is to use typical order by operator and provide created at. This means in ascending order, and if we provide desk here, this means in descending order. Okay. Now we're passing the post into dashboard. Now let's open the dashboard and we're going to iterate over posts right here and render them. Posts, post as post, and we need now some sort of template to output the post information. Let's go into Flowbyte and find a post. Is there something like this? New post. Okay, let's search for card. Maybe there will be something similar to posts inside card section. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I want something like this. Read more. Okay, excellent. Maybe with an image. Where is with an image? Okay, I don't see a version with an image. I see like this, but I want a different layout. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually copy the following and paste here. We need to format the code. Let me actually save this and we're going to have a look. Now we're going to see 100 posts right here because we have actually 100 posts in the database, and this is actually repeated 100 times. All right. However, there are a few things I want to adjust. First is that I think we don't need these classes here at all. Let's just give it margin top, and we also can give it this text gray 900 to that, and remove that part. Format document, save it. Okay, that's nice. Now let's have a look. What do we have? Max width small. We can remove this. Let it be on a full width. Okay, like this. I want to use an image as well. Actually, this is the image, but it was not copied as a full version. So I'm going to copy image address and I'm going to put that image right here. Now let's see. Okay, this is not ideal how I want, but I'm going to adjust this. So this is an image. Let me take out this. This is my post, and I'm going to put that image on the right side. So this is div, this is image, and let's give the following div flex. Now they should be side by side. However, this also needs some restriction in terms of width. Like the class, I can provide width to be, let it be like 36 maybe, 30, and let's give it also height to be 36. Okay, the image is actually rounded at the top, which is not what I want. I want rounded right large, the right side to be rounded. Let's give this one flex 1 to stretch fully. Okay, not bad. And we're going to increase that actually. So we need 48 maybe here and 48 here. Let's see, or I think ideal will be to add those classes to image itself, and let's give it also object cover. So let me remove the class from here. Let's save it and have a look. I think this is nice. And let's give it margin bottom 8. Now we have multiple posts right here. The only thing I feel we need to add is to actually shrink the width. I don't like such a large width. If I zoom out, then it is kind of shrinked, but I want to shrink it even more. So instead of max width 7XL, maybe we can give it 5XL, maybe even 3XL. Okay, not bad. So we have categories here and we have then posts coming up. Now let's fill that information actually through the post variable, such as title. So right here inside this h5, we are going to output post title. Inside here, inside the following paragraph, actually this should not be paragraph. I'm going to change this into div and like this. And I'm going to output right here post content. Okay, so we see post title, post content, and it changes for every post as you see. The image is the same, image is hard-coded, and we're going to come back to this. At the moment, the images are kind of broken in the database. So we can try to output that, but they are actually broken. So this is for read more. Let's use right here double curly braces and output post image, but we're going to see that they are actually broken. So we can inspect it, open in a new tab. Yeah, they are definitely broken. Okay, anyway, we can leave the image to be hard-coded, and we will come back to this when we actually implement uploading images, but for now it is hard-coded and not actually really bad. However, we want the image to have like the full height, something like this. So let's give it also h full. Okay, that's pretty cool. We have object cover and that is nicely aligned. And I'm going to also reduce the content. So for this, I'm going to use str facade right here. Scroll down below, find the str facade. Illuminate support. Yeah, that's it. str. And we're going to use words. How many words I want to output? That's a helper function. And let's say I want to output 15 words. I'm going to save that. And now I see only 15 words outputted there. Maybe we can increase this into 20. I think that's going to be enough. Whoops, what I did. Oh, I deleted the parentheses mistakenly. Okay, now this is looking nice. Okay, however, we're displaying 100 posts at the same time, which is not ideal. So we want to implement pagination. Now, let's go into post controller, and instead of calling get right here on posts, we're going to call paginate. Optionally, inside the paginate method, we can provide how many items we want to display per page. By default, this is 15, but we can set this into 5 as an example. Now, if we go in the browser already and refresh it, we're going to see already result. So we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 posts, and nothing has been changed inside the dashboard. So we are still accepting posts in the following way. However, there is one difference. If we take these posts and print that, and actually stop the execution using dd, refresh it, we're going to see that the post actually is an instance of length-aware paginator. However, this also implements a collection, and that's why we are able to iterate over the post, which is actually an instance of this length-aware paginator. However, there are few more things available on the post variable that is not available on typical collection. For example, for pagination, we can actually do the following. So posts, links, we're going to save that, refresh the page. However, we need to remove this dd, save, refresh it, and down below we see the following pagination links. And we see also the following information showing 1 to 5 of 100 results. And we're on the first page, so the first page is actually kind of active. And look at this. So we navigate, and in the URL, it also displays the page 5, and we see the results are changing right here, that everything actually, this works out of the box. So we don't actually need to do anything at all. If you want to customize how many links you want to be displayed before and after current active pages, like 10 is active at the moment, and we see 3 on the left, 3 on the right. So then on this posts variable, we can use on each side, and we can provide 1 or whatever number you want. So if I save this and refresh it, now we're going to see only one number is before 10 and one number is after 10. And I think that's better because now the pagination size is slightly smaller. If you want to customize the pagination styling right here, what we have, then we are going to open terminal and we're going to execute PHP Artisan vendor publish, and we have to provide -- tag to be Laravel pagination. We hit the enter and a couple of assets files were published. And look at this, copying directory from vendor Laravel framework source illuminate pagination resources views into our project, which is resources views vendor pagination. Now let's have a look under resources views vendor and pagination. Look at this. So we have pagination for different versions, Bootstrap 4, 5, default blade. We have also semantic UI, simple Bootstrap 4, simple Bootstrap 5, and we see also simple default and simple Tailwind. We also have simple pagination capabilities, and to apply simple pagination, we need to open the controller, and instead of paginate right here, we need simple paginate. So we save this and have a look in the browser, and we see only previous and next icons. So in one case, it might be this what you actually want. So it depends on your choice. So I'm going to actually stick with this simple paginate. However, I want to show you how you can customize the pagination. So I'm going to get back to this, and then let's have a look inside resources, views, vendor, and pagination. So we can open this default blade, and let me actually delete everything and just write 1. So we save it, refresh it. Okay, the default one is not what it is using. It is actually using the version which is Tailwind Blade PHP. So we're going to delete everything, save, and now the pagination is gone because we actually modified the Tailwind version. So if you want to customize, this is the place where you need to have a look and change how the styles or how you are outputting. For example, if you want to actually close, if we open the 4th page as an example, or 6th page, so if you want only 1 to be displayed and not 2, or only 20 to be displayed and not 19, so then you need to have a look here in the following area. However, you can also create your own custom pagination blade file and not publish anything. And whenever you go into dashboard and whenever you provide links right here, you can provide your own blade file, such as in our case, that is going to be vendor pagination, let's say default blade PHP. So vendor.pagination.default. So I'm going to save this and we have a look. And look at this. So this is the default, basically no styling at all. So this is default. We can provide Bootstrap -5 as well. Of course, it's not going to have any styles, but you get the idea. So we're going to remove this completely. Okay, not this one. So we're going to stick with this Tailwind blade. However, you can customize this as you want. So I'm not going to customize it. However, I wanted this to show to you. I'm going to go with this simple paginate because I actually like this. Refresh it. Okay, that's pretty cool. Laravel's Blade template engine is actually full of directives. The single only directive what we have used so far was actually the for each directive. Now, if we have a look in the documentation, one of them is if, and that works in the following way. So if @ if the directive name, and then we provide the condition, and if that condition is true, then the following code will be rendered, else if this will be rendered, else, and finally we have this end if. So we have unless, which is opposite of if. We have is set and empty to check the existence of a record or data inside the record. We have auth and guest as well. The user is authenticated, the user is not authenticated, and so on. So I'm not going to talk about every single directive which is available right here. Instead, I really encourage you to have a look in the documentation. Just read it, understand what directives are there, are available, and then whenever you need them, you know where to find more information about the directives. However, I'm going to talk about this for else. This is a pretty interesting one, and I'm going to use this right here in the following area. So right now, I'm going to truncate the database. So I'm going to execute, let me delete, close all the files. I'm going to leave the dashboard, post controller, and web. Okay, let's execute PHP Artisan migrate. Actually, I'm going to use database seeder, and I'm going to create the user, but don't seed categories and posts. So I'm going to comment out this part. So PHP Artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Okay, now we need to refresh. I need to authenticate, and on the home page, look at this. So I don't see any categories. I don't see any posts. And this is interesting. However, I expect kind of a different result. If we go in the dashboard right here, instead of for each, I'm going to change this into for else. And then we have right here, we have else case. And finally, we have end for else. And inside the else and end for else, this is the place where we're going to output the blank text. No posts were found. So I save this. Cannot format code with syntax errors. What syntax error do we have? I don't see any syntax errors. However, it keeps telling me that we have syntax errors. Okay, maybe I did something wrong. Let's undo this. I don't want syntax errors, and let's have a look. Format document. Now it was nicely formatted. So what is the issue? For else. Else. And finally, we have end for else. End for else. Oops. Like this. So let's see. Class, let's give it text center. No posts found. We save that. We're gonna format that as well. Okay, we still have an error. What's the issue? Oh, we don't have else. It is called empty. Sorry, I didn't remember that. Now if we... Okay, so here we go. So now we see no posts found. Let's give it text gray 400 to make it slightly darker. Okay, better. And let's give it also padding Y16 to give some height. Okay, good. As for the categories, we can leave this, but you get the idea. So we can use this for else to display an empty message right here. Again, have a look in the documentation. We're going to step by step use some of the directives, but not every directive will be necessary inside our project. So again, I recommend you to have a look in the documentation, find out more about what directives are available, and yeah, that's it. Now, let's talk about the components, and I'm going to show you also documentation from Laravel official docs regarding the component section, and I also recommend to have a look after this section is completed, the component section is completed in this tutorial. Components are reusable piece of code mostly related into UI, and the whole purpose of the components is that we don't repeat the code. We create one component, let's say a button component, and we use that button component in many places in our UI. So we will need post item component into multiple places. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create now a new component, post item component. PHP Artisan make component, and let's call this post item. There are three types of components. One is class-based component, which means that there is a PHP class associated to a blade file. Second is view-only components, where we only have blade file. And third, inline components, where we only have PHP class. Now let's create class-based component. PHP Artisan make component post item, we hit the enter, two files were created. One is under AppView components post item. Let's open this. Second, under resources, views components post item blade PHP. The naming is corresponding. Post item is has given the exact same name we gave to the component name, and the post item of the blade file is the dashed version. And this post item actually renders the components.post item. You can change this if you want. So you can move this post item file from components class into components folder into somewhere else, and you can do it like this. And typically the component with a class is necessary and required when you want to put some heavy logic inside your component, such as selecting data from the database or make some heavy manipulation on the data. So in this case, the class would be necessary. So for post item, I don't think class is actually necessary. So I'm going to delete this post item class, and I'm going to also delete this resource view components post item blade PHP, but instead I'm going to regenerate the artisan command and provide --view, which means that I only want a view to be generated. So as you see, post item blade PHP was generated. Now let's go into dashboard, and this is the post item. So I'm going to actually copy this, and right here I'm going to use the component, but let's actually first put this here, format that nicely, and then we're going to use the component. When using the component, we should start this with X. So every component basically used with like an HTML tags, but with X prefix. So X dash post item, okay? And we are already using the component. Optionally, we can do like this. We can have this opening and closing tags. Both is going to work in this case because we don't have any posts. We don't see any kind of result right here. So let's do, let's open database seeder. Let's uncomment this code and let's re-execute PHP artisan migrate fresh -- seed and refresh, re-authenticate, undefined variable post. Okay, where's that? Okay, we are using post variable right here, but we have to provide that post here as well. So to provide parameter to a post property, we need to use colon post and then the post variable here. So that post will be accepted as a post variable inside this post item. So if we are using a variable inside this post item component, which is called my post as an example, then there are two ways to provide that property. One way is my dash post, and second way is actually in the same way we are using with the camel case notation my post. Okay, because in our case we are actually using a post variable, so let's stick with post in the following way. So the post variable, so this post variable given into the post item component is going to be the following one. So we save, refresh, now everything is good, and data is actually outputted. So now we can call this as P, for example, okay, and then we can provide P right here. So that's going to also work. Now let's create one more component, in this case for categories, and this is going to be the component itself. Let's bring up the terminal and execute PHP artisan make component, and let's call the component categories, category or category tabs, category tabs. Okay, and I want this to be a class-based component, meaning I need PHP class as well as the blade file. Let's open this category tabs and let's work on right here. I'm going to open this post controller and I'm going to select, I'm going to take out this part, okay, from the post controller, and I'm going to put this in the constructor right here. And there are two ways to pass data from this category tabs class into the blade file. One is that we can define public properties inside here, and second is that we can do the variable declaration right here inside the categories, and when we render this view file, we can provide categories in the following way. So let's make sure we import these categories. So we start typing category get. Okay, cool. Now we are passing those categories inside these category tabs. Let's go into post controller. We're going to remove passing categories into dashboard, and let's go into dashboard, and we're going to take out this part, and we're going to use X category tabs. And in this case, the component X category tabs does not accept any kind of props. And the data inside these X category tabs, which is actually right now empty. Let's open this. We're going to paste this UL here. This data, the categories are given from class, from category tabs component from the following way. So if I save this right now and refresh in the browser, we are going to see categories right here. And that's pretty cool. So we make the controller a little bit cleaner in the following way. If we go into category tabs, the second way is actually to define public properties, as I mentioned, and we can we actually don't need in this case to give anything into the categories as an argument. Third argument, every public property defined in this category tabs class are actually variables converted into variables into the following category tabs blade file. If we want to pass some extra data to the X category tabs component, we can provide it in the following way when we have class-based component. Let's say name equals Zura as an example. So we're doing this not for the project, but to learn something new. So we're providing name Zura. Now, if we go into category tabs, we can accept that name right here inside the constructor. Let's make this public string name. So now name is a required prop, and we're accepting that prop name, and that name variable is available inside category tabs. So what we can do is basically append name into every category name. So save, refresh. Now let's see, unresolved dependency resolving parameter. Okay. Let's go into dashboard. Okay, name. Okay, this is the thing. We don't need colon in this case. We just need name equals Zura, and I will explain why. So we need colon when we are binding a variable like we did right here. So we are binding a p as a variable, and we need to tell the component, tell Laravel to evaluate that variable using this colon. So I'm providing this colon and telling, hey Laravel, so because I have colon here, this is a variable. So evaluate the value and pass the value into a post variable. So in this case, if I leave a colon, I'm telling Laravel, hey Laravel, Zura is a variable, evaluate that, which is not actually correct, right? So that's why we don't need this colon. In this case, the Laravel will treat this as a string value and convert this into a name variable. And just like this, we have Zura appended to every category name. So this gives you possibility to add as many parameters to your class-based components as you want, and then you can simply define them as public properties right here. Okay, that's one thing I wanted to mention. Second thing are about slots. Let's say that we want to customize the default message, such as no categories. Let's say, okay, no categories or no categories found. So how we're going to do that? Let's go into category tabs. Anything what we put inside this opening and closing category component usage is going to be converted into a predefined variable called slot. And we can use that slot wherever we want. As an example, so we can use again for else here. We can use empty here and end for else here. So in this case, we can use that predefined variable called slot, and that slot will be everything whatever we put in between the opening and closing categories. So I'm saving this. Undefined variable name. Okay, we don't have a name. So let's go ahead and remove this name. We deleted the name. And now, because we have categories, actually, we don't see any output here. But let's actually output this slot somewhere else. Now we see no categories. And that's also pretty cool. We also have named slots capabilities, which we don't need specifically in our project, but I encourage you to read the component section. So it's a pretty interesting and large section. Just below the blade directives, the components, we can see these slots right here, and you can have a look and you can find out how you can actually create named slots as well. And again, this is pretty interesting topic. So just have a look in the documentation on that. By the way, if you want to check my premium course, which is 24 hours of long, more than 300 videos, some written lessons, quizzes, challenges, lifetime access, and many more features, you can check it on my website, thecodeholic.com. And right here, I have very comprehensive curriculum, and you can check the component section. And I have dedicated 1 hour component section where you can find every single thing what you actually need about the components. So if this is something that interests you, you can check it on my website. Now let's work on the layout side a little bit. First, if we have a look in the browser, so we don't need dashboard right here. Also, the URL should not be dashboard. And also, I'm gonna replace this Laravel logo into something else. So let's start with the logo, and I'm gonna use Medium logo because I'm actually creating a clone of Medium. Let's actually try to find the PNG version. Okay, that's pretty cool. We can open this in the browser. And now I'm gonna save this into my home directory, herd, Laravel course. Let's go into public, and let's actually save this directly here. Logo SVG. Let's open VS Code, and we see logo SVG right here. Okay. Now let's go into layout and replace the logo. And the layout is under resources, views. And now let's talk a little bit about layouts and explore that in a more deep. So inside layouts, we have app blade PHP and guest blade PHP. Let's open app blade PHP and have a look. So we have this boilerplate HTML code, and we are outputting the app local. App local is actually whatever we have written inside .en file. That's it. So the local can be actually with in the following format or in the following format. And in this case, using str replace, we are replacing underscore with a dash. So if the format is this, we are replacing with the dashed version of it right here. So then we are outputting the application config name. And right here, our application name is Laravel. We can change this and call this Medium clone. But whenever we have space, we need double quotes. Now, our application name is going to be Medium clone. We can already check in the browser. Look at this. So right here, we see Medium clone. Okay, cool. Then down below, we are outputting CSS and JavaScript using Vite directive. So this is a directive. Directives have many different purposes, and one of them for Vite directive is to actually properly handle this. And now let's understand how this actually works. So if we save it and if we have a look in the browser, let's actually try to authenticate and then have a look in the browser. So right here in the following area, the files are included in the following way. So first, it is including the Vite client, something like this. This is a JavaScript, okay? And then after this, we have this link style sheet CSS. So then the following CSS is included, and then the following JS is included, okay? And this is done by Vite server. And Vite is what we have running on the first place. And this is a Node.js Vite server, which is typically responsible for hot reloading. When we change something, it is going to reload, or when we change some JS and CSS, it is going to perform the build and reload. Okay, and in this case, Vite is what is handling importing these CSS and JS. So if we stop the Vite server right now and refresh the page, look at this. So right here, something was changed. And that something is that we don't see Vite anymore. Instead, the CSS and the JavaScript are imported from the following place: build, assets, app, the hash name, and so on. If we have a look in folder build, assets, we see the following CSS and JS files, which are imported from here. If we check in the browser, let's refresh it, we see some styles are ruined. And that's because the build was performed initially when we created the application. After the build has been done, we modified our project, added more CSS classes into our project, and build has not been run since then. And those CSS classes which we used in our project are not in a final build of CSS file, which is available in the public build app CSS. Okay, as an example, we created post item component with its classes. We have a button, read more button right here, but those classes are not in a final build of this CSS, and that's why these styles are actually lost. However, if we execute npm run build, it is going to perform the build on the latest version of source code what we have. It is going to generate new CSS and JS files which have a new hashes right here, and if we check in the browser, everything's there, everything's up and running. And in the source code, if we refresh it, pay attention to the hash has been changed because now it's a different CSS and different JS, but it is actually working. Okay, but we need to have npm run vite server up and running, npm run dev, because when we are developing, actually we want the server to listen to every change what we make. And whenever we do this npm run dev, it is going to create the following hot file, and if that hot file exists, then the loading happens from the following URL, which is actually the location of our vite server. So this is where our vite server is actually running. Look at this. This is a Vite development server that provides hot module replacement for your Laravel application. So I hope this makes sense. Actually, we started talking about layouts. Then we found out how this was actually working. Okay, great. Now, here is another directive. This is include directive. And the whole purpose of include directive is to include another blade file into the following location. So if we follow the following blade file, layouts navigation, this one, we see that it's a typical nav. It has a string attribute right here, which is Alpine.js, and we might talk about Alpine.js in later sections, but for now, you can just don't pay attention to this. You can skip that. Okay, so we are using other components such as X, application, logo, and this is a component which comes with Laravel Breeze. So this is just a logo, nothing else. Then down below we have this X navlink component, which is also a component which comes with Laravel Breeze. And look at this. So it also defines props. What props that specific component actually needs, and it needs active prop. So there are PHP directives as well, and using PHP and PHP, you basically define a typical PHP variables. And based on active, in this case, we define classes variable, which is then given into the following a tag. So attributes is another predefined variable which has a couple of methods, and one of them is to merge the classes, the existing classes, into these classes. The class is what might be given into this navlink. So right here we can actually give other classes. So in this case, as you see, we're providing href right here, which is something strange as well. And this is actually generating the route based on the name. So if we open web.php, we see right here a route which has name dashboard. That's it. Let's actually format this. Okay, so we have route with the name dashboard, and its corresponding URL is actually /dashboard. And using the following method, route method, we are actually generating route URL based on the following name. Then we have this active property right here, providing the request route is a dashboard, and dashboard again right here is a route name. So if request the route name is dashboard, then we're providing active to be true. That evaluation, remember, because the attribute has a colon in front of it, inside this component, Laravel evaluates that expression and gives the value to the attribute active. So this expression will evaluate either true or false. If the route is dashboard, it is true. If the route is not dashboard, it is going to be false. This also evaluates into a string, which is the corresponding URL of the following route. And just like this, look at this, if you mouse over, that's the Laravel extension gives you information that this actually generates the URL to a named route. And this determines if the route name matches a given pattern. So we actually don't need this dashboard, so this is something I'm going to remove. So I'm going to also remove this application logo, or maybe we should actually replace this with something else, and that something else is our image, what we just downloaded. It's going to be under image/logo svg, as I remember. So let's see in the browser, refresh it. No, it is not. Let's see. Image logo svg. Let's see, maybe it was saved directly inside the public. That's it. Logo svg is directly inside the public, so we should do something like this. Now, as you see, this is a huge logo, and we probably need to provide size to it. So class, let's give it width of 32 maybe, or let's give it height h32. We save it. Okay, that's too much. 8, maybe too much again, maybe 4. Okay, that's much better. Okay, now we have the medium logo right here. We don't need the dashboard. We can close this application logo. We don't need the dashboard, so we're going to remove that. So again, we have a couple of components, like the X dropdown is a component, and that dropdown component is coming from the component section dropdown blade PHP. And we have the X slot, which is a custom slot of that component, inside which we render the button. We have the currently authenticated username displayed here. We access the currently authenticated user through auth user, and then we access the name of that. So we have some SVG icon, drop-down link. The __ function is actually used to translate the given text into the user's current local. We don't create multilingual website, so it's not gonna hurt. It will just return the same thing what we have here. So we're going to talk more about forms, so I'm going to skip that section. And we have this hamburger menu. I'm going to minimize this. And down below we have this responsive navigation menu. This dashboard was actually removed as soon as I saved the file. And inside responsive navigation menu, we're going to also remove dashboard. Actually, before I remove the dashboard, we can see that we have dashboard right here in the responsive version. However, I'm going to remove that, save, and now we don't have dashboard in this navigation anymore. So we have medium here. Okay, everything seems to be great. However, I want to do one important thing. So here, by the way, we're outputting the authenticated user email as well, as you see. I want to make some changes. First, the dashboard is not ideal. Let's actually go to the home page. So dashboard is not ideal. I want this to be not dashboard, but a home page. Okay, so what should I do for this? Let's go into web.php, and I'm going to change this route from /dashboard into just /. This route name actually is going to be used into many other places. If we search for route with the case sensitive and as a word, it's going to be used in many places, as you see. So inside whatever is generated by Breeze, it is using that route name. So I'm a little bit cautious, and I don't want to change the route name dashboard. However, I can do, and then I can go to other places and change the name dashboard into something else, such as home. But I'm going to leave the route name, and this is why I actually like giving route names to the URLs, because the only thing I'm going to do is just change the URL, not the route name. And now the /dashboard doesn't work. However, / actually works. And whenever we authenticate, default URL is now /, and we are on the / page. Okay, that's one thing. Second is that on the post controller, if we go inside the post controller index, we are actually rendering dashboard, and this is not ideal. This is not what I want. Okay, so I want And this is not also a convention. So I want, and this is a convention, that post controller should render a blade file which is located inside a post folder. So if we go into resources, views, and inside, let's say inside views, we're going to create new folder, and let's call this post. Inside post, we are going to put this dashboard blade. We're going to move that, and I'm going to also change its name from dashboard into index. So this is a convention. Now we have a post controller. Where's the post controller? Okay, let's find post controller, and post controller should render, more specifically, post controller index method should render a view which is located into post folder, and the view is called index blade PHP. Now if I save this, nothing should be changed into the page. Actually, something is actually changed from index, refresh it. Okay, yeah, when we refresh, nothing is changed. And now we have more like organized structure on the backend side, on the Laravel side. We have post controller, we have post folder, and we have index blade inside the post folder. And that is actually really good. And one last thing I want to touch is the layout section from this app blade. So we talked about this app blade, and we talked about this navigation. We covered most of it. However, inside the app blade, we also have this header section, checking if the header variable exists. If it exists, we are outputting that. If it doesn't exist, we don't do anything. And then we're outputting the slot. So this app blade, which is the main layout, is actually a component. And because it is a component, we are actually using a slot right here. So now if we go into index blade, which was previously a dashboard, we are using this app layout. But pay attention to one thing. We are using this in app layout, but the file is actually located inside layouts, not components. So typically when you want to use a component, that needs to be located into components folder, such as application logo, for example, and then we need to use that with X application logo. But that layout is kind of special. No, it's not special, but it is customized based on the view app layout class. So if we have a look in the app view components folder, we see the following app layout. In a similar way, we created category tabs. We have app layout, and the app layout actually renders the file from layouts.app. So in this case, it doesn't matter what blade file you're going to use right here when rendering the component blade file. The main thing is that what is called to the class, and class is called app layout. That's why in our file we are using app layout. If we go ahead and rename this and we call this my app layout in the following way, then we should use my-app layout right here as well. Okay, I hope this makes sense. And just like this, we have full layout. So in the same way, we have the guest layout. However, it is not relevant to us. So we have the guest layout, and then some of the pages we are using the guest layout, such as the authentication pages. Actually, guest layout is relevant for the authentication pages. So it is using this guest layout, and there also exists guest layout similar to app layout inside the app view components folder. Okay, and we can follow this blade file and we can see what the guest layout actually looks like. Now let's start working on adding new post. And first, I'm going to add a button right here next to this my user to create new post. Let's open navigation blade PHP and find where's this users dropdown, settings dropdown. It's the same as settings dropdown. And we're going to put the button right here. And for button, I'm going to use the following component, X primary button. So that is the component which, let's actually write first, create post. That is the button, dark button. Okay, so it is not ideal. So let me put this in a div. Let's give this flex and items center, and put this button then inside. Okay, that's nice. Maybe we can give it also a. Okay, so that whenever we click this, it is gonna redirect us to something, somewhere. Let's call this test at the moment. Okay, cool. And we're gonna move this to the right side. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take everything, put it inside div. Let's give it flex. And we are going to align everything with tab. So I save this. Now we have this create post right here. Actually, speaking about the color, so this is dark, this is blue, this is also blue. So I think we need to adjust those colors in the same standard. So maybe we need to open post item blade, and we're gonna find where we have this read more, and we're gonna use the same classes. Maybe we need to use primary button here as well, like X primary button, and this read more, and the icon should be inside it. And in which case we don't need any classes on the A element at all, like this. So we save it, have a look. Now we see this read more, and the colors are matching to each other. And right here we probably need to adjust this, but for now let's just have it. Maybe categories can have a different color, that's not a big deal. However, when we click on this create post, we need to show create new post form. Let's open web, we're going to open web.php, and we're going to define a new route to create new post. All right. So inside the post controller, we have index, and we have create and store and so on. So we need to use this create to actually render create post form. So from here, let's just return at the moment view post.create. Okay. And we don't have that post create, so we're going to create that. Okay, cool. Let's go into post.index. Why it is not auto-completing, I have no idea. Let's go into resources, views, post.index, and let me actually copy and paste that index blade. However, we are gonna call this create blade. Okay, now let's find the place where we output the data. So that is it, and this is also it, the pagination. We can delete the pagination, and create post form should go here. Now if I click on this, okay, we need to map this into the correct URL. So let's go back into web controller, and we're going to define new route get slash post slash create, and we're going to use post controller create method. And creating new post requires user to be authenticated, and the email needs to be verified as well. So we are using these two middlewares, auth and verified, just like we use this for index, and we give it the name post.create. Now we can use the following name to generate route. So we go into navigation blade, and we find the following place, and we're going to use inside double curly braces route function and provide the route name post.create. Now we save this, and in the browser, when we click on this create post, it is going to open the following form, create post. Now let me close everything, and we're going to reopen post slash create blade, and we're going to work right here. Let's give it padding 8, and we're going to define form. Let's use typical form. Inside action, we are going to use a new action. For new action, we're going to define new route, and we're going to use post controller's store method. So this is going to be the place this is going to be the function which will be executed whenever we submit the create post form. For now, let's use dd and print everything, request all. Now let's go into web, and we're going to define a new route. However, I'm going to group now routes into a single one. So instead of repeating this auth and verified every time, I'm going to create a group. Root middleware. So I'm creating a middleware group providing auth and verified. Then I'm calling group right here, providing function, and in between, inside that closure function, we are going to put these roles. Obviously, we don't need this middleware auth and verified, and that's it. We have not talked much about middleware. I think basically we mentioned it very first time, and we can even learn how to create our own custom middlewares. But for now, you can just remember that the following roles will only be accessed if the user is authenticated and if the user's email is verified. So typically middlewares are special classes or functions. They may be functions as well, which sits in between the user's request and the controller and action until it reaches to the point where the code needs to be executed. And the purpose of the middleware is to validate the request. It might block the request, or it even might allow the request, but modify the returned response to the user. So in this case, we are just restricting the access to posts as well as create new post page only to authenticated and verified users. Now we are going to create one more route, but in this case, we are going to listen to post method. When new post is created, /create, or we can just have post. When new post is created, we're going to use post controller's store method, and let's give it name also post.store. We're going to use this post.store to generate an actual route from inside the file. So if we open this create blade right here, we're going to use route post store. We're going to give it name, not name, but method to be post. And inside we can already put some inputs and buttons, but for this, I'm going to open login blade, and I'm going to actually copy the inputs from the login form. So I'm going to copy this email address and then I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, so this is email address. We can call this title. So this is the title of the post. So that's for, I'm going to use this multi-cursor functionality to actually rename it everywhere. And this is going to be title. So for title, ID is title, the value, the label is going to be title. Again, we are using this underscore right here, not we, but which comes with the Laravel Breeze, and that actually makes it translatable. We aren't using translations, but we can leave this. So inside type, we can just provide text input. It's input type text. Inside autocomplete, we can remove that part. We can give it autofocus, and I think the rest what we can leave. Now we have this title. Okay, so we can go ahead and now create another field, which can be text area field. This is going to be the content. So X text input, do we have text area available inside the ready components? I think we don't have text area as I'm looking it right now. So let's actually duplicate it. So text input, copy and paste. Now let's rename it and give it input text area. Let's open this input text area. We're going to change the tag into text area. And we need the closing text area tag as well. So everything else can stay as it is. Now we open this create blade PHP, and inside this content section, we need text input text actually, hold on. So text input area, no, that's strange. We have this text input. Let's actually call this input dash text area. Okay, now we're going to use the following input inside create input dash text area. Okay, we can remove this autofocus. It should be required. However, we're going to change the title from title into something like content. And this should have content as well. We save. Now let's have a look. Unable to locate a class or a view. Input text area. Okay, T is missing. Input text area. Yeah, T is missing right here. Input text area. Okay, we save, refresh. Okay, now we see the content. Let's actually add margin top like 4 as an example. Now we see the content, and we can increase these text area rows as well. So we are merging the attributes right here. We haven't talked about this merging attributes, and let me actually talk about this right now. So that attributes is actually a special keyword that outputs every attribute which is given into this text area. So we are giving ID, we're giving class, type text, name, value, and so on. And what this actually does, it is merging, it is actually outputting. So if we directly output everything right here in the following way, so it is going to output every attribute what we are giving. So everything what we see right here will be outputted on the following text area. Plus, it is going to use this disabled directive to output disabled true or false based on the following condition. So if this is true, it's going to add disabled. If this is false, it is not going to add disabled. However, when we apply merge method, when we call merge method on these attributes, so it is going to take all the attributes given to the component, in this case, whatever is selected right now, and it is going to merge those attributes into the following class this. So these classes, what we see right here, will be merged to these classes, and the final output will have all these combined classes. If we check, we can inspect, we can have a look. We can see it has ID, type text, name, content, and so on as we gave it. However, text area doesn't need type text. We can remove that. However, it's going to also have block, margin top 1, and W full. Block, margin top 1, W full, plus all these classes which are actually added from inside the component. Okay, and based on this disabled, it's going to have disabled true or false. Right now, because disabled was false, that disabled was not even added into the text area. However, if we are going to give, if we give right here disabled true, then we see right here disabled, and this is going to be actually disabled field. So we save that. Okay, we need input field as well, right? So let's open input, and maybe we need input type file. Let's search for file input. Okay, that's nice. Okay, this is it. Maybe we have something with preview, upload multiple files. Okay, that's probably with preview, but that maybe requires some JavaScript. Let's choose one image. Okay, it doesn't actually perform the preview by itself. Anyway, I'm not gonna spend time on preview. If it would be there, that's gonna be awesome. If not, we don't care. You can try to implement this, but the main thing is that we're gonna upload the file, and that performing the preview is not like Laravel specific thing. Okay, so we have title, we have content, and actually I'm going to put this image at the top. So let me actually paste this. However, let's do like this. So I'm going to copy this title, paste here. That's going to be image. Instead of X text input, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to use this input, not label. We can leave this X input label, but well, actually we can use this X text input, just provide the type file, but the styling is not going to be, yeah, it's going to be different. Styling is going to be different. Let's see. Okay, let me have a look. So this is okay. This is properly unstyled. Okay, the styles are not applied, and I'm not gonna spend more time on this. So let's forget this. Let's just upload the file. Yeah, it's a small design thing, and I said that I don't want to lose spend time on design. So input type file, let's provide it. It's going to be for image, name image, and we're going to use this. And I'm going to explain everything right here. So we have this image. Cool. We're going to give it label image as well. And then the title needs slight margin top, like margin top 4 as an example. Okay, so we need submit button. Down below, we're going to use X primary button, and let's give it text submit. Let's also give it margin top 4. Cool. Now let's choose an image. Let's give it some test title and give it some content. We can click on submit. The page is expired, and this is something that was actually expected. And what does this actually really mean? Page expired is this 419 code actually means, and it's related to CSRF. So this means that the submission happened from invalid source. And that typically happens because we don't submit the CSRF token. And what is CSRF token? Let me first use CSRF directive right here, CSRF, which actually generates the following input field. So if we access the form again, we need to access post/create, right? Okay, maybe we should just, when I submitted the form, the URL was changed into post, and let's actually open web PHP and send the request on post/create. Okay, let's do like this. Okay, now when I choose an image, or maybe let's check the page source first. I want to find this form, and this is the form, and inside there now we have this input, hidden input field, which has name underscore token, and the value is the following unique non-guessable string. So now Laravel generated the following string and gave it in our browser, which means that now if you submit the form, you have to send the same token to me so that I know that you are the same trusted person who just tried to open the form. And that's actually very good protection. What's this link? Oh, that's different link. We have a second form down below, but the CSRF token is actually the same. So that's again logout. Down below we have this form. CSRF token is the same, and it is used in multiple places in our page. This is our form, but the token is the same. Okay, and right now if I submit this test title, we can provide test content, click on submit. Now we get the following data. We get the image. However, for image, we just get the image name, and we're going to fix that. We get the title, we get the content. So we get everything, request all. That is what it contains. However, let's go into create blade, and we're going to change this enc type into application multipart. Actually, that should be multipart form data, which actually gives you a possibility to submit the files. So now we're going to choose the image and content and click on submit. And now look at this. So we have this title, we have the content. Now image is an object, and we can expand this and we can see every information about this image. We can see the original name, we can see the MIME type, we can see the path of that. We can see this is the original path, this is the path where it was actually uploaded. We have also the TMP path and many other things, like we can see size and so on. So using the following information, we can actually perform the validation, and that uploaded file has a couple of useful methods as well to save that information on a file system or upload it on a cloud-based system such as Google Drive or S3 or so on. Now we need to open post controller, and we need to perform the validation. So validation can be performed in the following way. On request, we're going to call validate, and we're going to provide the fields that need to be validated, such as title needs to be required, content needs to be required, and category ID needs to be required. We have not actually used category ID in our form, but this is actually required. and we have to put this, but let's actually perform the validation on title, content, and image first. So image, and we can provide multiple validation rules, such as required, image, mimes, and so on. One way actually to define multiple rules on a property is the following, where we separate each rule using a pipe. For example, image needs to be required, it must be an image, it must have one of the following MIME types, and the maximum size needs to be 2048, which means 2 megabytes. Or we can convert this into an array, in which case we provide each array element to be one rule, like this. And we actually need to define category ID on the request as well. So let's do this. So I'm going to add one more field, category ID, which needs to be required. However, there is one extra rule I think necessary, and the category ID, the value, whatever we receive in the category ID, need to exist in the categories table. Now we're going to open create blade PHP, and we're going to display categories dropdown as well. So this is actually image, so we're going to change the comment into image. We have the title, and then I'm going to duplicate this title, and we're going to have categories. So we can call this category. The label is going to be for category. We're going to use category ID here as well. I'm going to explain every single detail. Let's just finalize the form. Category. And instead of this X input, we will need select. Okay, so for select, we are going to do the following. Actually, let's just do a basic select, and we need then option. One option is going to be select a category, and then we're going to have for each, we're going to iterate over categories, take category, and output inside value we need category ID, but inside the text we need category name. Okay, let's move this down, make it more readable. Now we don't have categories in the following file, so we're going to pass that from the post controller. From the create view, we're going to pass that categories. So categories equals category get, we're selecting all the categories, and then we're going to pass them right here. Categories. Okay, now we save this, and we save this, and we have a look in the browser, refresh it. Let's see, it doesn't work. Maybe we have some error. Post create. Let's go into create blade. Let's see what's there. View page source. Okay, something is wrong. Let's remove this. Why is it not displaying anything? Okay, let's see. What do we have in the controller? Categories, view, post, create. Okay, does the code come here? Categories, let's move this down, and I'm printing categories. Even homepage is not opened. What's this? We see everything. Okay, let me close this and reopen it. I think Google Chrome simply showed us its bug. Okay, so we click on this create form, it opens the dump. We don't need this dump, so we're going to delete this, refresh it, and we see categories right here. However, it actually needs like CSS styles. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take those classes from the text area, and I am going to provide those classes into the following select. However, we also need category ID as a name. We also need category ID as an ID, And let's provide those CSS classes as well. And we need block, margin top, and W full as well. Now we have the following drop down. Okay, great. If we click on submit, we're going to remove this required from here, and from content here as well. Okay, cool. Now click on submit and let's have a look. So all of them are actually required and we see the proper messages for all of them. I'm going to close this. However, when we choose something, let's choose an image. Let's choose test and let's choose some content and click on submit. Now we see only category E field is required and the test is actually preserved. And let me explain this, how this actually happens. So this is a typical component, nothing special. It has a value prop and that value prop is outputted right here inside this label, whatever we provide here. Now we have this text input and the text input has value old image. What is this old image? That old function actually is used to take the submitted value on image name and pre-populate the existing field. So when we submit the title, if there were some validation errors, the controller, the validate method right here, performs the redirect into the render page, this create page. And when this redirect happens, that all the information is saved inside the session. And then old method is used to retrieve that old value from the session for image. In this case, it is image. Of course, we can recover this for the image, but it makes sense for title. So it takes that old value from the session and pre-populates the existing field. In the same way, we have this X input error, which accepts messages. So it contains multiple messages actually, and we iterate right here over messages and render all the messages. So what we do right here, provide errors. Errors is actually predefined variable inside Blade when working with forms. And if the validation has been failed, then errors will be populated. And errors will contain get right there. Actually, we can take this entire errors and print this inside the form using dump directive. Okay, let's do this. Now it is empty. Click on submit. Now look at this. So errors were provided inside Bex. We see array 1 default, and if we expand this inside messages, we see errors for every message, for image, for every field, for image, for title, for content, and for category ID as well. We see errors for all. Okay, that's good. And just like this, the errors get image returns images, errors for the image. Okay, so in the same way, we call errors get title, returns errors for the title, and so on. Let's scroll down below and find the content, errors get content. It should be returning. Okay, why content was not pre-populated? I have no idea. Let's try this again. Test, let's provide some content. Click on submit. Okay, maybe we shouldn't provide this in the value. Instead, we should provide in between opening and closing tags right here, which is going to be also slots of this component. So right here, we're going to output slot. Save that. Now let's provide test. Let's provide some content. Click on submit. Okay, now the content was actually preserved. That's awesome. The category was not selected. Now let's select the category and click on submit. Now the category got lost and we need to preserve the category as well. So just like we have like the disabled directive as an example, so we can provide a selected directive, which is actually relevant for selects. So we can search in the documentation selected, something like this. Look at this. And option can have a selected, and we can use this old version. In this case, it is version, but we can use this old value And if it's the same as the loop value, then we can mark it as selected. So this selected directive actually expects true or false. So if we go in the form, if we find the option, then on the option, we're going to add this selected directive, old category ID. If the provided category ID is the same as the given category ID, then this option should be selected. Now we select health, we provide some text, we provide some content, and we click on submit. Now look at this, only image was required, so we see the message here, but the category, title, and the content is actually preserved. So what we need to do is remove this dump of errors right now, and we can actually proceed with the form submission. So we're going to expect right here data. When we perform the validation, we are taking data right here. Okay, now let's print this entire data. What is this? Let's provide image, let's provide some text, some category, some content, and click on submit. Now look at this. So we see the category ID to be 1, we see the content, we see the title, we see also image here. And this image is actually an instance of the file, Illuminate HTTP uploaded file. And that is a pretty handy way to interact with an image, because that contains every information about the image, plus because this is an instance, it has all the necessary methods to work with a file, such as uploading it to the file system, uploading to some cloud systems, and so on. So now we can proceed and work on saving that. Now let's proceed and save post. For this, we're going to use post modal and call create on that. And we're going to provide some data that we're going to use to create new posts. Copilot is trying to autocomplete, but I want to type this manually to explain things. So first, we have to open the post modal, and we have to define right here protected fillable. What is this fillable? So inside fillable, first, we have to provide those attributes or columns we want to be filled whenever we call create method right here. So without putting them inside fillable, that's a extra security measurement Laravel has. Without providing that, then if we provide title here or content here, then simply they will not be considered when creating new posts. And probably we will get messages like title is required or content is required, something like this. So in this case, we have data, so we can actually provide the entire data inside the post create. So inside data, we have image, title, content, and category ID. However, we don't want image to be directly given into post, because image actually needs to be a path where the file is saved, located. So let's open create post table and see. So we have image, which needs to be path. We have title, slug. We haven't talked about slug, so we need actually slug, and we need to generate slug based on the title. Then we have the content, category ID, user ID. We need to take the currently authenticated user ID and put that inside the data, and we need published at as well. So we need to prepare the data a little bit. First, let's take the image, which is going to be data image. Okay, great. We need to remove that image from the data, so we're going to call unset data image. Okay, cool. Next, inside data, we're going to push currently authenticated user ID, which is going to be auth ID. There are multiple ways to access the currently authenticated user. One of them is currently authenticated user ID. One of them is auth user. We can provide user right here, which will return the entire user object. Then we can access ID right here, or we can directly do auth ID, which is going to return the ID. Second is to use auth as a facade, illuminate support facades. Then we can call ID on this, or we can call user and then ID on that. Okay. And we need to also generate slug. So inside data, we can provide slug to be, we're going to use str facade. eliminate support, slug data title. So we take the title, convert it, get it slug, assign this back inside data. We have content, we have category ID, we have user ID, and publish that is actually nullable. So we need to define this inside rules, but we have to also provide that it must be date or maybe date time. Okay, great. Now we have the data. We're going to call create, but even before we call the create, we have to save the image. Now, this is what we are going to do. We know that the image is going to exist for sure because it is actually required. So on that image, we are going to call store. Store, we're going to provide the folder like store inside posts, and then we're going to provide the disk. We want to save this into public disk. The file system, Laravel has pretty complex file system, and you can have multiple disks to save your files. Public, private, S3, Google Drive, and so on. And we want that image to be saved in a public disk because then we need to display this in the browser. And without putting the image into public disk, we will not be able to display this in the browser. And once we perform the save, we have image path. Okay, and now we're going to use this image path and put this inside data image. Now we have this entire data which contains title, content, category ID, publish date, user ID, slug, and image. And we're creating new post out of it. However, the field, what we don't have inside fillable, will not be provided, will not be filled, and will not be created in the database. So we have to provide slug here. We have to provide image as well. Slug, content, we actually had image, category ID. Then we need user ID probably, and we need publish date. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we check the migration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's great. Create date and update date will be managed automatically. Now we go into post controller, and once the post is saved, we can actually redirect user into the dashboard page. And dashboard is a route name. Remember, it is not a path, it is a route name. If we open web.php, we're going to see a route has a name dashboard, which actually means the home page /URL. Okay, so far so good. Now let's open the browser and let's try to access that. And we're going to choose image. We're going to give it some test title, give it technology, content, and click on submit. But before I do the submit, I think we haven't created a storage link. So let's go into the Artisan terminal, and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan storage link. Before I execute this command, what this actually will do is create symbolic link inside public folder from the storage app public. Storage app public is the folder inside which the file needs to be uploaded, but because anything that is outside of this public folder is not web accessible, we are actually creating a storage symbolic link. That's the Laravel Artisan command. We hit the enter. The storage link was actually created, and if we check inside public, right here we see this storage symbolic link. Okay, perfect. Now I think we can click on submit, and let's see. So we see a new post, test, content. However, I'm curious what happened regarding image. So let's have a look. Let's go into public storage, and we see posts here, and we see our uploaded post. And that's pretty cool. So it seems like that the post has been uploaded, and let's use now Tinker to check that the last post actually what we uploaded. So let's clear this up, and we're going to use app models post. We're going to use latest, and then we need first, and let's assign this into p variable. Now look at this. So we have the image, and that is it. And if we want to display this into the browser, we have to do the following. We need to open post item This is the component, and we have to find where we are outputting the image, which is hard-coded at the moment. And this is what I'm going to do. I don't want to break every other image. They are looking actually pretty nice. So this is what I'm going to do. Let's use post image, but we are going to actually use storage facade, call URL method, and provide this post image. So this will actually format that post image into a URL, and then we need to output this. Yeah, okay, let's do it like this. We can cut this, have a look in the browser. Probably it's going to be broken, but anyway. Okay, so definitely not ideal. Other images are broken, so we have to work on CSS side specifically for this image. H full, maybe we need, let's give it okay, H full. That's not what we want. Max H like 64. How does this sound? Okay, that is actually not bad. So we can have height and max height, and in this case it is how it looks like. So we can open this image in the browser, and we can download and re-upload this image. In this case it does not matter, but what I'm going to do right now is to update all the images with the following URL in the database, okay, except this last one. So let's provide app models post, and then we need to write where ID is less than, actually we need this less than into a string, less than 101. We need to perform update, and we have to provide image to be something, and that something is going to be that URL square bracket, and hit the enter. Okay, let's see what happened. Let's check the browser, refresh it. Okay, it seems like it didn't work. Where post, did it work? We don't know. It seems like it didn't work, or maybe it worked, but because we're updating, outputting it slightly different. Yeah, I think it worked. Yes, it definitely worked, but look at this, storage was prefixed to it because it is now a full URL. Anyway, so we don't care this. We're going to create our own posts, and this is not a big deal. Now, I'm going to actually delete every post from the database because we're going to work on our own posts. Let's bring up the terminal. Let's go into Artisan, and I'm going to execute PHP Artisan migrate fresh. So, and we can provide, do we need to provide --seed? Okay, let's provide --seed, but before I execute this, let's open the database seeder, and we are gonna comment out the following line. So we are not gonna create posts, we're only going to create categories. Now let's execute this. User categories were created, we will be logged out probably. Now we have to re-authenticate, and no posts were found. Okay, that's nice. Let's click on this create post. We're going to choose image. I have actually downloaded few useful images, and let's choose this one. My first post. Let's choose the category and lorem ipsum some content. And let me actually quickly generate a lorem ipsum content. Okay, let's, oh, that was reloaded. Okay. My first post. We hit the enter. Okay, look at this. So my first post, we see, and the image is right there as well. Now let's create one more. Choose a different image, different title, choose some category, and let's provide the same lorem ipsum text, And now we see a second post, different title, and that is actually pretty cool. So one thing what I want to do when we create new post is image resize, because right now we have very small size images, and when implementing the production ready applications, you actually need to resize images. And right now these images are actually they have 1024 in width, but we are actually rendering them on a below 200 pixels. So it's going to be great to resize that and save that as resized versions into the database. One thing, and then obviously we need to move ahead and display the number of claps or the time, or when we click on this, we're going to open the post details page as well. Now I want to start working on user's profile page. Right here on the following page, I want to add a couple of fields such as avatar, I want to add username, and I want to add bio, which is going to be text area. So if we have a look at the Medium example, one of the users, Taylor Otwell, we're going to see that we see username in the URL, we see name here, then we see description, or I'm going to call this bio, and we see avatar here. So we are going to try to replicate the functionality, and that's why I'm going to work on this right now. However, in the users table, we don't have those columns right now. And I'm going to open this migrations, and let's open this create users table and have a look. This is the table which creates users, password reset tokens, and sessions as well. And there are two ways. One way is we're going to update this file and add new migration columns right here, which basically means that we have to rerun all the migrations, drop all the data what we have created, drop these two posts, drop the user, and recreate them. Second is going to be create new migration file, and I'm going to explain both of the cases. So if you're working locally, if you don't have your changes pushed to the server, if your colleagues have not pulled your changes, then it is actually okay to update an existing migration file. However, if let's imagine that the following version is already pushed, it is already on the server, or your colleagues already have this code. It is not a good idea to update the same migration file and then you have to tell all your colleagues that, oh, you know what, I updated an existing migration file and please rerun all your migration files, meaning drop all your data what you have in your database, which is not ideal. And even more, on production you cannot rerun your migrations, meaning dropping all the data. So you should actually create new migration file. Let's see both ways. So I'm going to go in Artisan. Actually, where am I? So I restarted my computer. Okay, let me stop this. Let's go into Vite and we're going to execute npm run dev from here. And let's go into Artisan. So to generate new migration, we're going to execute PHP Artisan make migration. And let's call this add columns to users table. Okay, the migration file was generated. We open that. We already see that Laravel detected that we want to do something with the users table and it generated the following schema. Next is that we're going to add string username, unique after ID. That's fine. We don't need first name and last name. However, we need image. So let's provide image here, which is nullable after email verification net. That's fine. And we also need bio, which is going to be text. Great. Nullable after image. And just like this, now when we execute new migration like PHP Artisan migrate, it is going to apply only these three columns. And this is how you should typically do when you have already pushed and pulled like run your migrations on production server or to your colleagues. So right now, because I don't have actually anything pushed, I actually can put them right here. This is posts, excuse me, create users table. So right here we have name, then I'm going to provide username. Okay, let's put this after email, and maybe after email verified it. Okay, let's try. So username, maybe let's first have username, then name, email verified it, then we can have image and bio. In this case, we don't need this new migration file. But basically, also in this new migration file, if you implement those, can I undo it? Yeah, I can. So if you define those columns inside up method, you should actually define drop of these columns in the down right here. So you should execute the following code: table drop column username, table drop column image, table drop column bio. Okay, but as we said, we don't need this migration. We're going to update an existing migration and rerun all the migrations. That's totally fine for us. Now let's execute PHP Artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Okay, we have some error. Let's see. Not null constraint failed username. Okay, because now we have username to be unique, we don't insert this into the database, and we need to have a look in the user factory like this. So we generate the fake name, and maybe let's generate slug out of that name. So we have name here, we use name here, and then let's generate username str of name slug, or we can simply call str slug, provide the name, just like this. Now let's execute. I think migrate was already executed, so we have to execute, or we can re-execute the migrate fresh -- seed. That's totally fine. Now we have this new user with username, bio and image are actually nullable, so we are not populated. That's fine. However, now let's work on the form side. If we refresh, we don't see we are actually logged out. We need to log in. We don't see any posts. If we go into the profile, let's try to display this information right here. I'm going to close everything. Let's open profile/edit blade. This is it. And right here we see the following partial file, which is included using blade profile partials update profile information form. That's it. So we see profile information, we see update your account's profile information and email address. This is the text, and then we see form right here. This is actually a different form, verification send form. But down below we have another form which has CSRF here, and it also has this method patch. What is this method patch? So it is called method spoofing, which means that HTML typical form element cannot have method equals patch. HTML form tag can only have method equals get or method equals post. However, if we open web.php and scroll down below in the profile section right here, so we see get to render the profile page, patch to update the profile, and delete to destroy the profile. And just like this, we are using the patch HTTP method to update the user's profile page, and we are using the method directive right here, providing what method Laravel should send the request to the Laravel's API from browser so that Laravel can properly handle this. Okay, cool. And if you scroll down below, we're going to find also delete account section right here. Not right here. Let's scroll up. Let's search for delete account. I want to show this to you. Maybe it is not here. It is inside edit blade, delete user form. Let's have a look. Look at this. So this is already a delete account form. When we click on this, it brings the modal, and inside the modal we have to enter the password and click on this delete account, in which case we are using method delete, because right here we are expecting to send a delete request. The Laravel's routing basically listens on delete method on /profile. Cool. Let's go into this update profile information, scroll down below. I'm gonna copy this, and first we need image, so I'm gonna call this image. Actually, we already have image inside post, right? So we can have a look inside post / create. This is the image, so let me copy this, paste here, format this nicely, save. Now we see image right here. This is avatar. We can call this avatar. Behind the scene, it can be called image as a column, but we call this avatar in the profile. Cool. Then we have name. Let's duplicate the name, and it is going to be username. So here we need username. Let's select every name occurrence here, here, here. Username. In every place. Now we have name. This is the unique username. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's totally fine. However, I'm curious why it is not test user and it is something like this. So if we have a look in user, let's see, user factory, we generated name based the username based on the name. The name is this, the username is this, which is really weird. Let's go into Tinker and execute PHP Artisan Tinker. Let's select the user first. Yeah, it has really strange username. Let's try to re-execute PHP Artisan migrate fresh, and let's reselect the user first. Okay, let it be. That's also fine. It is not like generating slug based on the name. Oh, I know why. Because inside database seeder, right here, we are actually providing our own name. So it always generates a new name, and we take that new name and generate username out of it. But from here, from the database seeder, we are actually overriding the name. But we don't override the username, which we can actually do if we want. Username equals, and we can give it test user to be the username. Okay, now it's going to be fine. Let's go into Artisan, reapply all migrations, re-authenticate, go into profile, and now we see test user right here. Okay, that's fine. Now we're going to handle the profile updates and take care of this avatar and username. So for this, let's open user.php, and we're going to find fillable. So we have name, email, and password inside fillable, but we are going to add username to be fillable as well. We need avatar, not avatar, but we call this image in the database, and bio as well. We haven't actually added bio, so we're going to take care of this as well. Okay, so we added this inside the fillable. Let's go back into update profile information form, and we're going to add bio here, maybe just below the email field, just before the primary button. However, let's open post create because we have text area here in the content. So I'm going to copy this and paste here. So that is for bio. We change the comment into bio. We change the label into bio, and let's find all the usages of content and change this into bio. Okay, cool. Now, if we have a look in the browser, we see bio here as well. Now, let's go into web PHP. Let's say we don't remember where the update is handled. So we go inside rules. Everything starts with rules. And we're going to find page profile. So this is taking care of the update, profile controller update. We can open the profile controller, or we can simply follow this update right here, and we can see what happens here. So from the request, it takes the authenticated user. So this is the authenticated user, and we are filling the information from validated data. Where are the validation rules? The rules are coming from this profile update request. We can have an actual request like we had in the post controller, and we can perform the validation in the controller, or we can actually create a separate request file for that. So just like it is created here. To create new request file, actually, which I think we should do because I want to teach that part to you as well, we're going to execute PHP Artisan make request, and we can call this post create request as an example. We'll hit the enter. You see, app HTTP requests post create request was created. If we open this, we see that this is a typical class. It extends a form request. Inside authorized, it has false by default. Authorization is disabled. We need to set this into true to enable, and then we need to define the rules right here. So now let's go back into post controller, and we have our own rules defined here, which I can take out, cut, and put them right here in our post create request. All right, and now we don't need this request validate here. Instead, we are going to change into request validated data, and we're going to change this request class into post create request, which needs to be imported as well at the top right here. And just like this, we moved the validation logic from the controller into a request class, exactly how Laravel actually does. Now let's make sure that we don't break post creation process. So I'm going to click on this. Let's choose an image, test post 1. Let's choose some category, and let's provide test content. Click on submit. And we see that the post was created. So the validations there, we didn't break anything. Now let's go into profile controller and click control and open this profile update request, and let's see what's happening there. So the authorized method is completely removed, and inside rules we have name is required, string maximum 255. So in the same way, we need username here to be required, string maximum 255, and it must be unique. It must be, that's good, it must be unique. So there are a couple of ways how you can define rules. One of them is that you can have a string separated by pipe. Another is strings inside array elements like it is here. But we also can use rule, which is a class eliminate validation rule, and on that rule we can use a couple of the rule methods like unique. So username needs to be unique inside user class, but the current user ID should be ignored, because when we try to update the user with the same username the user already has, we don't want Laravel application to show us that, hey, the username is already been taken. We don't want this. So if we remove this ignore, it is gonna give us the following error. It is gonna check inside the entire database if the username already exists. It is gonna find that the username exists in the user we are trying to update, and it is going to give us an error. That's why we need to ignore the current user. It must be unique across other users, but not the current user. Okay, cool. So in the same way, we have this email here. Next, we need image. We're gonna make this nullable. Image, the following MIME types, maximum 2 MB, and bio needs to be nullable and string as well. Okay, so we add those validation rules inside the profile update request. Let's go into profile controller. So we get the validated data, and the validated data now is going to contain the data for the rules we defined. It's going to contain username, image, and bio as well. And we call fill, but before I call actually fill, I need to take out an image, right? So image equals request file image. We can do like this as well. Or let me do the following. I'm going to take out the entire data from request validated. Then image is going to be data image. Then I'm going to remove image, or I can actually leave this image and then rewrite. Like again, if we go into post controller, so we are reading the whole validated data, we are taking out the image, we are removing the image from the data, and then we are actually uploading an image and setting back image. So this unset is actually not necessary here, not mandatory, you can skip that, because anyway we're going to rewrite what is set under the image. Before this line, inside data under the image, there's image object, but now we're going to put an image URL. Okay, awesome. Let's delete this line. And after this, we're going to call image store. We're going to save that inside avatars folder, inside public disk. And this is going to return image path. And then inside data image, we're going to put image path. Or we can do like this as well. However, we need to check if the image is uploaded. That is also an important thing. So when we try to get data image, let's use double question mark or null. Double question mark simply checks that if image exists inside the data, let's take this, otherwise let's take null. So image actually might be null. So we're going to put this inside if statement. So if image exists, then we perform the upload and update data image. Otherwise, we need to remove data image completely. Well, it's going to be still null, so we can even skip that part. Okay, then now we have this data prepared. Instead of an actual image object, it will have image path, and then we can call user fill with the following data. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now we're going to save this. Let's go into profile and let's test this functionality. I'm going to change this into my username. We're going to hit the enter. Was the profile updated? Not sure. Let's refresh the page and we see my username here. So it seems like that the profile was updated. Now let's write some text here. This is my bio. Click on save. Refresh it. And we don't see bio here. So bio is actually kind of lost. Let's have a look again. Why is there a new space every time I open it? Probably because inside the text area we take this old bio, but we don't know what's the old bio, right? Okay, let's have a look again. Something is inside the bio. Click on save. It is not saved. Okay, cool. Let's go into profile controller and debug this. What is first inside the data? Let's print dd, provide the data, save, have a look, provide something, click on save, and inside the bio we see whatever has been provided. Now we call fill on the request user. Let's check now user model. We have bio here inside fillable, so that should be filled. Okay, then what happens? So we call request user is dirty. So if the email is changed, that's different thing. If the email is changed, is dirty, basically is checking if the field is changed. If the email is changed, we set the email verification to be null, and the user needs to verify the new email address if the email was changed. But in this case, we don't change email, we simply provide the bio. Maybe we don't take and read that bio and we don't pre-populate inside the form. I think that's going to be it. So if we scroll up in other places like inside the username, so when we provide the value here inside old function, okay, I want to re-explain this very clearly. So inside the old function, the old takes the data that has been submitted inside this form. However, the second argument of this old function is the default value if the data is not yet submitted. And the username has a default value if the data is not submitted, username. However, we don't provide the data inside bio. So inside this old function, right here, we have to provide second argument, second parameter, which needs to be the user bio, which means that when we open the page, that information should be displayed there. Okay, let's access the page. And now we see this user bio, something which we previously submitted. Okay, cool. This is about me. Let's click on save. Okay, we need to go into profile controller and remove this. We need profile controller and remove this TD. And let's resubmit the form. Okay, that's cool. This is about me. And now let's test the image. We're going to upload an image. Actually, we need probably more like an avatar type of image, which I think I have somewhere. Okay, let's choose this one. And click on save. Image must, okay, image must be type of image. Okay, what was the extension of that? It was PNG. Oh, I think I know the reason. So we need to go inside the form and we are going to add to that form ink type multipart form data. Now we reopen the form. We are going to choose something and click on save. Okay, it seems like it was saved. Now let's open Tinker and reselect the user, and inside image we see avatars and the following URL. Okay, this is awesome. Now we have this image input here, but before that image input, let me actually display the image as well, an existing avatar. For this, I'm going to write an if statement. If the current user has image, it means that we have uploaded that, then I'm going to display the following div and an image tag and end if. Now let's adjust this source right here. So user image, it doesn't have URL. So user image actually contains a path. So we know if we have a look in the Tinker, this is the user image. So what we can do is call storage URL and provide that user image. Inside the alt, we provide the user name. Okay. That's I think all. Let's just provide maybe a little bit margin top, or we have this space Y6. Okay, that's fine. We save that and look at this. So this is my avatar right now. I can change this avatar into something else, not actually square, but anyway, so now this is my avatar. That's pretty cool. So now I have avatar implemented as well. I don't have this ideal avatar, like square type of avatar, right? No, I don't have. Okay, let's click on save. I have created one more post on the home page, and now I'm going to start working on post details page. If you have a look on Medium and take one of the posts from Taylor Otwell, and let's understand what's the structure of this page. So we have title, we have the avatar, we have the name, read time, follow button, and so I think we're going to need everything except this actions area. We are going to only implement clap. We are not going to implement comments or everything else because we're going to make the project very, very long and only claps. This is what we're going to implement. And then we're going to have the description, we're going to have image and so on. So this is a complex, Medium obviously is using complex editor, and we have text, image, the alternation of that. However, what we're going to do is just put image and then the texts are coming. So this is how we're going to do. And finally, we're going to have again this clap button and maybe the category as well. We can display it in the following way. Okay, cool. So now let's try to implement that. I'm going to open now VS Code. This is the post index page. We're going to open web.php. Let's scroll down below, and this is the home page. This is the post create page, and we're going to implement post view. But let's also understand how posts are viewed on this page. So this post is opened from the Taylor Otwell profile page from here. That's why when we click on this, we see also username in the URL. Okay, if we go on the home page, we don't need to sign in actually, or maybe we need to sign in. Let's try to sign in. On the home page, we have a couple of posts, and if we click one of these, so we're going to see right here prototype. So this actually is the organization or whatever is this. So I think this is a publication or organization. And if the post is inside the publication, then we see the publication name right here, and then the post slug. Or if the post is coming from a typical user, then we see the username and the slug. So we actually need that to use that username in the URL as well to identify the post. All right, so now I'm going to close this. Let's go in our project, and when we click on this, we're going to open the URL, and that URL should contain my username slash, now we can put @ symbol optionally if we want, and then the slug of the post. Okay, let's do this. We're going to define route get. We're going to listen to get. Then we need slash. We can use @ symbol right here if we want. Then we're going to use username. Okay, and then we're going to use post. Okay, and this is going to use post controller's show method, which already exists. We generated that. And we can associate the route name to this post.show. Now we can go inside the show and simply return works. And we can also print the post ID or post slug as we want, because we are going to accept the entire post right here. However, we need to generate that route from the index.php. Let's save this routes file as well. Let's go into index.php. Let's scroll down below. Where's the post item? Okay, we need to open the post item, and here we have this href, which links on the title, and then another href anchor tag, which is on the read more. Okay, and probably we have another one which is for the image as well. So the description is the only thing which doesn't have this link, but the title, image, and the read more has this link. So we are going to use route function to generate post.show. Okay, and we have to provide right here post slug as well. But this is not going to work, okay, because by default, Laravel, when trying to resolve the post object, so here we have the post variable, and inside show, we're accepting the post. But by default, Laravel will try to use the primary key of this post model to resolve the post. So if we provide slug right here, then Laravel will try to select a post which has ID this, and it will not find anything, and it will probably show us not found. We can test this. So we added this anchor route on this title, so we can save this. And look at this, missing required parameter for route. Okay, that's another issue. Post route actually requires two parameters. One is username, second is post. So we have to provide the post owner's username as well. And for this, we need to define relations. If you open post.php, we see this is a typical model, has factory, fillable, but it does not have any kind of relations. So we have to define these relations. Let's do it. So public function, let's define public function user, and then we define the relation in the following way. This belongs to, and we provide the model to which the post belongs to. So post actually belongs to user, and that defines many-to-one relation. So user has many posts, and in the following way, the post belongs to user. Okay, that's cool. Now, if we access the post item right here, we can already access from here post user and then its username in the following way. Okay, that's cool. Now let's see how this works. Refresh the page. Okay, missing required parameter for route. Okay, when we provide multiple arguments, when the route actually requires multiple arguments, we have to provide them as associative array. Like username is post user username, and let's move this down. Let's format this nicely and make it easy to understand. And for the post, we have to provide the post slug. However, this is not going to work as I mentioned. So the URL generation happened. If we mouse over on this, pay attention at the bottom left corner of the screen, you're going to see that the my username and then the slug. However, clicking on this shows not found because, as I mentioned, inside the post controller, that post is resolved by ID. So if we go inside post item and change this post ID into ID, then this is going to work. So if we refresh the page, the generated URL now contains ID, click on this. Okay, so we have to actually accept, this is another thing, because now we have two arguments inside this route, inside web PHP, we have the username, we have the post, we have to actually accept both, like string username and then post. So now we save this, refresh it, and now we see that this actually works, and we print the slug. However, in the URL we don't have slug, we have ID. Also, if we go in the post item, we can even remove this ID and provide just the entire post. And Laravel is smart enough to identify that because we are providing right here Eloquent model instance, it will take the primary key of that model. And this is going to also work speaking about the URL generation. Clicking on this, it is going to work. However, we need slug. We don't want ID. So let's get back to slug. We're going to make this working like this. If we go back, refresh it, on mouse over, now this is how it should work. Now let's go into web PHP and we're going to change this. So when we try to find the variable right here, match the variable post, we can write a colon here and provide the column name based on which Laravel should do the matching. So slug is the column based on which Laravel should do the matching. We save it, refresh it, and now let's see. It actually works. That's cool. Now let's go into post controller and we're gonna create new view. So let's do view post show and we're gonna provide the entire post. Let's go into post create where we have that. Here we go. And I'm going to copy and paste post create. However, this needs to be called show blade PHP. Let's open this show blade PHP and we don't need a form here. So I'm going to remove this form and we're going to work on the layout. However, let's just write show post at the moment, then open post controller, scroll down below and make sure we have post show here as well. Now we save it, refresh it, and now we see show post. Now let's take care of this and display it. Typically, let's go back into Taylor Otwell's, one of Taylor Otwell's posts, like this one is an example, and let's try to implement. So first we need title, post title on this page. So we're going to use h1 tag and we're going to output post title. Okay, cool. We can give it some Tailwind CSS classes, such as text 5 XL as an example, margin bottom 4. Okay, next we need a kind of container which should contain the user information. Okay, so we need that container should have display flags. Let's give it gap4 and let's display image for the user. So we need one image and this is going to be post user image. So we need post user has image, but if the user doesn't have image, we have to also display some avatar right there. Okay, because the image on the user is not actually mandatory in our system, so we have to show some dummy image. So let me just search for dummy avatar, click on images, and we can choose any of those. Like, it is licensable, we aren't going to use this on production, right? So we can just get it, open in image like this. Let's get this, and we're going to do check if the image exists. So if we're using if directive, if post user image exists, then we display that, and we need end if, or we probably need else here, and then we use end if right here, and in between else and end if we are gonna put this hard-coded image avatar URL. Now let's give width and height. Here we also need alt. We need post user name. And let's give it also the following classes: width 12, height 12, and rounded full. And we can give the same classes here. In this case, we probably don't need avatar, or we can just write dummy avatar. Cool. We save that. Let's check our website. Okay, the image is broken because right here we have to use storage URL. However, pay attention to one thing. Now we are using this storage URL for the image in many places. One of them is the profile edit page. So if we open profile / update profile information, we are using that right here as well, storage URL user image. So let's do the following. So that we don't have to repeat that storage URL function every time, let's open user PHP, scroll down below, and let's add this function. Public function, not posts, but public function image URL. Okay, let's do it. So we can check if this image exists. We are going to use storage URL. And we have to provide this image. We're going to import that storage. That storage is actually going to be facade. Illuminate support facades. Okay, if the image exists, we're going to return this. Otherwise, we're going to return null. Cool. Now we can use that storage image, image URL function inside update profile information. Instead of this, we can do user image URL as a method, and inside show blade as well, we can delete this, and we can do post image storage URL. Okay, that's cool. We save that, and look at this. So let's zoom out. So this is the post title. I think this is too large. Let's reduce this into 2XL. Okay, so this is the post title, then we have the avatar. Now we need to display something else. So this is the image. Let's do another div. Inside that div, we are gonna have like h3, and this is going to be post user name, and we have to display also some other information. Let's close this, such as the duration, the read time duration, as well as the time when this was actually created. So let's create another div. Let's give it flex and gap of 2, and then we need to display the duration time. So on Medium, probably there is much more complex on how they calculate the duration time, but I'm going to do this very easily. So we're going to calculate the number of minutes, how many minutes it actually needs to read. Okay, and for this we're going to do the following. On post content, we're going to call well, right now we don't allow writing tags, HTML tags inside the post content, right? But if we allow them, we need to remove those tags. So we're going to execute strip tags, okay, which is going to remove every tag. Then we're going to perform word count, str word count, and we provide that strip tags content. And before I proceed right here and make these following area a little bit more messy and hard to read, I'm going to put this also inside a model. So let's open post PHP, and I'm going to define a function, public function. Let's call this read time. All right. So, well, actually the Copilot auto-completes this, and let's understand what actually happened. So we take this content, we remove all the tags. Oh, come on. We remove all the tags from here. Then we apply the str word count to calculate how many words are there inside the content. And then we assume that the user is reading like 200 words per minute, which actually we can make a variable right here, words per minute 200, and we can use that variable then here. However, let's reduce this into like 100 as an example, and then we count the word count, then we divide the word count into words per minute and we get the minutes. However, if the minutes are less than 1 minute, then we just take the maximum of 1 and minutes. So finally, this read time is going to return an integer, which is going to be the number of minutes. So instead of this, we will use post read time minutes, min read, something like this, like it is written in Medium. How it is? Let's 3 min read. Okay, great. So in our case, we have 1 min read, and we probably need to apply some styles, make it slightly gray. This is one thing, so let's give it span class text gray 500 maybe. Let's put this inside and let's create another span, in which case we're going to output the created at post created at div for humans. So this created at basically is a timestamp. However, I want to print what's actually this, so I'm going to use the dump directive here and print this post created at, and let's have a look. So it is an instance of Carbon, and this is also managed by Laravel itself. Carbon is a date manipulation package which comes with Laravel. So this created at is not a string, it is an instance of Carbon. However, when we print this, the toString method implementation actually prints it as the following string. However, what we can do is apply some formatting on this, like format m space day comma whatever is this. So if we now look at this, so this is already nicely formatted and similar to how it is written here, and we have a dot in between, so we can put a kind of dot or mid dot, something like this. Yeah, similar to like this. So let's remove this dump. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's give this actually text gray 500, and maybe we don't need span here, not here, not here. Yeah, we can remove that. Cool. Now we have this 1 minute read, and this is the uploaded date. We can reduce its size a little bit as well. Text small. Cool. So that's great. We can add a follow button, which we will implement a little bit later. So next to the user, not inside h3 necessarily, but let's create another div. Let's give it flex and gap of 2, and let's put this h3 inside there, and then we create in the same div we create a, and let's give it follow. Well, we can give it also classes like text emerald 500 to make it green, something like this, and we can also put a dot in between to separate that. Maybe we can increase that. Okay, great. Now we have this header section. We can move and we can implement this collab area, and then we need to display image and post. But let's make it a little bit faster in this case. So this is the avatar section, user avatar section, like this. Okay, cool. I'm going to duplicate this, put this here, and next we need, this is going to be the collab section. Let's put this down, and we're going to need one more section, and this is going to be where we're going to output the post content. So let me output image right here, post image. However, again, we're going to use storage URL to output the post image. And again, I'm going to do something similar I did for the user. Maybe I can simply copy this from the user, image URL method. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put this in the post modal, and we're going to import this storage, which is going to be a storage facade. So let's copy this use as well, paste here. Now we have this image URL on post as well. If we go inside show blade, we can use post image URL, output that. Inside alt, we can output post title, and let's give it width full. Let's stretch this on full width, and height to be taken proportionally. So now we have this image and we have to output content. Okay, we can output the content in the following way. So we have some div inside this div. Maybe we don't need this paragraph because you might decide that you want to implement rich text editor for post content, and we have to output it properly. So let's remove this p because the content might contain its own p tags, and we output the content in the following way. That is great. We save it, have a look. Okay, this is not ideal. This is not what we want. So we put this in an incorrect place. This is the user avatar. Oh, actually, okay, no, this is the user avatar. That is the user avatar. So we are going to take out everything from here. We need to leave this div. Let's collapse this and paste. Okay, now that's more like it. So we have the user avatar section, clap section, and we have the content section. Content section. Okay, cool. Now look at this. Okay, we can obviously define this clap section area class margin top to be like 4, and let's give it also margin top equals 4. Okay, cool. Let's give it also border. Border top and border bottom. This is the clap section. Okay, so we have the border top, border bottom. We need some content inside there, some content. Great. And probably we need even more padding, margin top 8 here. Okay, good. And we have to use this clap icon. For icons, I generally use hero icons, which is actually pretty easy, SVG icons. So let's search for clap. If it's there, no, we don't see any kind of clap icon. So we should probably get, do we have something like, let's use this hands up icon as a like. So we know that this is not clap, but it's only icon, right? So clap actually means a like. So let's put this inside the clap section. I'm gonna put this inside a button, and let's format the file. Okay, great. Now inside the clap section, what happened? The user avatar, let's delete this. Clap section, delete that. Delete that. Okay, something weird happened. I'm gonna undo this. I'm gonna undo this. So we have this button. Okay, cool. And we had to put this SVG inside that button. When I paste this, it does something strange. It doesn't actually copy, and probably now it is copied. Yeah, now it is copied. Okay, here we go. So here we see this SVG. Okay, let's format the document, and here's the SVG. I'm going to minimize that. And this is actually like SVG. Here we go. And we probably need to provide this padding. Let's give it padding Y of 4 at least, and have a look. Okay, good. Maybe we also need a little bit horizontal padding, like instead of padding Y, let's give it padding 4 in general. And we have to give this button slightly different color, like text gray, 500. Okay, not bad. And we're going to display also how many likes that post already has, or claps. Maybe we can replace that SVG later, but we can right now write claps, or like 3004K, something like this, claps. We need to give this flex and gap 2, maybe. Okay, cool. We don't need claps. We can just write the number of likes. Okay, that's perfect. Now we have this image and we have the content outputted, and that's, I think, great. What else did we miss? So we aren't going to implement comments. We aren't going to implement anything else. Down below of this content, we can actually display the number of the category maybe, and the number of likes again. So where's the content section? Below content, we can display another div, and inside that div, we can output category, post category name. Have a look. Okay, name. Okay, let's see. Now, this is the thing. The post doesn't have relation into category. So let's open post PHP, and we're going to create relation into category in a similar way we defined relation into user. So let's define public function category, and also post belongs to category because one category might have many posts, and post has relation foreign key into category. Now, when we define this relation already in the blade, we will be able to access post category name in the following way. We save that, scroll down below, and we see technology right here. Let's give this margin top 8. Let's give it text. Actually, let's give it only margin top 8, and maybe we're gonna put this in a span. And let's give it padding of 4, BG gray 400, maybe rounded LG, and let's put this post category name inside. Okay, let's give it horizontal padding to be 4, but vertical padding to be 2, padding Y to be 2. Okay, maybe we should increase into 300 and rounded extra large. Okay, that's more like it. That's more like it. Maybe we should reduce this. Okay, anyway, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, so we can have this. This is the category, and down below we can also display the number of claps in the same way we have displayed above. So we can get this clap section, duplicate this, and put this below. However, you probably know that I don't like the code duplication. By the way, we also duplicated this category, so we should remove that. So what we should do is create a component for this clap, right? So let's bring up the terminal and execute PHP Artisan make component. All right, and we are going to provide. Shall we create a class-based component or view-only component? I think we can just provide the post as a prop into this component, and it can be view-only component. So let's just provide make component, and let's call this clap button and dash view. We hit the enter, the view was created. Let's open this and let's paste the clap button here. Okay, that's nicely formatted. Let's open show blade PHP, and instead of this, we're gonna use X clap button. Okay, cool. We're gonna use this X clap button also at the top, right here. Now, we have at the moment hard-coded amount there, so that's fine. But when we implement the claps, we have to modify this component also. So this is the whole post view page. We have the title, we have the avatar information, we have the number of likes, image, and description. Now let's start working on user profile page, just like it is implemented on Medium. So when we open Taylor Otwell on Medium, we're going to see the name of the user right here, then the avatar, a name and followers and bio. On the right side, we see this follow button, and we don't want to implement this subscribe, and we see the following as well, who he is actually following. Okay, and then on the left side we see his post. So let's try to implement this, and let's open the code. I'm going to close everything right now, and we're going to open profile controller. So we have the profile controller, but right now that profile controller is only for me, for my profile page. Like when I click on this, so that's it. So that displays my profile page. What I need is public profile. Also, when we open web.php regarding this profile, we see that user needs to be authenticated to access the profile, and this is basically his own profile related roles. We need public profile so that right now I am not authenticated on Medium, but I'm actually able to access Taylor Otwell profile page. So we can either use this profile controller and add a new method for public profile, or we can create new controller. And in this case, I'm going to create new controller. Let's execute PHP Artisan make controller, and we need public profile controller. Let's hit the enter. The controller was created. Let's open this and let's define public function. Okay, let's define public function show. I don't want everything to be auto-completed, so let me actually delete this. So we have the show, we're accepting the request, and we're going to accept the username as well. However, let's go into web.php, and let's define the following route. And then I'm going to explain every single thing. So we're going to listen to get. Let's autocomplete that part. So we're listening to the following route. We take the username. We are using the public profile controller, which we can actually import here. We are using the show method, and this is the profile show. However, do we have profile show? No, we don't have profile show defined, so that's fine. This is profile edit, actually. So profile show, that's fine. So, however, we are accepting a username here, and right here we are accepting a username as well. So what we can do, instead of accepting a username, we can replace this into user, and we can change this into user. However, we have to first import this user, like use app models user. Not user, but use. Cool, we don't want this. And the one thing what we have to add is that by default, Laravel, this is called route model binding, by the way, I haven't mentioned this, route model binding. And we are binding the model inside the route. This is the user model. However, by default, Laravel is going to use the primary key ID to select the user, so we have to provide that this needs to be username. Now the user will be selected by username right here, and let's return view. We're going to render profile show if that doesn't exist, so we have to create that. We don't want request, so we can remove that. And that's fine. Now let's go into resources, views. We don't have profile page here at all, so I'm going to define a new file inside. Well, we actually have profile page, and inside the profile page, let's define show blade PHP. And inside show blade PHP, maybe we can copy everything from the edit blade, replace it. However, we have to remove many things from here, like let's remove these partials completely. Okay, and let's show this public profile page. Great. Now let's go into public profile controller. The view exists, the route exists, and let's go into show blade, but in this case we have to open post/show blade, and let's find this avatar section, user avatar section, and we have here the h3, which is the username. We can change this into a, and let's provide href, which is going to be route profile.show, and we have to provide the user, the entire user. In this case, we have post variable, and we have to use post user. Great. So we provide the following URL inside the follow. We can skip that for now. Let's go on our page. Let's go on home page, open the post. And when we click on this test user, by the way, it doesn't have any kind of styles as well. So let's move this down, by the way. And let's give it classes. Class, hover, underline. Good. Now when I click on this, it is opening the profile page. This is the public profile page. We have to remove this. We don't need that. So let's go into profile show blade. Let's remove this header section. Much better. And let's observe the layout of this page. How we're going to do this. We're going to split this into two parts, the name and the posts, and then we have the sidebar section. So let's do the following. So we have this BG white. Let's give it, actually, let me create another div inside here. Let's give it flex. And then we need two divs. This is going to be for posts, and this is going to be for the sidebar. The sidebar, let's give it some fixed width, like 320 pixel width, and let's give it also border left, border L. And then inside the sidebar, we're going to output the user avatar, so we can check if the user avatar exists. If it does not exist, then we can use the default one. So we have again to perform the code duplication for something which we already have done inside the post show. If we scroll up, this is it. So we have the following component. Let me actually cut this and open terminal and create new avatar component, PHP Artisan make component, and let's call this user avatar dash view. We don't want the component class to be generated. View only component is absolutely enough. Now the user avatar has been generated. We're going to put this right here. However, we're going to provide user to the following component. So we can actually define right here props, not post, but I'm going to accept user here. And then I'm using a user variable here, here, and here. If the user image exists, we are using that. If it doesn't exist, we are actually rendering the default one. And let's go into post show, and we're going to use x user avatar, and we are providing the user in the following way. Now, if I save this, if I check the post view page, we see that this is not changed. That's great. However, let's go into profile page, and we have to use this x user avatar as well. This is the profile show page. Let's put this right here. In this case, we don't have post user, but rather we have user itself. So we provide that user here, we save it, and now we see this avatar. However, if we want a slightly larger avatar, what should we do? So inside this component, we have this hard-coded W12, H12, and so on, and we have the same thing right here. So we can accept right here another property. Let's give it size, width 12 and H12, and we can use that right here in the following area, size, here and here, size. Now, if we go inside the profile show, we can provide that second argument to be size, but in this case, we provide width of 16, let's say, and H16. Now we see slightly larger avatar. However, on the post page, we still see this to be 12. Let's go back, and maybe we should increase this further, like 24. Okay, great. Let it be like this. Now let's give this also some like padding, especially padding horizontal to be 8. Great. And let's give this div flex of 1. Now this is on the right side. We have this on the left side, and let's implement the sidebar first, like because we started that. So we need to display the user name. Let's put this inside H3. This is going to be user name. Then we have the number of followers, which we can put inside paragraph at the moment. Text gray 526k followers. Let's hard code this at the moment. Then we have the bio, so we can put this inside the paragraph, user bio. Great. And next we have the follow button, and that's going to be it. So inside the div, we're going to put a button. Now let's write follow, and let's give this button some classes such as PG Emerald PG Emerald 600 maybe. Let's give it rounded XL. Let's autocomplete and see what it actually generates. Text white, margin top 4, and it doesn't need margin top 4. Let's see. So we have the following button. I think we should make this rounded, probably full. That's it. Okay, not bad. Actually, this is not the same green color, but it's not a problem also. So we probably need slightly more paddings. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. I said this a million times, but still I feel that I'm spending too much time on that. Okay, anyway, so now we have this follow button, we have the user information, that's fine. Now let's focus on the left side. This is it, and here we have to display the username again, username, and then we need another div inside which we're going to display the user posts. We have to give this one proper styling, like text 5XL, something like this. Okay, good. Now let's display the posts of that user, and we have to pass those posts from this public profile controller. Okay, we are only passing the user, but now we have to select posts. Posts equals, okay, that's interesting thing. Let's autocomplete this and we're going to take care of this. So user model has relation to posts, and inside the post model we actually implemented belongs to relation to model to user. However, from the user model we can implement has many relation into posts. So I generally put relations before any regular methods right here. So let's define public function posts. This has many posts. All right. In the following way, Laravel knows that the user has many post models, and whenever we try to access user posts as a method, when we try to access as a property, it's going to give me collection of posts, all posts. Okay, but we want pagination as well, right? So we can do the following. We can use this parenthesis, and then we can order by latest. And if we call get, this is going to give me again collection. However, instead of calling get, I'm going to use paginate. Okay, now this gives me the paginated response, so I can take this post and provide them right here. And now let's open this profile show blade, and we can actually iterate over those posts and output them. So let's use for each or maybe for else directive. Iterate over posts as post, and we probably need empty case as well, and we probably need and for each, for else more specifically. However, we already have this for else of posts in our project, and this is index file. This is inside the index file, so we can actually copy this entire if for else statement and replace it in the following way. Now we save that and we have a look in the browser and we see the post of that user. However, I think we need few design point adjustments. First, let's give this one margin top of like 8 maybe. So we have distance here, and then we need some distance right here as well. So on that, let's give it padding right of 8 maybe. Okay, now that's more like it. So we have those posts which belongs to the following user, test user. Now let me create a new user and see let's go back, refresh it. Okay, now we already have an error, and this error is coming from auth user. So this is coming from layouts navigation blade. Okay, it looks like we are using that navigation when we don't have the authenticated user. So this is coming from the settings dropdown. Let's search for that in our project. This is it. And we are actually outputting that settings dropdown. Well, this is happening because on a profile page, we don't allow unauthenticated users to access certain things, right? However, the user profile page is allowed for non-authenticated users. So we have to do something similar. When we try to access to the following page, we should allow this. However, everything starts from this profile show blade, and this actually requires app layout, and app layout is for the authenticated users. Now, if we follow the blade file, it uses this layouts navigation, and the following layouts navigation assumes that this will be rendered when the user is authenticated, and it is using the following auth username. What we should do here, instead of directly outputting that, we should probably check if the user is authenticated or not. How to do this? Let's put this entire responsive settings options in an if statement, or maybe we can put this entire responsive navigation menu in its own if statement. Do we have anything else other than the profile related information? So everything is related to profile. Now, this is what we can do. We're going to use auth. If the user is authenticated, then we need to render the following HTML. Otherwise, we don't do it. So auth and auth. Now I save this, refresh it. Let's see. We have another error because that was responsive navigation menu for mobile, maybe, but there is another one. This is the settings, this one, which is for the desktop version. So this settings menu, this settings drop down actually needs to be hidden. So auth, that's my dog, and auth, and auth, and we're going to put this right here. So if we format that part, now we save that and we have a look, and so we don't have any kind of error. However, we should probably have login and sign up buttons as well. So in a similar way, we have this auth directive. We have another directive which is for guest. So guest, and we have end guest, and that content should be displayed if the user is actually not authenticated. And for this, we have guest layout, guest blade PHP, and I'm gonna copy. Actually, we don't have that in the guest. Let's go into navigation blade. Do we have somewhere login? No, we don't have login. Do we have register somewhere? Let's search for register somewhere. Inside blades, we have that inside the welcome blade. No, this is the only place where we have this inside welcome blade. So let's open this. We have register and we have login text. So if I copy them, actually the styles are coming from the Tailwind version 4, which I actually don't want. And the styles are not ideal. So I'm going to close this welcome blade and I'm going to create my own one. So here we need one link, which is going to redirect user into register, maybe. Create an account. And another one is going to be login. Or maybe we need first login and then create an account. But anyway, so now we have these two links at the top. Okay, they are super ugly. We have to apply some styles to them. Okay, let's use this multi-cursor here. Let's give it let's give the following styles. Is that fine? Okay, not bad. Okay, thank you, Copilot, for auto-completing that. Okay, we can leave this. Create an account redirects us into the register page. Login redirects us into login page. Create post also is going to redirect us into the login page. Now, let's create new account for a new user, zuratexample.com. We hit the enter. Okay, now let's have a look. So when we try to register new user, we have the following problem, and that problem is coming because we don't insert username. So we have to open registered user controller, and we have to generate the username. So we get the name, we get the email, and we have to generate the username. And we're going to also make sure that the username is actually unique, or we can add the username into registration. This is what I'm going to do. So let's open register.blade.php, and we have name. So I'm going to take this name, copy, duplicate that, and here we need username, and let's change every name mentioning into username. Let's remove this autofocus. Let's change this into username. Let's open registered user controller, and we're gonna add username here as well, which needs to be required, string, maximum 255, and unique among users table. We can remove this class right now. Okay, great. Now we have the username, and we can provide username as well during registration. Username. Cool. Now let's try to register again. In this case, we have the username. However, let's add margin top 4 to the username. Okay, Zura. Let's use the Zura username as well. Zura@example.com. We hit the enter. Let's see what happened. Now we have another error, and this is coming because of mail-pit. So we try to send an email, but we don't have the mail-pit active. So I'm going to open now my Explorer. Here we go, and I'm going to open in terminal, and I'm going to start this mail-pit. So I can minimize this, and right now the user is created, and if I retry this, I will see that the username has already been taken. So we have to actually delete this Zura user to try to register again. So if we go in the Tinker, PHP Artisan, Tinker, we have to select the user, like user last. Okay, user last doesn't exist. User latest, and then we call first. Now we have this Zura user, and on that user we can call delete. Now the user has been deleted. Let's provide password and click on register. Now the user Zura has been registered. However, we have to verify email address. Let's open the mail-pit, and we receive the following email. Click on this. Account has been verified. Refresh it, and now I'm authenticated. And let's check now my profile page at Zura. We hit the enter. This is my profile page. So this is the default avatar. We see full name, we see the hard-coded number of followers, follow button, and no posts were found. And now we can actually log out and try to access the page for Zura even as a guest, or we can use my username right here as well. Now let's start working on following follower functionality. And for this, first we need to create model and migration, execute that. And then I'm going to introduce a new framework, not a framework, but it is more like a library, JavaScript library Alpine.js. It is very lightweight JavaScript library, and the main purpose is to provide reactivity and interactivity to your HTML with minimal effort. It is often compared to Vue.js and React, but it is much smaller and makes it perfect for simple interactions and UI enhancements without the need of full JavaScript framework. And I actually really like using Alpine.js with Laravel. So this is a typical example of building a counter. Once we have Alpine.js included, and by default Alpine.js comes with Laravel, so we have to simply use this xData and provide right here an object. Optionally, we can provide an object right here, which initializes the following div as an Alpine component, and then we can use properties and methods inside elements of the following component. So we're going to see everything in our project, but first let's actually generate model and migration. I'm going to go into Artisan terminal and let's execute PHP. Oops, I'm writing in Georgian. PHP Artisan make model, and let's call this actually I zoomed out slightly, maybe I need to zoom in. So let's call this follower. Let's call this just follower, okay, with migration. So we want model and migration to be generated. Let's open the migration file, scroll down below, and we need to define, so we need user ID, and the auto completion works perfectly. So we have the user ID, which is constrained and on delete cascade as well. If the user is deleted, the followers will be also deleted. And we have then the follower ID. Again, it is constrained on users table, and on delete we have cascade as well. So this is going to be the user to which that user is actually following. In terms of timestamps, I think we don't need any kind of timestamps, the date when the user followed or something like this. So I'm going to remove those timestamps. However, you might need to create only one timestamp. If you follow this, you can actually copy on the one timestamp created it, and also in which case we have to configure the model. Okay, maybe we need to learn something new on that topic as well. So I'm going to copy this one timestamp only, and let's say that we only want created at. So on the table we call timestamp created at. In terms of precision, we can skip that part, and this is actually nullable. Okay, now we have the migration. Now let's execute this. PHP Artisan migrate. Okay, the migration has been applied. Let's open now follower model and but we're going to define actually. So we're going to define protected fillable, and this is going to have only user ID and follower ID. However, it actually auto-completed these two relations, which is actually ideal, which I wanted, but I wanted to explain this part as well. So we define user ID, follower ID inside fillable. However, we have to define also a constant right here, created at. We actually have created at column in the migration, so we don't need to do anything with created at, but we need updated at column to be false. No, it should be null. So I'm always get confused with null or false. So and that should be, I think, protected constant updated at to be null, which means that we are telling the model to disable the management of updated at column. Now we also define this relation to user and to follower with this belongs to. So the follower actually belongs to a user, or it belongs to a follower, so the record in between this table. Okay, good. So if we go inside user table, so we can define additional relations right here. We're going to put this right here. So one relation is going to be following, and we have to use a new method called belongs to many, and this defines many to many relation. So again, you can check all these things in the Laravel official documentation, and I always recommend to check it whenever you have some questions. Go to Laravel docs, click inside the search and type belongs to many. You're going to find many examples on that. And this belongs to many is the way to define many-to-many relations. So the user has many-to-many relations into users table through this followers table. Okay, and the second argument right here is the junction table, followers table, and we have provided the user ID, which is the first column, and follower ID, which is the second column. And when we try to access following on the user, this is going to give us every user who is following to that specific user. Okay, we need one more, actually every user. So maybe we should define the naming better. So let me define this followers as well, and we have to identify the naming. So following is the user, the current user is following to, and followers are the users who are following to the current user. Okay, good. So if we go into user model, scroll down below, we need to define relation. So relation from user into user, because user has many users as followers and user has many users as their following users. So right here, just below this relation has many, I'm going to define following one relation and another one is going to be followers. However, let's understand what's going on here. So we are using belongs to many right here, belongs to many method, and that method is used if we want to define many-to-many connections. So if I open quickly a new file, so we have users, and let's say that we have users with ID 1, ID 2, and ID 3. But we also have this in between, the junction table between the users and users, which creates this following system. So let's say that this junction table has user, oops, I'm writing Georgian again, user ID, and it has follower ID. All right. Now, if we type 1 here and inside follower we type 2, it means that user 2 is following to user 1. So if we type 1 here and 3 here, then third user is following to user 1. And if we type 2 here and 1 here, it means that the first user with ID 1 is following into user 2. Now, whenever we want, let's say that I'm selected the current user, which has ID 1, and I want to select all its followers. So I have to select those users who has follower ID. The current user has ID 1. So if we go into followers, and this belongs to many, define it. So we want to define this relation into user model, and between the junction table is called followers, and let's define the columns. So right here we need user ID, and right here we need follower ID. So the current user column, the current user on which we're going to call followers method, current user column goes right here, and then the second column goes right here. So we need vice versa. Let me take out this follower ID, and we need user ID here, and we need follower ID right here. Okay, great. Now we can actually open Tinker and test this before we do anything else. So how the relations actually working. For this, let's execute PHP Artisan Tinker. And we have to use follower. Let's execute create. We're going to create a couple of followers. So we're going to provide user ID is 1 and follower ID is 2. How many users, by the way, do we have in the table? I think we have only 2 users, right? So let's click on this, class follower not found. That's correct. We have to use fully qualified name up models follower create. We hit the enter. Okay, we see this error. The error is coming from updated at must be public. Okay, so that was my bad. We have to change this. Instead of protected, we have to make this public. We save this and let's access Tinker again, and let's execute this follower create. Okay, we need to execute. We have to replicate this up models. Now let's see, forbidden key constraint failed. Okay, it looks like we don't have 2 users. So let's execute user count. How many users do we have? We have 2 users. Okay, what are the IDs of that users? Let's call get to get all the users. Okay, so this one has ID 3, not 2, and this one has ID 1. So we have to execute follower create user ID 1 and follower ID 3. So we hit the enter, and now this creates the record in the follower model. And now we know that if on user 1, which is the test user, if on user 1 we call followers, it should return the following record, the following user, basically. So let's go into public profile controller, where we have the current user selected here, and let's dump dd user followers, and let's see, actually I'm going to access this as a property, and let's see what followers the current user has. Now let's open the browser, go right here, and this is my username, so let's refresh it and look at this. So when we try to select the followers, we see that there is one user. However, if we go and try to select following, how many users or which users the current user is following, we see empty. So the current user is not following actually anyone, only there's one user who is following to the current user. Okay, that's perfect. Now, if we open this profile show and search for followers, where we have this 26K followers hard-coded, what we can do is we can use the current user, then we can call followers here, and then we can call count, because the followers as a method returns the eloquent builder. I think we should move this down. So the followers method returns eloquent builder, and on that builder we can actually call count. And now there should be one followers on the page. Refresh it, and we see one followers. If we access another user, then we see 0 followers. That's great. Now let's start working on follow functionality, and we're going to introduce Alpine.js. I'm going to close every other tab and only leave, only leave this show blade, but I want to also open from resources, JS, app.js. Look at this. So Alpine is actually installed in our project in the Laravel starter kit, and we can start using that. Now let's go into show blade, and I'm going to select the HTML element which I want to convert as an Alpine component. So when I click on this button should change the color and text as well, probably right there, unfollow, and that should also be updated. Actually, right now I'm guest, and probably when the user is guest, we should not even show this follow button, but let's imagine that I'm authenticated. Okay, so, or maybe I should authenticate. Actually, let's go back and first let's hide this follow button if the user is not authenticated. So we're going to use auth here, auth, and auth. And we put this button. Okay, now the button is gone. Let's now authenticate using Zura. Okay, cool. Let's go into, not my profile, we actually need to access, okay, I can't actually follow myself, so I should also hide the following button if I am actually visiting my own profile page. So if auth, okay, we have to change this. So if the user is authenticated, okay, if auth user exists, let's autocomplete this. So if auth user exists, and if the currently authenticated user's ID does not equal to the user ID for which we are trying to open the profile, then we should display this button. So finally we need and if. Now if I save it and we see that the follow button is gone, if I try to access to my username, then I see a follow button right here. Okay, however, at the moment I'm actually already followed to that user, so I should probably see unfollow right here, and we can take care of this right now, or we can take care of this later. But for now, let's focus on Alpine and implementing the functionality. So we need to change the button. Whenever we click this button, we need to change the button design as well as this number of followers. So this element and the button element should be both in this Alpine component. So I'm going to choose the following div element to be Alpine component. I'm going to provide it x data, and that actually turns this into Alpine component. However, we can provide object right here, and that object defines if that object can have additional properties and additional methods as well. So for example, we can define following here, which can be false as an example. So we take that following variable, and based on that following variable, we can change text right here. So I'm going to delete this follow text, and right here I'm going to add on this button x-text. x-text, and based on the following flag, we can use following flag. If the following is true, we display unfollow. If the following is false, we display follow. So if I save this, we can have a look. So because right now following is actually false, we see the button with the text follow. If I give this following true, we save that, we see text right here unfollow. And this is how Alpine.js works. Now what we need to do is provide a proper value right here inside the following, whether it should be true or false. And for this, I can use double curly braces to output true or false based on whether the current user is following or not. And for this, I'm going to open user PHP and let's add another method. So let's define public function is followed by, and we accept a user here, and then we do the following. So the method will do the following. It will accept the user. In our case, let's use the method and we're going to also explain it. So right here, we're going to use the current user, for which, not the current, but the profile user. So this is the profile user for which we are viewing the page. The profile user, if that is followed by the current user, which is auth user, then let's put a question mark here, then we are going to output true, otherwise we're going to output false. So even though we have these true and false right here inside strings, finally when the following expression will be evaluated, true or false will be inserted in the following place without these quotes. So it's going to be true or false as a boolean. Now, if the current user, which is if the current user follows that user, or if that profile user is followed by the current user, then we type true or false. We define true or false. However, if we open this again and understand, if this user, which is actually the profile user, if inside this user's followers, there is the current user. So we can do like this, but this is not quite ideal solution if there are too many followers. So if there are hundreds or thousands of followers, then the following code is going to select all of them. So instead we can use query, these followers, and then we can provide where we're filtering the followers, and we're going to provide where follower ID corresponds to user ID. And then we can call exists on this. So among the followers, we're trying to find the follower which has the follower ID to be the current user ID. And if that exists, then the current user, this user is actually followed by the given user. Perfect. Now, if we refresh the page, we see unfollow right here immediately. So this indicates that our method actually works and the user is, the button has proper text. However, we have to give a slightly different color to button as well. To bind some properties into the following component using Alpine, we have to use colon and class. Then we have to write some logic here. For example, if following is true, then we can provide a class like bg_red_600. Otherwise, we can provide bg_emerald_600. And we can remove this hard-coded class inside here, because whenever this class is evaluated, then based on the following flag, it will have bg_red_600 or bg_emerald_600. Now I save this and we see unfollow button to be red. Okay, now we're going to add event listener to this button and we're going to send the request. But before we send the request, let's actually toggle the following. For example, we're going to update following equals not following. We save that. When I click on this, it changes into follow. When I click on this, it changes into unfollow. It is as easy as that. So we're listening and changing the value. However, we can also define additional method right here. We have a following property, but let's define another method such as follow. It's a typical method. So inside xData, we have a typical JavaScript object. So then inside the following method, we can do the following. On click, we're going to call follow like this. But inside the follow, we're going to do this following equals not this following. So it is going to do the same thing as you see, but this is not only enough. We have to send the request. And for this, we're going to use Axios. Axios is HTTP client, one of the most popular HTTP client out there. It is also installed alongside with Laravel. We can open the Bootstrap and we can see Axios is imported inside the Bootstrap, and the proper header is also set into the Axios, so we can directly use that. I'm going to close this. Now here we're sending the post request, and we have to create the controller on the backend side where we're going to send the request. So the syntax is the following. So we send the post request, and then inside then we receive whether that was successful or not. Optionally, we can also have catch. Here we're gonna receive an error, and we're gonna print this error. Now we have to create the controller on the backend side. So let's open public profile controller, or actually we should create a follower controller maybe. So let's open Artisan and execute PHP Artisan make controller follower controller. We hit the enter, the controller was created, and now let's define here public function follow, and we're going to accept user inside the follow. Then on, okay, that's something actually really interesting. So that's why I actually like using the Copilot. This toggle method, is this something really, does this exist? I don't know all the methods obviously that exist, so I didn't know that toggle method, but we're going to see. The whole idea is the following. Well, we have to import this user first. User from app modules like this. So then on the currently authenticated user, inside following, we can toggle, or we can do the opposite. So because we do the following on the user followers, inside the user followers, we can attach or toggle the currently authenticated user. Let's see if the toggle method actually works. However, the back method right here performs the redirect, but we don't want redirect. We want to return a JSON because we are actually calling this using Ajax. So we should do probably something like this: return. Actually, we already have return JSON, JSON encode, or maybe let's try to return. Let's use response, and then we can call JSON here, and we provide the associative array, like how many followers now the user has. Okay, so we are doing this follow, and this follow will actually do unfollow as well. We should probably call this follow unfollow. This user is following to the currently authenticated user. Sorry, the currently authenticated user, it's a little bit confusing, so make sure you understand this very well. The currently authenticated user is following the received user or unfollowing the received user. And then for the received user, which is also the same as the profile user, we're going to return how many followers it has. So if we go inside show blade, right here we print this response data, res.data, and let's open web.php, and we're going to define the route. The user needs to be authenticated and verified in order to be able to perform the follow unfollow. So we're going to do this right here inside this auth and verified middleware group. Route, we're going to send post request on route follow, and we're going to pass the accept the user here. Then we use the follow controller, which we have to import right here, and we are using the follow controller's follow unfollow method, and we are using also this following follow name, route name. However, we're going to take the following route and put this inside Axios post in a single quotes, or maybe we can use backticks. No, we can actually stick with a single quotes. We're going to paste this. However, in the following place, we need the profile user username. So this is the profile user, and we have to use username. Because right here we are accepting it by username, actually we can replace this into user ID as well, because this is not in the URL, no, this is not in the browser URL, this is only Ajax request, and we don't actually care if it's going to be ID or username, so we can use ID here as well. Now let's open the browser, and I'm going to open developer tools, and we're going to observe if the request is sent or not. Let's go into network and click on unfollow. As you can see, the request has been made. It is successful with 200 status code. And if we go inside preview, we see followers equals 0. So the toggle method seems to be working. And I didn't know, actually, to be honest, that I didn't, maybe I read that once, but I didn't know all the methods. So that is awesome. Now if we click on this follow again, the response contains followers 1. And we have to simply update that number here with 0 and 1 depending on what we receive. So if we go, actually let's check the console as well. Inside the console, we receive the following data, res data. This is the res data what we see here. Now let's open the show blade. So we have this res data. Inside res data, we have followers. So we have to introduce another variable, which is going to be the counter, and we are going to display that counter right here. So that should be Alpine.js property variable, not coming directly from Laravel and PHP, right? So let's introduce that variable here. We have the following variable. Now let's call this followers count. That equals, and we can assign actually this user followers count whatever we have right here. However, instead of this, we can actually define a span and provide x text to be followers count. Okay. Now, whenever we receive the response inside res data followers, we have the final count. So this followers count equals res data followers. This is how we return from backend. Res data followers, we can open the follower controller and we can change this even followers count. That's probably more like descriptive name. Followers might be the array of the users as well. So the followers count equals res data followers count. And just like this, that followers count is going to be updated, which is the Alpine.js property number, and then Alpine.js will update the following span. We save it, and as we see right here, 0 followers, click on this, 1 followers, click on this, 0 followers, click on this, 1 followers. Okay, we did this. However, there's one more thing we have to do. When we open the post details page, we see right here follow button, and when we click on this button, we should see unfollow. If I click unfollow, we should see follow. If I check the test user, right now I'm already following that user, test user, so I should actually see unfollow right here. So I have to replicate the same functionality inside the post show. However, I don't want to copy this object and put that inside the second blade file, simply because I don't like repeating myself and I don't like to repeat the code. However, there are two ways to resolve this problem. One way is actually to create a Laravel component with the following div. This can be a Laravel component, and we can put the following information inside slots. So all that go inside a default slot of the Laravel component. Okay, in which case only this part will be, I think the best will be if I show this to you. So PHP Artisan make component, and let's call this follow wrapper. Let's call this follow wrapper, okay, or follow container, CTR. And we want view only, --view. We hit the enter, the follow container was created. Now let's go into show, and I'm going to take out this part, the opening div tag, and we're going to use x follow CTR. Oops, this is the opening tag, and we need down below x follow CTR as a closing tag. Now if we come here and paste everything, we need closing div tag, but in between these opening and closing div tags, we can format this a little bit nicely. We have to accept the user as well. Scroll down below. Well, we can define the prop here, prop user, and then we have to output slot here. Now from this show blade, we have to provide, where's this? So we have to provide the user to be the profile user, this one. And the currently authenticated user is taken from the auth user like this. So if I save it, if we go on the profile page, actually something has been broken. Xfollow CTR, Xfollow CTR. Let's come here, and we are outputting this slot. Let's see. Okay, here we go. However, what is this? Class flex. Probably I have some minor thing written somewhere. We're accepting the prop. Let's remove this slot, entire slot. Okay, it's not coming from here. Let's remove this entire follow. We still see this flex. Okay, we are going to check the page source. Let me check the page source, and we're going to see class equals flex. Where is this coming from? We have this test user. Okay. We have this test user from page content. So this is the page content. Let's find the page content. This is it. Then we have this slot, entire show blade. Oops, this is it. So I mistakenly probably clicked on something and it deleted, and that was causing the problem. Cool. Now we don't have that issue, and if I click on unfollow, this actually works perfectly. So this is the one way, and if we open the profile page, not the profile but the post page, we can adjust this as well. So now we can use the following container. Let's open show blade from post, and let's search for follow. We have it here. This is the follow. And we're, as a wrapper, we're going to use the following component, x follow CTR. However, we have to accept class as well, which, by the way, this is extra, which, by the way, we have not supported inside the container. So we should open this probably, and we have to use, we have the following x data, but we have to use also attributes. We can call this merge, or we can call class, or we can output the entire attributes. That's also fine. in which case the class will be outputted as well. Now, if we save this, undefined variable user, we don't have user here, we have post user. So we have to provide post user as a property. Now this is good. However, let's take care of this follow and unfollow text. Now the following container actually provides the following, followers count, and follow Alpine.js methods, this method and two properties. So we have to use this following, and let's delete this, and let's provide x text equals follow. If following, then unfollow, otherwise follow. We save and have a look. If we are following, we see unfollow. Let's refresh it. Do we follow? No, we don't follow. That's why I expected unfollow here, but we don't follow. So let's click on the follow and then open this. Now we see unfollow. Look at this. And additionally, we can also change the color in the same way like we did. We provide colon class, and here if following, then we give it text red 600, otherwise text emerald 600, and we can remove this text emerald 600 from here as well. We can turn this into button actually. Okay, now we see unfollow. Click on this. However, we don't listen to click on the following button, so that's one thing we should also add. Click, which is going to call follow. We save it, click on unfollow, and look at this. That's great. Now we open this, we see that user is not followed. Let's refresh it. We click on follow, and now we see that the user is actually followed. So that is one way to make this reusable, so that the following Alpine.js code is not repeated into multiple places and it is only a single place. So if we decide to add more properties or to change the URL, we have this only one place. However, there is a second way, and the second way is to define that reusable data through Alpine data. I'm not going to go too deep in this. However, you can check that in the documentation of Alpine.js, or you can also ask to ChatGPT how to define reusable data. For this, you just have to use this alpine.data. Okay, like the dropdown is an example here. You can define it. You can accept those additional arguments. However, I'm going to give you a hint. That hint will be that data right here has the function. So that function should receive a couple of arguments. Like you should either provide the user object, or you should provide these three values, like the following value, true or false. You should provide the followers count and the user ID inside the following function right here. You should probably call these follow unfollow data or something like this. And then right here inside this x data, instead of this large object, you're going to use this follow unfollow data as a function. You provide the parentheses here and the parameters as well. Okay, I'm going to leave this to you as a challenge if you want to dive more deeply into Alpine.js, but for now we have this reusable piece of code and I'm really happy to leave it as it is. Now we're going to implement post like or clap functionality like the Medium actually has. So it is like internally, we can call this like, we can call this clap. So the main thing is that we're going to save something into the database and display how many claps or like the user made. First, we have to define the model. For this, PHP Artisan make model, we can call this claps. And we need migration as well. So let's open the migration. And we have to define on which user is actually making the clap, and we have to define also on which post we are performing the clap. So this is going to be foreign ID. We have to provide here post ID, and this is going to be constraint on post and cascade on delete, so that if the post is deleted, we're gonna also delete those claps. And we can save optionally the date when this happened. However, we don't need updated it. We only need created it. So let's just provide created it, and we can make this nullable. Okay, let's bring up the terminal and execute PHP Artisan migrate. Perfect. Let's open clap model. Claps. Why it is in plural? Generally, models should not be in plural, so we should rename this into singular. Clap, and we should rename the model, the file as well, to be clap. We can call this reaction as well. Anyway, let's call this clap. Okay, we have to define protected, fillable post ID and user ID, and we have to define the relations into post and user. However, those are not actually mandatory, okay, but we can do it. If we open now post, we have to define has many relation into claps. So probably right here we have these relations. We're going to define claps. The current post has many claps. Okay, that's perfect. And now let's open show.blade from the post, and we have somewhere that SVG file. Or maybe we created a separate button, clap. Here we have this X clap button, which has the SVG, and it has this hard-coded 3.4, whatever it is. So we are going to use a post. We're going to provide post here, which is going to be the current post on the clap button, and then, or we can even provide the count, clap count. Count. This is going to be on post. We're going to call claps as a method and count to select all the claps, the count of the claps. So let's define props here. Count by default, it can be 0. And then we're going to output here count claps. We can remove this. Now, the current post has 0 claps, and we have to implement a liking or clap. Let's call this like or dislike in the same way like we implemented for the follow of the user. So let's introduce X data here. We're going to make this Alpine.js object, okay, and we need count here. So we provide count here to be the following count, and we need the clap function. Let's remove this. We need this clap function, in which case I'm going to use Axios post. We're going to send the post request, and we need this response. Inside the response data, we can receive the count. We're going to update the received count, and we can catch this as well. Okay, great. However, let's define the URL on which we're going to send the request. For this, we can create new controller, PHP Artisan make controller. Let's call this clap controller. We hit the enter, the controller was created. Let's open this, and it's going to be public function clap. And we are going to accept right here post for which we're going to perform clap. And then we have these post claps create, and we have to provide the currently authenticated user's ID. So that's fine. Post claps create user ID, and finally we're going to return response JSON number of claps, or let's call this claps count, post claps count. We have to open web.php, and we have to define new route for that. I think we can duplicate this so that we can save some time. We can call this clap. We provide post right here. We don't need to provide slug, post slug like we have here. We can use the ID in this case. We need to use clap controller, and the method is called clap. And we can optionally, we can provide clap, or we don't need the route name in the specific case, but we can provide this. Now, if we go into clap button, we're going to use /clap/ and we're going to output post ID. However, we don't have post, so we have to finally accept post here, which is going to be null by default, or let's assume that the post is required. Now we're going to get post here. We're going to call collapse and count as a method. So we get the number of counts on the post. We have to also detect if the current user has clapped on the specific post. So let's define has clapped. That equals, and we have to do something similar what we have already done for the following follower. So this is what Copilot suggests me, and I'm going to accept this. So the currently authenticated user has clapped the post, true or false. So we have to define this has clapped method on user PHP, like is followed by. So let's actually public function has clapped, and we're going to accept the post. And in a similar way, inside the post claps, we're checking if the current user exists. So that's going to return true or false. So we have has clapped, we have count, and we have the following post ID. So we have to change the following place where we're passing only count. We have to provide post now, the entire post. And now let's have a look. Undefined variable count. We are using count somewhere here. Okay, we don't need this. This is the blades variable, Laravel variable. We have to use the Alpine.js span and then xtest count. Undefined variable post as well. We do provide post, right? So let's save this, refresh it. Okay. Don't we have post here? So we're providing a post variable. From where are we doing this? Yeah, we have that xclap button used in two places, and post is variable in both cases. So yeah, this is it. So we have the second place. We have to provide post. Save that. Now that's great. Let's open DevTools so that we can see if the request is made or not. Click on this like button. Okay, we don't listen to click of that button, right? That's correct. So we have to, let's add click, clap. That's correct. So we're going to call clap when we click on this. Now this sends the request and it returns with an error. Table collapse has no column updated yet. That is totally fine. Just get used to reading these errors, guys. So table collapse has no column updated yet, and that's because inside our migration we only define created yet. Now if we open clap PHP, we have to define this public const updated at equals null. Now we save this. Let's click on this clap again. Now this returned with the 200 status code, and we see claps count right here. That's perfect. If we refresh it, we see already one right here that works. However, we have to change the SVG icon based on if the current user has clapped or not. And for this, we're going to use this thumbs up icon with the outline style, but let's also select this solid version of it. So if we go inside clap button, we have the following SVG. I'm going to paste that second SVG as well. Let's just format this like this. Now we have two buttons and we have to show and hide based on this Alpine.js variable. So that Alpine.js variable is called has clapped. So we are going to use template, and we're going to use if. This is the Alpine.js condition. So if has clapped, then we need like the second SVG, which is the solid version. So let's do it like this. If has clapped, then we need solid version. However, this was generated. However, if not has clapped, then we need the first SVG. So if I save that, now I see that the current user has clapped the post, so I see solid version. I click on this, the solid version stays because we have to update this has clapped as well, just like we are updating this inside profile page. Let me double check. We are only updating the followers count. That's also no, yeah, we are also updating this following not. Okay, we should put this inside on the profile page. We should also put this on a then callback. Then means that the request has been successfully completed. We can remove this console log as well. The request has been completed, then we update the following and the followers count, and in the same way, if the request has been successfully completed, then we perform this clapped equals not this has clapped. Okay, perfect. Now we perform this clap twice, probably because if we go inside clap controller, we have to perform toggle as well. Okay, the toggle exists on many-to-many relations, but we have to actually select if the current user has clapped or not, because if we continue clicking on this button and refresh it, it's going to increase the number of counts right here. So let's actually select if has clapped or not. Has clapped equals, we're going to use post claps. Let's check. Yeah, if the current user has clapped, actually we have a method for this. On the user, like auth, on the auth user, we have this has clapped post. Okay, if has clapped, let's define, then we have to delete. Then we have to perform delete. And we return this has clapped count. Let's move this down. In else case, if the current user has not clapped, then we perform the creation of this clap record. And finally, we return this claps count. Okay, great. Now we have 3 claps, all from the same user. So if I click on this, it is going to decrease. However, why don't we receive this claps count? Claps count, we received that. Clap button. Okay. We are using count here. Okay, this should be called claps count. Let's call this claps count here and here as well. Or maybe we can leave this count. Inside the Alpine.js component, we'll leave this count, but in the response, we expect this claps count. And we're also outputting the count. And now we have 0 because we deleted all of them. I'm going to click on this. Now we see 1 and the SVG icon changes. I'm going to click on this. Now we see 0 and that changes. So we can continue clicking on this, and that actually works perfectly. Now let's implement filtering of posts based on the category. So we have technology, tech, health, science, and so on. So whenever we click on one of them, we're going to put the following ID in the URL, and we're going to filter posts based on that information. So let's open, I'm going to close every file, and I'm going to open welcome. Do we have still welcome? No, this welcome is something else. We should probably delete this. Let's delete this welcome blade, and we have to open post index, right? And we have to find these X category tabs, inside which we have the following anchor tags. So we have the category name, and each category has name and ID, as I remember. So we haven't created slug for the category. Category create categories table. Where's the categories table? I'm going to open this and have a look. What do we have inside the migration? Create categories. We have only ID and name. If we generate a slug, you can use that slug as well. Let's open web.php, and we're going to define the following page. So what do we do? The home page actually is restricted for the authenticated users only. So let's do like this. So route, we're going to define get. We're going to write C as an identification for the category. We can do C, or we can directly take the category, which is going to be slightly weird. But let's do C. If we have a slug, category slug, and in the URL we would write like health, that would make more sense. The username starts with it, category starts with health. But we don't have slug, and just write one in the URL is going to be slightly weird. So let's just write C or category. Let's write category slash in the category placeholder route variable. So then we're going to use the post controllers index. Okay, we don't want to use the post controllers index. However, we can create we haven't implemented the editing of the post and deleting of the post, right? We can come back to this. However, we are going to filter the categories. So I'm going to define a new function, category. We accept the category. Then on that category, we have to define relation into posts. We don't have slug inside the fillable, so we only have name inside the fillable, but we do have has many posts. So we need the following relation. Then on category post, we call this simple paginate. We select the post, and we select and we render the same post index view. So if we open right now web.php, instead of post controllers index, we are going to use category method, and we can call this that should be post by category. So we're going to take that post by category route name and open category tabs, and we're going to change this into route. We provide the post by category as a route name, and we have to provide category ID or the entire category. So we save that, refresh it. Let's have a look. I click on technology and we see category 1. We click on health and we don't see anything. Science, sport, politics, entertainment. So it seems like we have only 2 posts, and both of them are inside the first category. However, we have to perform the order by as well. In a similar way we are doing inside the index. Order by created at descending, or we can call this latest. I'm going to leave this latest, it's easier. So category posts, latest, simple paginate. Refresh it, and that's it. And just like this, we have implemented the filtering. However, we have to mark the proper selected category right here as well. At the moment, the active class is added on this. If we remove this active class, then what happens? Okay, it doesn't do anything. These are all these classes together define this active style. So if I remove this, now all styles are actually lost. So based on the current route, we have to add these classes or these classes. Matching of the current route can be done in 2 ways. One is based on the full URL, like we can use if request is and provide the URL. So we're going to use right here double curly braces. I'm going to cut this, and we're going to write if request is, we can provide, and then we have to provide the full URL. Like if the request is category slash plus, not plus, but concatenation with the category ID, then we have to do one, otherwise we have to do other. However, that actually defines, that uses the route URL. And I typically don't like using route URLs because I think that route names are defined because of that. So if at some point in the future I decide that I want to change the route name from category slash category into C slash category, then I have to find all the places where I'm using this hard-coded category route name, and I have to update that as well, which is not exactly what I want. So I'm going to stick with a second way. And the second way is to use current route named. So instead of this, we are going to use route current route named, and we're going to provide post dot by category. So if current route is named post by category, but we need second condition as well, and the request category equals to category ID. Request category is gonna be the ID, what we have here. Let's undo this. So this is going to be ID. And if the request category, whatever ID it is going to be, equals the category ID. And I'm using 2 equality right here. Don't use a 3 equality because this is going to be string, this is going to be integer, and they will not be the same. So that's why I use these 2 equality. And if that happens, then we put a question mark here. Then we add active classes. Otherwise, we add regular classes. So I have copied these regular classes. So I'm pasting them here, and let's take those active classes as well. We're going to actually copy these and paste here. Save. Let's see. Okay, the classes. Something is wrong. Yes, I know what is wrong. I have to take out this part, and I have to put this question mark part here. So this is the entire expression. So if that condition, let's move this down. If that condition happens, then we're going to add the following classes. Otherwise, we're going to add the following classes. And the condition, the entire expression ends here. Okay, now we save that. Okay, that's more like it. I'm going to click on health, and let's see what happens. App modules category could not be converted into string. I see. So right here, this request category is actually a model. So request category was, the Laravel initialized it as a model, even though we have this category right here in the URL, and we are taking this from the URL. Through route model binding, it was converted into a model. So we have to just compare their IDs. And that is great. That is great. However, this all needs to be also deactivated, and the all actually should be only active if there are no category in the route. So we can just simply take the request category and do the following. So if request category exists, then we have to, then this should be a regular item. So the following styles should be added. And these are the styles that needs to be added. So if the request category exists, then we need the following classes. Else, we need these classes. Again, let's move this down. Request category, then we have a question mark here, and then we have colon here. We save that. Okay, I'm just checking that I don't make any mistake. Now that's perfect. So we navigate and we see only one is active. We click on all, which doesn't do anything at the moment, by the way. So we should probably redirect user into /, which is the home page. Click on all. Now it is activated. Now let's implement on the home page displaying only posts from the users which I follow when I'm authenticated. However, if I am not authenticated, I also decided that I want to allow other users to have a look at the posts. So the following road, which is the home page, is restricted for the authenticated users only. So I'm going to make this public like this. So we save it and we access the home page. We are guest. I have this create an account or login, and I see all the posts. However, when I log in, I should be able to only see posts which is created by my following users. So let me authenticate. I'm going to use Zura, login, and if I check the test user. So this is the user I'm actually following. So, and the both posts at the moment are actually created by the test user. So I should see both of the posts. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new account, and we can call this freeCodeCamp. And we can use the same username, all in lowercase. Let's use freecodecamp@example.com. We're going to use password. Click on register. Email field must be all in lowercase. Okay, good. Okay, so we have been authenticated. The email needs to be verified. So I go back. This is the email which is sent to freeCodeCamp. So we have to click to verify email address. But before I do this, the user cannot even view the post details if it is not authenticated. Okay, let's improve this as well. This is the post view, so I'm going to cut this and make this also public. Okay, click on this and the post is opened when the user is not authenticated or not verified. However, when the user clicks on this follow, now we see forbidden because the user is not verified and the user should not be able to do anything like this. Okay, we're going to come back to this and fix that, but right now I'm going to verify my email address. And okay, I'm verified. I can view my profile page, my public profile, which is going to be freeCodeCamp. Okay, great. And let's say that freeCodeCamp, or I'm going to log out and I'm going to log in as testexample.com, and I'm going to access /add freeCodeCamp, and I'm going to click on follow. So test user is following freeCodeCamp. But freeCodeCamp is not following the test. So if I authenticate right now using freeCodeCamp user should not see any posts on the homepage. Okay, let's go into post controller index, and we're going to do this in the following way. So user, we're going to select all the users that I am following. So let's take the currently authenticated user, auth user, but if that user doesn't exist, we don't have to do anything. So we're going to assign this into a variable, and we have to check if that user exists. Then we have to find the following IDs. This is going to be user following. We can call pluck on this for ID. Pluck method simply will take only one column as a single dimensional array. And this is going to be IDs if the user is authenticated. So if I dump those IDs, right now for freeCodeCamp user, we're going to see empty array. Okay, we even see ambiguous column name ID. Okay, where is this coming from? User following pluck. This is coming from. That makes sense. So because we are using pluck right here, and we have this many-to-many connection from users into the users itself, the following keyword is executed. Select ID from users in a join on followers, on users ID equals followers user ID. And because we're selecting ID right here, that causes the problem. So we have to provide the column name like users ID. So we want users ID. Now let's refresh the page and we see empty array because freeCodeCamp is not following to any user. Okay. However, let's proceed. And I'm going to create this post latest as a query right here, as a variable query. Okay, if the user exists, we select the IDs. And then on that query, we're going to execute wherein user ID equals to the IDs. And finally, on that query, we're going to call this simple paginate. So right now, if I refresh the page, freeCodeCamp does not see any posts because freeCodeCamp doesn't follow to end users. However, freeCodeCamp can actually access my username, the following user, click on follow, in which case when freeCodeCamp opens the home page, freeCodeCamp will see posts coming from that user. Let's unfollow, refresh it, and now the posts are actually gone. So if you're a guest user and you want to browse the website, you can actually see the posts. So you can read all the top posts, latest posts, you can open that and view, we have an error. Argument number user must be type of. Okay, this is coming from the following function. Okay, we're gonna open that user PHP is followed by. Well, this is used in a few places. Let's open that. And this is the follow container wrapper. That follow container wrapper is actually necessary. Yeah, not a problem. So we can easily fix this. There are many ways to fix that specific thing, but in this case, I'm going to accept right here null as a default value, or we can make this optional by providing a question mark here, in which case we can simply return true. If the user doesn't exist, or return false. If the user doesn't exist, we return false. Refresh it. Okay, now we see another error. Auth user has clapped. This is coming from the clap button. Clap button from here. The clap button should probably be hidden if the user is not authenticated, right? So let's do the following. That clap button should only be displayed if the user is authenticated. So we can use the following auth and auth, which basically should fix that problem. We don't see the clap button. We see follow, however, and that follow should not be also displayed. If you open show.blade.php, we should scroll up and we see this button follow unfollow button. This is it. And we can also add auth here. Auth and auth. Save that. Okay, that is gone, and probably that middle dot should be gone as well. Okay, so when the user is guest, user can browse the website, open it, and have a look to the user who made that post. And if the user decided that, okay, here are very great posts and I need to authenticate, then the user can authenticate with any of the accounts, go on the home page, or maybe access to that specific user and click on follow. And in which case the freeCodeCamp will not see anything because the Zura user doesn't have any posts. But you get the idea, right? So we can finally follow to, come on, my username. That's it. Now I'm going to introduce Spati's media library package, which is excellent package when working with media. Specifically, we're going to use that to upload images, resize that into multiple resolutions, save images into the file system as well as in the database, and associate that to the post model. And we can use this for the user model as well, because user actually has avatar as an image. Let's click on this media library, scroll down below, find the installation section, and copy the following command. Composer requires Spati Laravel media library. Let's open Artisan terminal. I'm going to paste, hit the enter. Let's scroll down below and we have to execute vendor publish command to create the migration file. And we're going to publish this migration. So we're going to copy this. That was installed. Let's paste that, hit the enter. The migration file was published from the following folder into here. We can control and click on this and we can see it creates a media table it has morphs into the model, and that morphs basically means that it has polymorphic relation, and through that morphs function, basically it defines two main columns. So it defines this ID. If we open this numeric morphs, we're going to see that it creates this string, it creates this unsigned big integer, and it creates the following index as well. So two main columns and one index. And then it generates the unique UID. It has this collection name, file name, MIME type, disk. This media library is actually pretty powerful, and it has ability to save those medias into different storage locations, into S3 or Cloud, Google Cloud, or somewhere else. And it also supports the conversions and manipulations. You can generate different versions of your image and resize that by resolution, but also you can generate the other versions, such as the black and white version only, or blurred version, or and so on. Okay, so we have the only table inside this migration, so we have to execute PHP Artisan migrate, and the table was created. Now we don't want to publish the configuration option. You can do this if you want to apply some customization, but what we want is to use that. We don't want also this part. Let's scroll down below. Okay, let's go into basic usage area. Where's that? Preparing your model. Yeah, basic usage. So first we have to implement hasMedia on our model, and let's open post model first and scroll at the top. Implements hasMedia. This hasMedia needs to be imported. Here it is. And we have to also use a trait interacts with media. So we can use it like this. Make sure that interacts with media also is imported like this. Now, once we prepared our model, if we want, we can register media conversions. And these conversions are exactly what we are going to register right now. So whenever we upload a media on the post, we want also to generate smaller version on that. So let's import this media class. Let's import this. We don't want feet. Probably we want resize. Let's apply resize, and let's choose maybe 200, or let it be 400 as a width of the resize, or maybe we should provide width directly. Add media conversion. We can call this preview, and I plan to use that conversion right here on the following area. And I'm giving this width of 400 because probably on responsive, it's going to be on full width. That's why I'm just giving it 400. Maybe we should even increase the, or maybe we should register different versions of that. So here is a method non-queued, and I want to stick with that method because by default, the media library works inside a queue. So if I remove this, then the media conversion will happen in the background, in the queue. But for this, we also need queue management and understanding what is queue and how that works. Okay, which is not a big deal as well, and maybe we can try this as well and show you how it works. But finally, I'm going to stick with this non-queued. You know what? I just changed my mind. So let's execute PHP Artisan queue listen. Or we also have queue listen and queue work, and depending on your use case, let's type queue listen -- help, and this is going to give you the whole information about this command. And as you see, listen to a given queue, the name of the connection. We also have queue work. Let's use queue work, and it is very similar. The name of the queue connection to work on. Starts processing jobs on the queue as a daemon. Okay, so we can execute one of them. The difference between the listen and the queue is that one actually restarts the changes, restarts the listening whenever we make some changes in the files. So if you execute queue work as an example, it's going to start listening to the queue, but I think queue work is not restarting when something is changed. For development, it is actually best practice to use qwork. Let's have a look. So you may run qlisten command. When using qlisten command, you don't have to manually restart the worker when you want to reload your updated code. That's it. So we have to use qlisten. Let's stop this and we're going to execute qlisten. Okay, great. Now we have, and there are nothing to process at the moment. And we also decided not to have this non-queued. So it's going to execute inside the queue. Just make sure you have this queue command actually started. Now we're going to go into post controller and we're going to modify how we save this media. Let's scroll down below and find the store section where we take this image and perform the saving of this image manually. So instead of doing this, we have to modify this slightly. And we have to use the media library and the media table, what we just created inside the database. So we're going to use this. Well, let's first create post. Let's call this post. And then on that post, we have to execute add media from request. So we want to add media from request, and the request field name is called image. And we also want to add this into a collection, and we want to add this into a default collection, so we don't provide any argument here. This add media from request is coming from the trait we added, interacts with media trait on the post model. Okay, and as well as this to media collection does the same, and it by default adds this into the default collection. Okay, so let's close this. Now this will take the image from the request and adds this into a collection. Once it is added into the collection, this registered media conversion will take it and process it. In this case, we don't need to take this image. We don't need this image saving. I'm going to comment out this part, and we don't even need image model on the post image column on the post model. So we can comment out this, and once this is working, we can actually drop the column table from the column image from the database as well. Now let's open the browser and try to create new post. We need to be authenticated. Let's create one post from freeCodeCamp account. Let's choose an image. Let's provide test post, choose health category and test content. We click on submit. Image field must be type of okay, it is WEBP. Okay, let's choose another one for simplicity right now. Probably we should support WEBP as well. Now I'm authenticated as freeCodeCamp and I don't see my post right here, so I'm gonna go into, I should have probably my post section as well, but if I access at freeCodeCamp, I'm gonna see the post right here. Okay, the image is broken probably because, not probably, but for sure because we didn't change how we output that image. But the main thing is that now we're gonna see, look at this. So the queue is started and it started processing and completed that. So if we check thinker, we can use, we have to select the post. So post equals post, let's take latest first. Actually, we need up models post. So we select the post. Okay, we have an error. Traits PTA media library interacts with media not found. Well, why it is not found? Interacts with media, it is there. Interacts with media. Okay, not sure what happened. Maybe it is not loaded inside Tinker. So we should close Tinker and re-execute PHP Artisan Tinker, and probably it's going to load all those classes. So now let's execute up models post latest first. This is going to select the post. Let's assign this into a variable, and then on that post we're going to call get media, which is going to give us the whole media, a list of media collection, which is coming from this Spati's media library. And we have only one media at the moment, and that is the file we uploaded. We also have get first media, which is going to return only first media file, and this is it. And on that get first media, we have get URL method, which is going to return the image, which is uploaded now inside the storage. If we control and click on this, and we open this in the browser, it was open in my second browser, so I should open this here. Oops. Here, now we see that the file is uploaded there. Okay, and that is the original file. But we should also have conversions. So if we have a look at this. So we have this generated conversions for preview. Okay, so if we want to get specific conversion, we should provide get URL for preview, and it's going to give us the preview conversion. So if I copy this and open this in the browser, I'm going to see now resized version of that. And this is how we resized it. Okay, so this is the width of 400 pixel. We can obviously reduce this into 200, whatever you want, but now we can use the following code to actually return an image URL. So on the post, we have this image URL method, and this is how I am going to do it. Return this, let's use this, get first media, get URL preview. Now we save that, we come here, refresh it, it is still broken. This is the post. Okay, let's see what is the URL it is coming from. I'm going to inspect that. Okay, maybe I don't use that image URL method. Let's open post item blade and find the image section. Well, we have that image storage, yeah, post image. So we use this post image instead of this post image URL. So we should be using post image URL here. Okay, cool. We don't want the storage URL. Great. Okay, look at this. So now this is fixed, and this is using the preview version. So if we open this image in a new tab, this is the preview version. So we are using small version right here in this listing, and that's pretty cool. If you open the post details page, we see the image right here as well, but in this place we are also using preview version. On the inner page, and you see that it is a little bit blurry, so we want to use the original version right here on the following area, even though you can register as many conversions as you want on the post. So we have only one conversion. You can duplicate this and register a large version here as well, which is going to have like 100 and like 1200 probably width. You can do this, and then you're going to use this large conversion name when getting the media URL. Okay, we can do this as well. However, let's go into this image URL, and I'm going to add preview, which is going to be false by default, and I'm going to pass this preview right here as an argument. So when I provide false, what's the default? Get first media returns this media, and that media has get URL. That get URL accepts this conversion name. Okay, and by default it is empty string, so we should probably do an empty string, and that is called conversion name. So we are accepting a conversion name here, passing that here. Now let's open show blade PHP, and we're going to find where we use this image URL. We use this right here, and we can provide a empty conversion name, which is going to mean basically original. And if we check in the browser now, look at this. So this is not blurry anymore. This is the original one, and it has a larger width. If we go back, when I say back, okay, we have this, you get URL on null. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We have to open this post, and we have to check, let's just put a question mark here, which basically means that if this is null, don't proceed and don't call the method getURL. So this is going to return null, and it's going to be a broken image, and we have to fix this. So the image is required, so there will be no broken images actually on the post itself, and this is broken because we changed how we output the image or how we upload the image. But you get the idea. So we are using this queue started here, which is going to process our images, and if we want to not use queue, we can use non-queued version right here, and queue will not be necessary to process the following conversion. And that might take some time, so whenever we upload a new image, it's going to happen in the same thread, and it might take some time in such case. So since we activated our queue, we can actually leave this as the default version, the queued version. And I'm going to register this media conversion on the user model as well, because we have avatar right there, and we might have upload very large image there. I'm going to choose one image, which is going to be something, I don't know, let's choose my thumbnail, one of the thumbnails, and click on save. Okay, that was shrinked and uploaded. And now let's implements as media. Oh, we actually have implements already, so we need just has media here, and we need then interacts with media. Okay, great. Now we're going to register conversions. Let's register them after casts right here. Oops. Let's open post, register conversions. We only need one conversion. In this case, let's import this media as well. So this is going to be avatar conversion, and let's give it width of 128. We don't want second conversion, and we want to crop as well. So let's crop this in the center, 128, 128. The crop expects only width and height. So let's just provide only width and height. That's it. So we crop it, and that's it. And this happens also inside the queue. So now let's open and replace that, upload something else. Let's choose this one and click on save. And let's see what happens inside the queue. So queue should actually start processing that. Register media conversions. Has media. Let's check the post. Implements has media, interacts with has media. Okay, maybe we should stop this queue because we should not need that. But let's see. So let me select this latest user, which is going to be user equals app models user latest first, which is going to be freeCodeCamp, and that user now has get media. Actually, let's call get first media. Okay, it returns null. Oh, we haven't changed. Oh, I feel guilty right now. So we haven't changed the profile controller at all. So we still take the image and upload it in a regular way instead of using this media. So we should comment out this part. And now on this request user, which by the way, we are duplicating into many places, we should probably extract this into a variable called user, right? Like this. Then we are using user fill and providing user here, here, and here. However, once we fill that, once we save that, we have to also upload an image. User media conversion from request. What's the method name? I just forgot that. From the post controller, this is called add media from request. add media from request. This is called image, and to media collection. Let's put this in the default collection. You can have multiple collections into your media library, but I'm going to stick with this add media collection. Okay, so now since we did that, we have to output the image as well. So let's open profile/edit blade, and we need this profile information. Scroll down below, and if the user has image, if the user get first media exists, then we're going to use get first media, and we're going to use get URL for avatar. However, we should create a get URL for this as well. So let's open user PHP, and I believe we have get URL method defined here. We're going to change this. So let's use the following code. User get first media, get URL avatar. And in this case, we're going to use image URL. Like this. Let's paste this here. We're going to return that. Instead of user, we need this. And let's use a question mark after get first media, just if the media is actually null. So we save that, we refresh it, there's nothing. Let's upload, let's click on save. It is broken, probably because the conversion is not actually finished. Now we see that it is actually cropped. However, as you see, yeah, it is cropped in an ugly way. The queue processing has also been completed right here, and this is not exactly what we want. So we should probably resize this first, or maybe we just take the width of 128. So we resize that, and then we perform crop with 128. Let's see if this is going to work. Let's choose a different color. Let's click on save. It is still using the old one. Okay, now the processing has been completed. Okay, and the thing is that now we added a new media file, but the previous one also stays right here. So if we want to have only single media, so that the previous one should be deleted, and there is a separate topic on this single. I believe there is a method inside here, and we're going to call this single file. That's it. I think that's it. So we have this single file. Not sure if this is the one. Actually, we should not put this in this conversions. Instead, we need a new method to register a collection. And that collection, let's define this method, public function register media collections, and we define the avatar collection, and it is a single file connection. That's it. And now if we open profile controller, when we add this into the collection, we're going to add this into avatar collection. Now, and if we go into user page and where is that get URL, the image URL. So when we call this get first media, we have to also provide the collection name avatar. Yeah, by default, the default is the name. So we save that and let's have a look. We're going to choose a different image, click on save. It is broken right now. Refresh it, and it has been fixed. And this is not, again, ideal, but you have to choose the picture. Ideally, the main thing is that now we have this resized version, and we are using that resized version right here as well. We are not using, it seems like, but we should use that. And because this is the test user, and this is the reason. That's right. So if we log out right now, or let's authenticate with freeCodeCamp, and let's see my posts, like the freeCodeCamp posts. Click on this and we see this avatar right here, which is the small version, like the resized version, and we don't use the very large image right here. Now let's go into the home page, and we're gonna display for each post how many clips the post has and what's the creation date of the post, just like it is displayed right here on the Medium. So first we need date, then number of likes or claps. Let's open our code, and I'm going to close everything. We're going to open only post item at the moment. By the way, we have to adjust this URL as well, which right now is broken. So we need that part here on the image, and we probably need this on read more button as well, but we're going to delete this read more button. Actually, instead of read more, we should probably put here the creation date and the number of claps as well. So let's use post created at, and we're going to format this in the same way we are displaying this on the post details page. So we have the following format. I'm going to copy this and paste this. However, like as I mentioned previously as well, so I don't like this code duplication, so you should probably create a separate method in the post. I'm going to give this to you as a challenge. Create separate method in the post and call this get created at for display or something similar to that, so that the format is only written in one place, so that if you decide to change the format, you don't have to change this into two places. You're going to only change this into one place. Now we have the date displayed. Let's give it class text gray 500. Let's give it also text small. Maybe we should even give it text gray 600. No, we need 400 probably. Yeah, that's it. So we're going to use now the SVG icon to display number of claps or likes. We can call this, we should not call this, we simply need to copy that SVG icon. From here, you can define a component for this SVG icon and use it here as well. Let's go into post item. I'm going to paste the SVG here, and we're going to display how many counts the claps the post has. For this, we need post claps count like this, and okay, we have to style this properly. Let's give this one flex and gap of 4 maybe, and we're gonna put this into a span, and or maybe a div, not span but a div, but div cannot be inside a, so let it be span, and let's give inline flex and gap of 1. Okay, we need to give it items center as well. The SVG icon is slightly larger, so I'm going to reduce the size. Okay, that's great. So if I go inside, we see 0 likes. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to like that. And now I see there is 1 like. However, it doesn't show that I have actually liked that specific post, and I'm going to leave this as it is. When you go inside, you're going to see that you have added like on that post, but not in the listing. However, there's one thing I want to mention, and that is actually a problem of eager loading. So I want to count how many queries we're making on this page. So let's open post controller, and I want to go into index page here, and I want to add a db listen. So let's add db listen. We're accepting the function here, and we're gonna print the query, but let me use dump instead of log. So I'm simply dumping what is the SQL query. Now, if I execute these, we're going to see a bunch of SQL queries right here. The styles are completely ruined because we see SQL queries into many places. You know what? Let's go into log info. Okay, let's open storage, logs, Laravel log file, and I'm going to delete everything from here. And every log will be written here. So if I refresh right now, we're going to see a couple of queries. Let me zoom out slightly. So we see the select, the currently, what's that? The number of users, where IDs. Yeah, we're selecting a specific user, only one user. Then we're selecting the number of followers for that user. So then we're selecting the posts. Okay, so let's understand where each select is coming from, because that is actually very important for performance. And right now we see that there are kind of 11 lines in this file only, but if we create more posts so that freeCodeCamp can see more posts, the number of queries will be increased. And you have to understand if the queries are repeated, like the select from categories, this is not repeated, we see this only once. Okay, select everything from posts where user ID is in something, we see that this is also only once. But let's see select count from collapse where something that is repeated twice for each post. And we're going to also see that this media is also repeated twice because we're selecting image for every post. And the following code, so this one, basically, this one, and this one, these three selects are actually repeated for each post. And the more posts you are going to create, more selects will be written right here. So we have to adjust this. You have to first understand what each select, where each select is coming from. So we know where this count is coming from. This is coming from the following place, what we just implemented. Where is that? Expand this. So the count is coming from the following place. The user select, this user select with the ID is coming from the following place where we need the post user username to generate the URL. All right, and we have this media which is coming from because we need this image from here, this image URL. So we have to optimize this. Let's go into post controller. Let's find where we have this query latest, and let's provide with. So I want to select post with, and we have to provide with user. I want to select the post with user. Okay, which basically means that select posts and then select all the users of those posts. Now, if I come right here, and we have to understand how many queries we make right now, so let's count this local info, or we can count select or update. Let's actually count this local info. This local info in this file is used 11 times, so we see 11 lines here as well. Okay, I'm gonna delete everything. Okay, then let's open the post controller, refresh it. And now let's have a look. Now we're making 10 requests, 10 database query, and that's already improvement. The number of queries, there's one less query basically to select the user. So we see that the user is selected instead of equals, it is selected within, and it is selecting all the users for the selected post. But right now, both of the posts belong to the same user, so it actually selected this only once. And we don't see this select from user second time for the second media. Okay, so this is it. Now we have to optimize this count as well. So let's open this post controller, and we have to provide with count, and we have to provide the relation name as collapse as an example. So we want to select this with count of collapse. We're going to open this Laravel log. We're going to delete this. We're going to open the browser, refresh it. But this is not going to give us any kind of improvements because we are still using the old way how we print this count here. So we have to change this. And for this, let's just print. I'm going to use actually dump directive. It dump post. So we're going to print the entire post, and that post will have the information. Inside attributes, we have this collapse count. Look at this. And we can use this collapse count instead of collapse and count as methods. Post collapse count with underscore. We save that. Now let's open this Laravel log, delete everything. Let's open the browser, refresh it, and now we see already 8 queries. Look at this. So it selected the only thing that is repeated. So it selected this posts count inside the array only once for every post. The only thing that is repeated is this media. Media is repeated. For this, we have to open post controller again, and we're going to change this with from a user string into an array, and we have to provide the second with name, which is going to be media. So we want to select post with user and with media. Now let's delete everything from this laravel.log. We're going to refresh it, and we're going to see only 7 queries. And this 7, the good thing is that this 7 will stay 7 if we don't implement new functionality on the homepage. So it is not now related to how many posts we have. Let's log out, and I want to create new post with the test user. Let's click on create. Let's go back and let's choose one color. Test. Click on submit. Okay, the post has been created. Now I'm going to log out, and I'm going to log in as freeCodeCamp user, and that freeCodeCamp user will see this new post as well. And if we open now this Laravel log, clear everything and refresh it, we see 7. So this is still 7. So it is not, it wasn't increased even though we show now 3 posts. However, let's undo everything what we made so far. Let's leave it, clear the log file, refresh it, and now we see 11 database queries here. And we should actually change one more thing right here, which was how we outputted the count. Because with this, the collapse count, but not having with count here, the collapse are not actually correctly outputted. We see that collapse are actually empty everywhere. So if we go into post item and return this into collapse count, then we clear this file and refresh it, now we see 14 queries, okay? And every new post will add 3 more queries. So if we are about to display 20 posts on the homepage, we're going to see 60 queries just from the posts. And these 3 queries are related to a single post. That's it. So now we can redo the changes what we made here and redo changes here, delete everything, refresh it, and now we see 7 again. We should probably apply the same thing when we display posts by categories. So we should go into post controller. We can remove this dblisten, which logs the queries, and we can use this same code here inside this category. So instead of post, okay, so we are using post category post. Okay, let's put this in the following way. So now we have, let's remove it. Now we have category posts with user and media with count of collapse, and we see a latest and simple paginate. So we save that. We don't log actually right here, but we know that now we have that optimally selected, and the count also works. And let's just implement the proper linking right here. So we have to select this root and put this here. Okay, great. When we click on this, it is going to open the inner page. When we click on the image, it's going to open the inner page. The title is also opening the inner page, just like it is implemented here as well. It is also opening this inner page when clicking on the description, but in our case, the description is kind of selectable, so we can leave this as it is. Now, if we have a look at the profile page and refresh it, we don't see avatar image right here. And that happens because the if statement right here always is gonna return false. So we are using this get first media right here without providing the collection name. It is going to use the default collection, and there's no image inside the default collection. If we open user.php model and have a look inside this image URL method, we see that we are using this get first media, but we are providing a collection name avatar. And then we use conversion name avatar right here as well. So what we need to do is to take that image URL and use it inside if statement as well. Image URL or camel case URL. Now we shouldn't have any kind of issues on this side. So we refresh it. We see the avatar here. Let me upload another image, anything, and click on save. And right now we see that the image is broken. And that happens because the image conversion happens inside the background queue job. And until the processing is completed, we see the broken URL. So to fix this, we have to write the if statement, like if this user has generated conversion for avatar, and we have to provide this conversion name as well. If it has generated conversion avatar, then we can return that avatar URL. We can do it like this. So if it doesn't have generated conversion avatar, then we should return the original URL, like this get first media. We need to provide this collection name. However, inside the URL, we don't need to provide anything, which means that it's gonna take the default URL. However, there's also get first media URL, this method. We can remove this completely. Now, if I save this, refresh it, we see one error, has generated conversion. Has generated conversion. There is this method inside media. Oh, sorry. So this has generated conversion is available on the media. So we have to execute get first media, and let's actually take out this in a variable called media. Okay, get first media for avatar collection. Once we have that media, then on that media we check if it has generated conversion avatar. We are returning that media URL as a avatar conversion. However, if it doesn't have conversion generated, then on that media we are gonna call simply get URL. In this case, we don't need the avatar conversion. Okay, we save that, refresh it. Now we see this. Now let's upload a new avatar. This one, click on save, and now we see the image right there. So it is not actually broken like it used to be broken previously. We can click on this and save that, and we see this. And this is right now original image. It has a very large resolution, but after we refresh it, then it's gonna be the avatar one, which has now smaller resolution. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Now we're gonna copy that part, and I'm gonna open post PHP, and we are going to put this inside image URL as well. So in this case, we have the conversion name as a parameter. So this is a collection name. So we don't have any specific collection. We are using the default collection. So we are calling get first media from the default collection. Then if it has generated conversion name, we are returning URL for that conversion. Otherwise, we are simply calling this get URL. So we can delete this. And when we create new post, now we are not going to see also broken image. Now, additional thing, what I'm going to do is to create my post page right here next to profile. So if I search profile with full words matching, it should be inside the layout. So let's check this navigation blade file and expand this. And let's search for profile, and we see the profile page. I'm going to copy this, duplicate, and let's call this my posts. We're going to change this URL, but we're going to find second usage of profile, which is going to be, one is for responsive for mobile, second is for desktop. My posts. Okay, now let's have a look in the browser. So now we see my posts here. I'm going to click on this. It's going to still open the profile because the link needs to be fixed, but it should be there for responsive as well. My posts. That's fine. Now we have to create that my posts page. For this, let's open post controller, and we're going to add one more method right here. I'm going to copy this category method, and that's called my posts. In this case, we need to take the authenticated user ID, which is going to be auth user. Okay, we don't need to accept category here. So then on that user, we're going to call method posts user variable. And let's just make sure we have the relation properly defined on a user model. Let's scroll up. Do we have posts? We do have posts. So we're selecting the posts with user, media, with collapse, latest. Okay, everything is great. Those are my posts actually. So now if I click, well, we have to open this web PHP, and we have to define this route inside my posts. I'm gonna copy this, paste here. The method is gonna be get, and let's call this my dash posts. Okay, we're using the post controller, my posts, and we can give it also name my posts. And we can use this name right now to generate the actual route inside the navigation blade. So we're going to use my posts here, and let's find the second usage of the profile page here. We are using this my posts. Now I'm going to save this. We're going to click on my posts, and let's see. So we have this error, has generated conversion on null. Okay, some of them actually don't have medias because we changed how we outputted the image, and some of them simply don't have that. Now we use this media library. So we have this get media conversion. So if media doesn't exist, let's add this if. If media doesn't exist, we're going to return null at the moment. But we're going to, of course, have always images on posts. We're going to fix that. Where is this coming from? If not media, return null. Of course. And those are the posts which do not have actually. So these are my posts created by test user. If I log out right now and log in as freeCodeCamp, freeCodeCamp sees the test user posts, but inside my post, there's only one post, which is the freeCodeCamp post. Now, speaking about the my posts, we need ability to update the post, edit the post details, as well as to delete the post, right? So I'm going to put those buttons inside the post details page. So let's open show blade PHP, and let's click on this, and let's put them just above this like. So we have this user avatar, then we have this follow container. Okay, this is the clap section. Okay, we need this in between this user avatar and clap section. So I'm going to create this div, and we're going to have there two buttons. One is going to be a link. Actually, both can be links, but let's give it some text first. Edit post is going to be this, and we can make this as primary. Okay, I want auto completion. Primary X primary button. Edit post. Okay, we see this. However, this actually needs margin top 4. Yeah, something like this. Or we can give it padding top 4 and border top as well. And it needs margin as well. Margin top 4. And maybe it needs padding Y4. Okay, that's good. So we have this edit post, and we need the X danger button to delete the post as well. Okay, perfect. So now we have edit post, delete post. There is a huge margin, which I believe is coming from this section, margin top 8. That's right. It's coming from that section, margin top 8. Okay, maybe let's give it margin top 8 here as well. Border T, and maybe it needs border B as well. Anyway, so again, I don't want to spend more time on the design, but now let's implement this delete post first. So how we're going to do this? We're going to, when we try to delete a record, the backend should receive a delete method request or post method request. For this, we're going to define form here. Okay, that form needs to have an action to delete the post, and that is a road, I believe, which we have not defined. So we have post create, post store, but let's duplicate this now, and we're going to listen into delete method post, and we have to provide right here post as well. So we're about to delete the following post. That should call method destroy, and we're going to call post destroy as well. So let's take this route name post destroy, and we're going to give it inside the action post destroy, and we are going to provide post.destroy, and we're going to provide the post which we are trying to destroy, post or post ID. But if we provide the entire post, it is going to take the primary key. Now we're going to provide method to be post here, but we are going to use CSRF directive, CSRF, and we're going to use method to be delete as well, because we want Laravel to treat this as a delete request. So now we're going to put this button, and whenever I click on the post, actually this is a form which is a block level element, so we have to provide class inline block maybe. Okay, good. Now if I click on delete post, it should actually send the request into post controller destroy method right here, but we don't delete the post. So we're going to execute post delete, and we need to redirect user back somewhere. Like let's redirect user back into dashboard. Do we have dashboard? Let's go into web, and we have the dashboard. Yeah, let's redirect user into dashboard page from the post controller once it is deleted. I'm going to click on this. Actually, I don't want to delete this. I want to delete the broken images. So this one, let's open it. It has broken image. Let's click on delete post. Okay, now let's see what happened. First of all, I'm a freeCodeCamp user, and I deleted a post of test user. This is a security issue. We should not be able to do this. So right here, we're going to write an if statement. So if post user ID is not the authenticated user's ID, we're going to abort with 403, which means permission denied. Okay, let's test this first, and then we're going to improve this even more. So this is the user test user's post. Click on this and click on this delete post, and we see forbidden. So we don't have permission to do this. That's great. However, we should not even show the entire section to delete the post. So this part should not be even displayed. And for this, we're going to write an if statement here. If post user ID, if post user ID equals to the currently authenticated user's ID, then we should display this section, and if here as well. Now we save that, and we don't see this delete section. You know why? Because the current user is not the owner of this post. Now if I go into my post and click on this post, now I see this edit post and delete post here, and freeCodeCamp can actually delete his own post. I'm going to log out right now and log in with test.example.com, test user. Let's go inside my posts, and I want to delete the test user post. Click on this, Now the post is deleted. Let's go into my posts again. That's perfect. Now let's try to implement edit post. So we have create post, which displays the following form, but we want edit post as well. Let's actually go into resources, views, post, and let's copy create blade, and let's call this edit blade PHP. Okay, now we're going to open post controller as well. Scroll up, and this is the edit. We're going to return view post edit, and we're going to pass that post model. However, we're going to write also an if statement similar to how we return inside the destroy. So we want to restrict access if the current user is not the owner of the post. Okay, and we want to put the same code inside when trying to update the post as well. Okay, we're gonna perform some updating right here, but for now we can just abort it with 403. Now, if you open this edit, we need probably a page title, something like this, which by the way, we don't have also when we create new posts. Okay, let's put this maybe first inside create new post. That's going to be h1. Let's give it text 3xl create new post. We save that and we see this create new post. Maybe we should give it margin bottom 4, something like this. Okay, now we need this title when updating a post. So let's go into edit blade, copy and paste this part, and we need text here update post, and let's provide the post title inside a strong tag, and let's give it also font bold, and let's format this like we have a post variable, post name. So we're going to update the post name. Let's go inside my posts, click on that, click on edit post, but this is not going to do anything because we have not linked that. So if we go into show blade, we have this edit post, but I think it has this href, and we have to provide route post edit. We're going to provide the actual post. We're going to open web.php, and we're going to define that route as well. So again, I'm going to copy this post create, and we have to listen into get method on post variable here, but we need slug in this case. Not slug, excuse me, slug. Okay, so we need edit here and post edit here. We're giving this post edit name. So I'm going to take this post edit name and use it right here, providing the post slug, not the entire post. I'm going to save this. Now I click on this, refresh it, click on this edit post. It doesn't do anything probably because the primary button does not actually support. So it is just a typical button, okay? It is not a link. However, I'm going to do the following. So if it has href, I'm going to make it as link. So let's accept props here. And I'm going to provide one optional prop, which is going to be href, which by default is going to be null. Okay, and then I'm going to write an if statement. So if href exists, then we are going to make it as link. In else case, we are going to have it as button. And if. Great. So I'm going to copy this button right now, put this inside if. Oops. And change this into a, and inside href, I'm going to provide, actually, because we are providing attributes merge right here, and we are merging the current attributes with the one what we provided, we don't even need this outputting here, because if, let's test this. I'm going to inspect also the page, refresh it, and let's click on this. It should have href. No, it doesn't have because because we define this as a separate prop, and because we have this as a separate prop, we have to output this separately as well here. So when we define this inside props, even though then we're providing href here, then inside attributes, we don't have that href attribute because we defined separate prop for that. So we're going to output that href here. Now we save this, and now we see this href. I'm going to click on this edit, and it's going to do what? Undefined variable categories. This is coming from edit blade. Oh, I see. So inside edit blade, we are actually using inside the dropdown. So we have to go into post controller, and just like we are selecting categories and passing that inside the create, we have to do something similar inside edit as well. Select categories and provide them here. Now again we save, refresh it, and we see update post, and we don't see the post name, by the way. Let's go into edit blade, post name, or it is post title maybe. So we have the title here, and we have to populate that form as well, right? So if we scroll down below, we see the image. Okay, it is input type file. We cannot populate this. Let's keep that at the moment. And we are using this old function, which is going to populate always the submitted data. But as a second argument inside the old, I'm going to provide post title. In the same way, right here inside this old category ID, I'm going to provide post category ID. Scroll down below, inside the content, we're going to provide post content. Okay, we save this, we provide title, category, and test. And let's output the image as well. In a similar way, we are outputting this inside the profile edit page. Let's go into profile edit, open this update profile information, and we have the following if just before this image element. So let's go into edit blade, scroll at the top, and right here we're going to output a post. However, it should not be rounded full. It should be W full, max width. However, that image URL should display not user image URL, but post image URL. That should display the large version of the post. Right here we need post title. Okay, great. Now we see the full version of this image. Okay, that's good. And let's give it margin top, not top, margin bottom 8. Something like this. Okay, that's great. Now let's update it, but we have to take care of the backend side as well when we perform the update. So let's scroll up and have a look inside this post create request, where we have the following rules defined. Okay, so we can use that post create request as well, or we can create a separate request class specifically for updating. Actually, I'm going to try to use this post create request, and if we need, we can change that. We need post create request, we get the request, and then on that request, we're going to get validated data, and let's assign this into data. Then on post, we're going to call update to update that. And we're going to also check if the request has image. If we try to update the image, we're going to perform the update as well. So if request, or if data image, let's do if data image exists, but that's going to show, if the data image doesn't exist, this is going to show error. We have to use like double question mark or false, which means that if data image exists, then we're going to perform add media from request image to media collection. Let's make sure that we are using the correct collection. That's correct. Let's scroll down below. And once we perform the update, we can redirect into the home page again. Or maybe we should redirect into my posts page because that's more logical. Okay, so this is our my post page, and I'm going to try to update an image at the moment. Medium images, let's click on this one and click on submit. Okay, now we have this error post slug. Okay, slug needs to be generated. And the issue is specifically related to the uniqueness of the slug. We can actually try to manage slugs by ourselves and try to always generate unique slugs or append something at the end like the test1, test2, and so on. But for this, there exists another Spatius package which is called Laravel Sluggable. And this always generates a unique slug based on the name. Okay, it works in a very, very identical way how we actually did this. Let's actually copy the following composer command and let's where's this? Let's open new terminal, and I'm going to require that composer require Laravel Sluggable. And if we have a look in the docs, we have to use the following trait has slug. So let's open post PHP model, scroll at the top, and we have to use this has slug, which needs to be imported from Sluggable, and we have to implement the following method get slug options. Let's add them right here. Get slug options. That slug options needs to be imported. So generate slugs from title and save into slug. Now, if we open post controller and scroll up and find the store method here, this is how we generate slug, and this is not necessary anymore. Also, we don't consider the uniqueness right here. So if two users are creating same title posts, it is going to also generate the same slug. So I'm going to actually remove that part. Inside post create, we don't actually have slug anywhere mentioned. Slug will be automatically generated when we try to create new post, and it's going to manage it inside edit as well. Let's remove this to do. Let's save it and have a look. So let's refresh it. Okay, now look at this. So we click on the post and we see test post in the URL. The image has been updated. Actually, this is the freeCodeCamp post. Let's go into my posts. Okay, this is the one, maybe. Let's click on this and we see test 1. And we also have another test. Did it create new post right now? So if I click on this, edit post, choose an image and click on submit. Let's go into my posts. Yeah, it created new one. And let's have a look into web.php. Okay, that makes sense. So we don't have defined right here update, so we need put. We're going to listen into put method of the post, and we need to provide update here, post update, and in which case we can provide slug here or just post. However, we have to open edit blade as well, and we have to, instead of post store, so we still have this road post store here, so we have to use post edit. And we have to provide post ID here. Post update, more specifically. Post edit is for rendering the post form. Now we have 3 posts. Let's click on this, click on edit, and I'm going to choose another image, click on submit. And now look at this, post method is not supported. That's correct. So we have to apply method directive right here to be put. So we need method put. Let's go back, refresh it. We're gonna upload an image, click on submit, and now the image was not actually replaced, and that's because also the image collection on the post, if we have a look, the collection on that post is actually a plural collection. So now there are more than one image on the following post. And just like we did that a single collection, when we register the collection as a single collection on the user, we should do something similar as well. So we're gonna copy that following command and register as a single collection. We have to provide the collection name as well. It is creating a single collection, and we should not call this avatar. Let's call this images, but then we have to change all the places where we are using the default collection into images. So in this case, we can simply provide right here default. So we're going to make the default to be a single file connection. So now we're going to save this. We're going to click on this, update. And now we see that was changed. Let's do this once again. Provide another image, click on submit, and we see that was changed as well. When we try to update the post, if we don't provide an image right here, we're going to get the error that the image is required. And this happens because we are using this post create request inside post controller even for the update. And inside that request, we have image to be required. It's a good practice to create separate request classes for update and for create. So in our case, I'm going to copy this post create request, and I'm going to call this post update request. Let's double click on this. Let's change the class name into post update request. Scroll down below, and we're going to remove this image required. We're going to actually make this nullable. So when we try to update, we should provide title. It must be required. We must provide content and category ID. However, we don't need to provide image. Now, if we go into post controller and change this into post update request, now this should work. We're going to save that. Let's refresh the page. And now let's change only title. Don't upload an image, and click on submit, and this got updated. Whenever we are outputting a post inside the listing, I want to output the user by whom the post is created, so that when we have a look, we can easily know. And when we click on this link as well, the user, we can open this page for the post, for the user, excuse me. So we're going to open post item blade file. Let's scroll down below, and we have here the post collab. Let's collapse this SVG. We have the post created at. Here's the A, and right here, just before this post created it, I'm going to put the user avatar and maybe the user full name as well. Okay, let's display that information here. User full name, maybe we just need only username. Okay, so we save this. Let's format the code. It's not nicely formatted. Anyway, let's save this and have a look. Oh, what's the gravatar? Excuse me. It's an image URL, right? Okay, so here we have this image URL. Maybe we don't even need this image URL, so I'm going to remove that part, and I'm going to only leave username, and maybe we can prefix some text such as published by and the username, and then we can write it whatever time it is. Published by test. Okay, we can remove this span. Maybe we can put this, give that here, not flex call. It should be flex with items center and gap of 1. Let's remove this span. Okay, published by test at March, whatever time it is. However, we're gonna remove text color from here. And we probably don't even need any of this because we only have a text inside there. So published by test at March. We can put it here as well. And maybe we should put inside here as well. Okay, great. However, there's one thing. So when I click on the test, I wanted to open the username page, profile page. So however, we have this a link, which actually is for the entire footer area. All right, so this is what I want to do. I want to take out that part, maybe just turning this into a div, the closing tag into div as well. Let's take out this href and let's put this around this username area. So, however, we're going to change the href because that is going to open the post. However, we have opening post on the title and on the image as well. So we're going to change that part. Oops, we have href 2 times. So we're going to remove this and this here as well. So this is the href area, and we're going to change this into a profile page. So what is the root name for the public profile? Let's search for profile. Where's that? Profile show. So we're going to use that and provide the username. Profile show, providing the username as an argument like this. Okay, great. So if we save that and have a look, maybe we need to add some text decoration as well. Let's move this text like this and give it a class. On hover, let's give it underline. Okay, good. Now, if I click on the test, it is going to open the user's profile page. And by having a look at the post item in the listing, we can see from which users the posts are published. Like this is published by freeCodeCamp at March, whatever is it. Maybe even this published is not by freeCodeCamp. And let's make this also text gray 600, something like this. Make this bolder. Yeah, I think that is better. Also, when we try to filter posts, if we click on one of the categories right here, it is going to redirect me to the login page because the root is actually protected. And right here we see that filtering by category is only allowed for authenticated and email verified users. So we're going to cut this out from here, and we need to put this just before this middleware. Let's format the code. We're going to save that. And now if we click on technology, we're going to see that the posts are filtered by category nicely and correctly. When we create new posts, we don't have published at column. However, we have that published at column inside the database. So if we go into database, migrations, and open this create post table, we see that we have published a timestamp, but we haven't used that actually. So we're going to open post create blade file. We have title here. Let me actually copy this title, scroll down below, and under content, I'm going to paste that title section, and I'm going to change it a little bit. So first, we're going to change the comment from title into, why is it not typing? Published at. Okay, then we need to change the label into published at as well. And now I'm going to change the ID. I'm going to change the field name into published at. Okay, and I'm going to change this input type as well into date time. Actually, it should be datetime-local. So if I provide this, now I see it is a date time. You can provide the date as well as the time. All right, now let's create new post and make sure that the publish date is actually saved and then use that. So we choose the image, we provide some text, category, some content, and now let's provide the date in the future. Okay, we're going to click on submit. Validate datetime does not exist. Okay, so we are going to open post create request. Actually, the validation rule datetime doesn't exist. It should be date, just date. So if we refresh the page right now, we're going to see that the article was created. Let's go into my posts and we see that was created, and we're going to check in the database, make sure that publish date actually exists. So inside Artisan Tinker, I'm going to execute the following code to get the latest post, which is a test post, and it has published it to be the following date. Now we can try to use the following date to output the posts on the home page. So right now, this is a new user, Taylor user, which I recently created. So if I authenticate, if I actually log out and authenticate with another user and try to access a Taylor page, profile page, we see the post right here. However, this post is actually not published yet because it has published it in the future. So this is what we are going to fix. So inside web PHP, we have the following public profile page, which is using the public profile controller show method. Right here, we are selecting the posts. However, we need only published posts. So we have to provide right here where published at, where published at column is actually in the future. So published at needs to be less than current time. Now, less than, or we can also provide equal, less than or equal. So if I refresh it right now, now the post is gone. Taylor doesn't have any published posts. And we are going to use the same where. We can do it like this to make it more readable. We are going to use same where on the home page as well, where we are outputting all the posts. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to open post controller, and let's go into index. And let's actually try to follow Taylor before we make any kind of changes here, and click on this medium, and then I see a post from a Taylor user. And now if I add this where here, now refresh the page and there is no post displayed. Okay, and we're going to use the same where again. If we scroll down below, we have this by category right here. If we filter this by different criteria, such as, let's see, health or sport. Yeah, this is inside the sport category. So we see now Taylor post. So we're going to add this where here. That's good. Now the posts are actually gone. However, there's one thing as well, even before the post is gone. So when we display this inside of all section, we don't show any posts because there are no posts the user Zura is following to users, right? So if we have a look in the home page again, we are only selecting those posts which belong to one of my followers, basically. So we're going to put the same code inside filtering section, inside not inside my post, inside by category. So we need user here to be auth user, and then we actually need this query. So let me put this down below. If the user exists, let's call this query. We can provide even latest, that's fine, semicolon here, and then posts equals query simple paginate. Okay, now we are selecting the posts when we filter them by some category. For from this method, we are only selecting the posts which come from the user I follow. Without this where clause, basically, if we filter them by technology, we see the posts from the test user, even though I am not following to the test user, which is kind of wrong. Okay, so we need this part. And if I go into sports section right now, I see a post from Taylor because we need to uncomment this code where published at is less than now, refresh it, and now I see that the post is gone. However, if I again log out and log in with Taylor user, go into my posts, click on this, click on edit post, we have to change and put a published date here as well. So let's open post dot not dot but slash edit blade and scroll down below next to the content. Let me open this create blade. We're gonna copy this published at, we're gonna paste this here. Okay, inside old we have to provide the current post value as well, like post published at. So if we refresh it, now we see that the content is populated here when we refresh that, and we're going to open post update request as well, and we're going to change this into date. Okay, that's the valid. Now if I change this published date in the past, let's set this yesterday, so in the past, click on submit. Now the post is updated, it is in the past, and if I log out right now and log in back with Zura user, now on the homepage Zura sees Taylor post because that post is already published. It has published it in the past. Of course, you can go ahead and modify, and instead of outputting created at date right here, we can output published at when the post was published, and on the post details page as well. Maybe this makes more sense, but I'm going to leave this challenge to you. You definitely, I believe that you know exactly how you're going to do that part. Now, all posts are gone on the homepage because the posts which we are created previously, they don't have published at. So we're going to open Tinker again to set published at date on all the posts. So we're going to find, basically, let's do this on all the posts. We're going to provide update here and provide published at column to be something in the past, like 2025-03 18. Okay, so this is in the past, and for times we can even provide 000000 here. So let's hit the enter non-static method. Okay, we probably need to perform a query and then update. Okay, now let's have a look. We refresh it, and now we see the posts are displayed, and that's because all the posts now have published it in the past. We have this new user, Taylor, and if we click on the profile page of the Taylor, we see the following exception. Has a generated conversion method, calling this has generated conversion method on null. And this is coming from the user PHP on line 90. So if we open now VS Code and open that user PHP and go into line 90, we see this is coming from the following media. And this happens because the new user doesn't have any kind of media. So we are going to add media check. If media exists and media has a generated conversion, then we call it. However, if the media doesn't exist, we should immediately return false. So we should probably do something like this. If not media, then we immediately return null. We save that, refresh the page, and now we don't see anything else. However, now let's upload one avatar. We can choose whatever image that's going to work. Click on save, and now we see this uploaded image right here on the Taylor user. However, whenever we simply try to update the profile page without attaching an image, we get the following error from the Spati's media library. And this is coming from the following line when we call add media from request without any kind of checking if there is image inside request. If you open post controller and check this create method or store method, we also don't do any kind of checks right here, and probably this is gonna throw an error on post creation as well if we don't upload an image. But for the post creation, we know that the image is actually required. Let's have a look in the post update as well. Now, in this case, we do the checking. So if the image exists, then we call this add media from request. So we're going to do something similar in the profile controller. So if we're going to call request has a file image, then we call user add media from request. We're going to remove that part. We're going to save, refresh the page, and now this is going to work. And whatever we type inside the bio section, that's going to be preserved. And when we refresh, it's going to be outputted. All right, that's it, my friends, and I hope you learned something new. If so, maybe you want to check my YouTube channel where I have over 300 videos. I create content around PHP and Laravel mostly, and I have a ton of Laravel projects on my YouTube channel. You might find that useful. I also have 2 premium courses on my website, thecodeholic.com. I have 24 hours Laravel for Beginners full course, and I recommend to check its curriculum section. And first few modules actually of this course is absolutely free. So you get the certificate of completion, you get the private Discord group, you get the full written notes of the entire course, and it has a couple of more great benefits. If you find that helpful, you're going to support the channel as well. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video.